Welcome to Ironman 70.3 Western Australia Asia Pacific Championship in Busselton. This marks the 18th and penultimate stop of the Ironman Pro Series inaugural season. There's 2,500 points up for grabs and will be awarded to the pro men's and women's winner, which could certainly set things up for a tight final standings race in a few weeks' time. And it's a beautiful day in Busselton.
It is 5 a.m. in the morning down in Western Australia in Geograph Bay. We've got some beautiful shots of the Busselton Jetty. I think it's one of the longest wooden jetties in the Southern Hemisphere. The athletes don't get the pleasure of swimming around it this year like they used to, but they will get to go under that jetty. We are seeing the athletes about half an hour away from race start this morning.
Yeah, it's things are starting to heat up a little bit out there with the athletes getting those final things done for their preparation for a big race day out here today. And again, one of the strongest professional fields we've had on the men's and women's side here. We see Mark Dubrick on the screen there, getting ready to get in that water and show us how fast of a swimmer the shark actually is.
Yeah, hopefully that's the only shark in the water.
There we go. He will be. I'm Matt Lieto with Laura Siddall. Welcome to the studio where we're going to be bringing you all the action from Busselton and Western Australia. Sid, it's going to be a good one.
It is. I'm really excited because we've got, obviously, it's like you said, it's the penultimate race before the VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Topor in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But we've also got, we've got athletes vying for points for the Pro Series, warming up for the 70.3 World Championships. And then I'm also excited because we've got a few names in there that are coming off the back of sort of the Olympic distance, the Olympics, World Triathlon Series that are having their first hit out at a 70.3.
Yeah, a lot of different sub-stories certainly out on course today. And speaking of course, let's go see where the athletes are going to be kind of cruising around today. And they're going to make this race out.
So we've got a swim, obviously a 1.9 kilometer, 1.2 miles swim on a beach start, and we go underneath that Busselton jetty. It's just a 1-lap swim. It stays close to the shoreline, so it should be pretty protected, less exposed to the ocean conditions as the athletes come back and join the beach and run into T1.
Yeah, and T1, obviously, they'll take their time. Pretty long run out of the swim to get to the full gas bike course. It's 90 kilometers, 56 miles, and just a 1-lapper out here today. And it's a fast and flat course. It starts by heading out along the coast initially before entering the spectacular Twart Forest. There's great views of both the coast and the brushland to keep the athlete's mind occupied, as well as some highlights or some wildlife to keep their eyes cut out for, and a bunch of turnarounds for athletes to be able to kind of see where the action is.
That's right, and then the athletes are going to head out onto their 2-lap Hoka run course, so 21.1 kilometers, 13.1 miles. Again, another flat and fast out and back course, mainly along the shoreline of Geograph Bay, past the Busselton jetty. There is lots of cafes, restaurants, lots of opportunities for spectators before they get that chance to turn onto that finish line carpet and see the finish arch.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen a professional race down in Busselton for the 70.3. And, you know, it's been one of the more popular races on the circuit for a long time, the Ironman, and they've had a 70.3 race alongside it for years, and excited to see the strong fields that we have out here. And as you said, Pro Series is bringing some of the top guns in the sport to the race here today.
Yeah, and the men's side, so Patrick Langer, obviously after that win in Kona, sits at the top of the leaderboard, Matt Hansen in second. Neither of those two are racing today, but we do have some hot Gregory Barnery and Christian Hogenhaug and Robert Callan, who are in the top 10 so far. They are all racing at 70.3 Busselton. Yeah,
and they all have points to improve upon with races left to be scored, and then obviously on the women's side too.
Yeah, women's side, again, our series leader, Jackie Herring, Kat Matthews, they're not here today, but Maya Stage-Nilsson in 3rd place. And I think the ones that have got the most to gain are those in 6th, 7th, and 8th. So Lottie Wilms, Daniela Blymel, and Hannah Berry. They're all sitting with just 3 full-distance races. And so we've got an opportunity to add today's race ahead of the 70.3 Worlds as well.
Yeah, and that's really where you can see kind of the different tactics that athletes had throughout the season. Some athletes, like a Hannah Berry, still has 2 70.3s to score with the World Championship in hometown coming up here in a few weeks to get a lot of points. But instead of racing early, building for big results, big races. Obviously had a big win, trained to have a great result at World Championships in Nice, and still has more points to score versus someone like Patrick Lange, who went out early, got a lot of races, scored, obviously had huge points in Kona, but now he's decided he's doesn't have any racing left in the legs this year. So it's
I don't really blame him on that one.
No,
I think
nobody would.
the mental and physical toll, obviously, after Kona is big anyway. And I think the chances are, I don't think he'll retain that top spot by the time we get this race and then the World Championships underway. But I think he's probably stands a good chance at still staying in that top 10.
Oh yeah, certainly does. And yeah, as you saw on screen there, most likely on the men's side, it is going to be Barnaby and Hogenhaug really battling it out to get as many points as possible. To give a cushion maybe for Barnaby going into 70.3 World Championships, because he doesn't have too many points to score over his best race result already in the 70.3 distance. But smart play by both those gentlemen, and going to move themselves up the list here. And as we see our age group athletes getting ready in transition for the day ahead of them.
Yeah, and the age groupers today have got the opportunity to do 2 races. Excuse me. They've got obviously the 70.3, as our pros have as well, but there is the full distance, the regular Ironman that normally takes place this time of year for our age group athletes as well. So this year, normally at this time, it would be the pros doing the full distance as well. But this year, being part of the pro series, it's just the 70.3, which is a great addition, I think. And like we were saying before the broadcast started, with the World Championships in Topor in a couple of weeks' time, it's a great opportunity for those athletes from the Northern Hemisphere to travel down early, get 2 races in and make the most of the trip.
For sure, and also an opportunity for, quote-unquote local athletes in Australia that maybe the global scene doesn't get to have eyes on too frequently, to have this stage as a race that we're covering, obviously have coverage on, for those athletes to maybe have an opportunity to have a breakthrough when the world's watching.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, you've got a fair few Australians and New Zealanders racing. But then I think because of the Worlds, you've just got that bit more European flavour. So it does give those local athletes a chance to race a more international field. I think it's also caught a few of the Northern Hemisphere athletes out. I would say like a Daniela Blymel probably wouldn't race this late into the season. Obviously,
True.
Topor is a very late with World Champs being in December. And I think she sort of suddenly found herself in a good position in that top 10 in the Pro Series ranking. And so has come down to do this race, even though she's not qualified for Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we get racing underway, we're going to now cross down to the Welcome to Country ceremony performed by traditional custodians of the land, the Wadandi people.
So it's very critical that in Australia, before most of the races,
I'd just like to start by acknowledging past and present Wadandi Yuna elders by saying Kaya Nuna Wadandi Bidman Yuna Buja Nicha. Yukanini means hello, welcome to this area, Wadandi country, forest and saltwater country, part of the Bidman of the Southwest Yuna country. Mort Karajan Wongi would like to share local families' knowledge and stories. So this time of year, beer egg season, very special time of year, longest days of the year, all the berries, season of reptiles, flowering day, the Christmas tree, the blue jar tree, such
there you go. Thanks to Josh for that welcoming ceremony. Again, as you were about to say, Sid, an important part of the culture down there, and to respect the people's land that we're participating and living on.
I think in Australia, we'll see it as well in New Zealand at Taupo. There's a very rich, or the traditions to respect the local, the Aboriginal or the Maori people, and respect their land and sort of thank them for being able to be on the race and to do what we're doing. Yeah. As we see the start of the race, or we're still sort of 20 minutes away, but we're going to go to a quick break.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Process, now speeding now. Hey, crash, come on, kiss me now. Fly, fly. Oh, watch me, I'm so high. I ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Welcome back to Busselton, site of the IRONMAN 70.3 Western Australia Asia Pacific Championship, just about 20 minutes away from start time now.
Yeah, that's right. And I think we saw when they was doing the opening ceremony, that it was pretty windy down there. You can see obviously we are in the ocean. You can see the athletes warming up now, but it did look like there was a pretty bit of a breeze down there.
Oh yeah, no, it's blowing for sure, and you can see. I mean, obviously, we saw on that course map that the course runs perpendicular to the shore, so they're not getting too far out there. But there's certainly a fair bit of texture on the water, and you're going to see the athletes are going to be swimming into kind of a diagonal, what looks like diagonal swell.
Yeah.
That almost certainly will break it up, especially with the swimming talent we have in both these fields today.
Yeah, that's right. I think we've got some very fast swimmers, particularly on the men's side, but also on the women's side. And it's not a huge, it's about 300 meters out to that first turn buoy. So not a massive distance. So it could be a free for all, but I think with that bit of swell and bit of chop that could break things up, the athletes are going to then do a left-hand turn, and they're going to be sort of going into what looks like where the waves are coming from along the back of the course, before then having the current behind them on the way back in.
Yeah, and the pros that we're talking about being the highlight of this race that are going to break it up on the swim, we're going to have them come down and get their introductions for the race here today with our crew that is down there. And we can see the Ironman Pro Series banner, again, second to last race of the Ironman Pro Series inaugural season. And it's been pretty great, and we've been able to highlight a lot of different athletes, and I think this race is one of them. We can see Gregory Barnaby. He is cap number 5 and finished 6th in Kona, and again has the opportunity to be one of the big movers today.
That's right, and bib number 2 is Christian Hogenhau from Denmark. He's in the yellow swim cap, 6th in the Pro Series overall, and finished 9th in Kona just a few weeks ago.
And I will tell you, that guy can dance. I saw him in Kona. He was pretty talented. And I don't know if Robert Callan can dance, but he can certainly ride a bike, and we saw that in Kona. We've seen that in a lot of races he's had this year, and he's looking forward to trying to move himself up the Pro Series as well.
Bib number 5 in the pink swim cap is Mathias Petersen from Denmark. He's 11th in the Pro Series, so hoping to get into that top 10.
There you go. And bib number 8 should be coming around the corner. He always leaves us wanting, and that's Nick Thompson, second best mustache in this broadcast today.
I've been waiting to say that, and you got to it first.
He finished 8th at Ironman 70.3 Melbourne, but he's an up-and-comer, and he's got gumption, that kid, and I expect to see him put his nose into the wind
All
today.
in the moustache. Another moustache. Here we go. Mike Phillips from New Zealand, bib number 9 in the. He's 30th in the Pro Series. He finished 3rd at Ironman Cairns, and he was 17th in Kona.
I don't know. I'd be embarrassed if I was his mustache coming in after Nick Thompson's, but that is okay. He's gonna have a good race out there today. Bib number 10 is Ben Hamilton from New Zealand. Finished first at Ironman 70.3 Sunshine Coast, and is certainly going to be one of the athletes mixing it up out on course today.
Bib number 11, Anthony Costas from France. He's was 6th at 70.3 Talon, 4th at Chattanooga, and 3rd at 70.3 St. George.
I don't know if he's a badger or a wolf, or he's definitely got claws. But we see him, great swimmer, great cyclist. He's going to be out there giving it his all, as well as Thomas Davis from the UK. He is number 54 in the points series standing and needs just 440 points to move into the top 50 to get himself some end of the season cash.
And rounding out our top 10 introductions is Mark Dubrick from the USA. He's bib number 14. He's in a green swim cap. He needs 901 points to move into the top 50, and his nickname, as we've mentioned already, is the Shark.
I don't know. Is it going to be the Shark or the Badger? Anthony Costas. I don't know who's going to do it. Sorry, Anthony. I'll look into see what your pride animal is. But here we go. We got Maja Stage Nielsen, bib number 1, blue swim cap in the swim to keep track of her. And she is number 3 in the points series standings and trying to give herself a few more points going into World Championships in Topa.
And F2, bib number 2, Lottie Wilms from the Netherlands. She's in the pink cap. She's 6th in the Pro Series at the moment. She finished 8th in Nice, but she lives and resides in Australia. So feel like a home-to-country race for her.
Yeah, no doubt at the end of the day, if she gets across the finish line, she's going to move up in standings quite a bit. And she's going to have her work cut out to pass Daniela Blemhel, but she is number 7. Well, she's already ahead of Blemhel. So she doesn't have to work that hard. But she's one that's going to be pushing it on the bike as well.
Hannah Berry from New Zealand, bib number 4. She's in the blue swim cap as well. I think she's one of the favorites probably here today. 8th in the Pro Series, and she finished 10th in World Championships in Nice.
And there's Els Visser, always with a great smile on her face, number 10 in the Pro Series standings. And she was a DNF in Nice, and she's looking to kind of wipe that off the results sheet here today.
Bib number 7, Penny Slater from Australia. She's 12th in the Pro Series, 7th in Nice. She'll be hoping to score some points today to move her into that top 10 of the series overall.
Yeah, great performance from her in Nice. It was great watching her race out there. And Giorgia Pirione, number 19 in the Pro Series standings, was 23rd in Nice. And she's been out here since Kona training, so she knows the course quite well and ready to give it all out there on the course today.
Bib number 10, Grace Tech from Australia, our green swim cap. She's 23rd in the Pro Series. She's in 4 of the Ironman 70.3 Pro Series races she's had. She's had 3 4th places, finishes, and a 2nd. So she's likely to be aiming for that podium today.
And here is Marta Sanchez. She's number 35 in the Pro Series points. Excited to race here today, obviously. But she only has 2 scores on the board. Moved up 57 spots in Nice and going to move up a lot more today.
And rounding out our top 10 introductions, bib number 12 is Anna Bergson from Sweden. She was 2nd at Ironman 70.3 Melbourne just a couple of weeks ago.
There you go. And that is a pretty stacked field. And there's a lot of big names that we didn't even have room to put in that top 10 call-up.
Yeah, that's right. I think on the women's side as well, there's 5 from the top 20 from Nice. Which is okay, yeah, different distance, half the distance, but still I think that's a great showing, a great caliber of field for this Asia Pacific Championships. Yeah,
as we can see the athletes now out warming up, getting ready for this race, and we are still getting ready for this race. We're going to take a quick break and get back to the action here in just a few.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Western Australia Asia Pacific Championships in Bustleton. Just 8 minutes till we get going.
That's right, not very far away now. You see the countdown. The athletes I think that's the age group athletes warming up. Some of the pros will be lining up ready to start. Looks pretty nice morning down there. It's an early start. It's 5:30, so pretty light. I forget how light it is at 5:30 in the morning over in WA. And we've got our weather. There we go, weather up. It's 16 degrees Celsius, 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Pretty overcast clouds. A little bit of wind, 13 kilometers an hour. Humidity, 84%, and that water temperature of 19 degrees C or 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit for our American friends.
We always need a little extra help. But yeah, beautiful Roca swim course today, and this is an awesome shot of it. And generally, I would think this would be a fast swim, and it will be because of the caliber of athletes we have. But it is going to, if we can see texture from above, certainly as we get a little bit closer to the water level, you can see it's pretty bumpy, and this is still several feet above the water level. So I think for these athletes, there's going to be plenty of texture and challenge to allow the better swimmers like a Mark Dubrick to try to break things up and spread things out there. And these are the cap colors that we have available to get a quick look at the athletes. And we can see some of these great swimmers, Birtwhistle, Noble, Riddle are certainly going to be some of those athletes pushing that pace.
Yeah, you can see Jamie Riddle in the middle in that purple cap. We've got obviously Gregory Barnaby in the blue cap. I think, as you said, Jake Birtwhistle, fairly unknown over the 70.3 distance, just moving up from World Triathlon and the Olympic distance. So I think he's going to be a key factor, particularly in the swim with Mark Dubrick and Jamie Riddle, but potentially by the end of the race and the finish line as well. And on the women's side, our colour cap, so Maya Stage-Nelson with that blue cap, Lottie Wilms in the pink, Hannah Berry. They're going to be our key swimmers. I think Reagan Hollyoak in the purple as well. And I think a couple ones, Teresa Adam from New Zealand down there in the green cap. She's a very good swimmer. And also Valerie Bartholomew from Belgium in a purple cap. I think they're going to be leading the way in the swim on the women's side. Yeah,
and haven't seen much from Teresa Adam recently. I haven't personally, but so I'm excited to call a race with her in it. But she always, she's always puts herself somewhere where we get to talk about her.
Yeah, she's had a quite few years. She was sort of dominant in that 2018, 2019. She was winning Cairns in New Zealand, and I think she was sort of #1 ranked in the world at that point. But then sort of through COVID, struggled with injury and things, and so has had a couple of races over the past few years, but has been fairly sporadic, I would say. She did race Melbourne a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, it's great to see her here, and she'll be at the front of the swim and the bike.
Yeah, she certainly will be, or we hope that she will be. We saw her at Ironman 70.3 Melbourne not too long ago with the 6th place finish. Run maybe wasn't quite where she wanted it to be, but she was right up there.
I think her run's always been, I would say, and I say this relatively, the weaker of the three. She's an incredibly strong swimmer. She's always been incredibly strong on the bike. I think she won the New Zealand Time Trial
She did.
Championships in one of the years. That she's been solid on the run. I think with injury and coming back, the run has been taken longer to get back up there, and obviously with like the pace of the sport moving on. So, but she will be in the mix. It's great to see her back. So yeah, excited to see how she goes.
There we go. As we see our athletes kind of rolling in, getting ready, and we see our safety personnel out there to make sure all the athletes get through the course safely and on course as well. Again, sometimes these courses can be a little disorienting, even though it looks so simple as that rectangle, especially going under the jetty, mixes things up, and having those waves. You know, people forget, why is that guy swimming off course or that woman swimming off course? Like, well, their eyes are an inch off the top of the water. So it's a little challenging if there's something, but they're getting their little last minute brief by one of our race coordinators there, who we see down in this part of the world generally, making sure these races go on nice and smoothly.
Yeah, it used to be pretty straightforward, I would say, when it was the Ironman here, and we used to swim actually out fully around the jetty. The jetty is 1.8 kilometers long, so it was like the perfect distance for the Ironman swim to go all the way out and back. We're obviously a half distance today, so half the distance, and they've changed the course to keep it closer into shore. From a safety aspect, it's easier to keep an eye on everybody, not going 2 kilometers out into sea as our male pros move forward and line up on the beach start.
Yeah, they are getting there, and you can see, pretty deep field. You know, we can see the athletes, you know, don't have any designated start areas, so, you know, it's a tactical you know, decision as to where you're going to line up. We can see a lot of the athletes obviously lining up very far left because that's technically the shorter line. That's also the line where you're
going to turn left, and you're going to get smashed.
Yeah, you're guaranteed to be in a bar brawl a few hundred meters in. So we see some of the athletes maybe that are more confident in their takeout speed going on the outside. Yes, technically they'll have to swim a little bit longer, but a little less of a kind of crux move on that first corner.
Yeah, it's not very far. It's only like 300 meters to that first turn buoy, which is a left-hand turn. So I don't know, does that give, with the caliber of these athletes, is that a long enough stretch to get some space, or are we going to see sort of carnage at that first turn buoy?
Oh, it's going to be carnage for sure. Especially, you know, everything that you just said, totally correct. And that pace will be diabolical going into that first corner, especially with, as you said, some of the talent that we have down under, specifically in the swim. Just a culture of being able to get in the water and start swimming fast from a beach start is pretty legendary down this way.
Yeah, that's right. So, you know, the likes of, we've got Mark Dubrick, Jamie Riddle, Jake Birtwhistle, all very good swimmers coming up from that shorter distance. I think Kenji Nina, he's an interesting one. His first 70.3 distance race, having raced over the Olympic distance and was in Paris and then Super Tri. So it's really, he's going to be at the front of the swim as well.
Just a few seconds now. You can see the athletes getting down and crouched, ready to go. They've gotten the word that they're within about 30 seconds of the start here. So we see the athletes here about 10 seconds out, lined up. Beautiful overhead shot as our race here at Ironman 70.3 Western Australia Asia Pacific Championship is about to go off, and we will get stuck in for about 4 hours or so.
3.5.
And there you go. Men are off. See the big high step, and we see that Dubrick going far right, getting that real high step. You got to get those knees loose and try to get up as much as possible. And you can see the athletes,
Sliss already,
Laura, that have taken time to preview this course and know that if they go right, they start swimming sooner. If they go left, they're going to be running longer. Some athletes are better at that kind of beach run and can get an advantage, and some athletes just want to start swimming and get in their stroke cycle. And again, as we said, maybe try to separate things until or before they get to that 300 meters, so it's not that full-on bar brawl when they get to that first turn.
Yeah, and that's really important when the athletes get the chance to warm up pre-swim and they can run into the ocean. Obviously, if they've got there a few days before as well, they can practice their swim starts just to work out where the best position is and how far they need to do that run before they go into dolphin dives. So we have our men underway. They're heading out to the first turn buoy, and we will catch up with the rest of the action on the swim when we come back after this break.
Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Western Australia, and the men are off, and we can see the swim separated there a little bit, but now looks like, Laura, it's kind of, one kind of V at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely choppy out there, though. You could get the
Yeah.
overhead views. You could see the boats bouncing around, and even like now, the view from the water, there's definitely a fair bit of chop, which means that the athletes might need to have a bit of a higher turnover or bit of a get their arms higher out the water to make sure they avoid the waves as they're coming up to that first left-hand turn buoy, and they're going to head under the jetty, heading back to the beach. Quick shot there was the women, but there's the turn buoy.
And that's what we want to see there is that that turn and kind of that brutality there. And we have that cap. It looks like, you're going to confirm for me, but I believe that is Dubrick. Pushing that pace there. We got a green cap chasing. Look at that absolute washing machine.
I think that's Jamie Riddle,
Is that
actually,
Riddle?
in the purple cap. The other one would be Caleb Noble, but I think that's likely to be Riddle in the purple cap leading the way.
That is the definition of a washing machine. Obviously, the course and the Geograph Bay is providing just gnarly conditions right now, but also those athletes going around that corner. That is as bad as it gets. And Laura, tell us about how, like, swimming as hard as you can to start a 3.5, 4 hour race for these elite professionals is challenging enough. Why is it so much harder when it's that rough and you're getting beat up and Riddle's like, hey, is anybody coming with me?
Did you see that? Yeah,
backstroke.
Just putting the guy in the lead, like just turning onto his back just to see who was on his feet, which is likely to be Mark Dubrick on his feet in that green cap. Yeah, I mean, when it's just so much more effort when it's chopped like this, particularly if you are not a strong swimmer. So, in that smooth, flat conditions, sort of swimming pool, like those weaker swimmers or not as strong swimmers might be able to jump on the back of their feet. It's a lot harder when it is chop. It's a lot more effort to keep your turnover, to get your arms out the water, to get that catch in the water as the water's moving around all over, and you're getting bounced all over the place. You just can't breathe. No, and you just can't,
somebody's hitting you and you're getting a mouthful of water, and so you're already fully anaerobic. And there we go. The women are off and in. We can see the tactics look like more of the women all kind of going in that left zone. Less numbers, so not as much risk of getting piled up, but still see some athletes choose kind of that right side. And Laura, as we were talking about, the smart athlete, when I have athletes that are going out and doing a race that's a beach start, they'll actually have them walk around for like 20 minutes to see how the sand changes. And we can see the smart athletes that really want to take advantage really know where the undulations begin.
Yeah, that's right. Like practicing that run-in the days before, or even the morning if you get a chance to go in, is definitely key. I think the other thing, when you get conditions like this with a lot of chop, this is where, if it depends what side of breathing you are used to, and this is where all those triathletes who probably hate their swim coaches that tell them to practice breathing on both sides, so breathe to the left and breathe to the right, this is where it comes into benefit. Because if you breathe to the right, like I prefer to do, when you are going to turn, when these athletes are going to turn left, they're going to have that swell coming straight into their face, straight into their mouth. So if you're okay with breathing to the other side, so you can protect your face, protect your breathing, have a bit more breathing, not swallow as much water, that definitely helps. So yeah, kids practice your breathing on both sides.
And I think it's important because this is kind of a pet peeve of mine. A lot of coaches or people are told to breathe every third stroke. And that's great in practice so that you learn to breathe on both sides, but you should learn how to breathe efficiently on both sides so you can breathe every stroke on the left and every stroke on the right. Because as we were just talking about, swimming is...
I'm all about getting as much oxygen in as
possible. It's the only
yeah.
sport that we do where you're forced to hold your breath, and to limit it even a little bit more is a challenge. But as you said, if you're breathing left and the wave's on you, you can go to the right and get that kind of open air. And sometimes if you're breathing the other side, it's actually, when it's choppy, you're more efficient at not getting water in because of kind of the gaps that those waves will make. If you can breathe effectively on the right side, it's actually easier to not get interrupted in your breath.
That's it. And obviously, like me being such a good swimmer and swimmer expert.
That's what I was going to say, yeah.
I can comment on this. Like, that bilateral breathing that you do, great to do in the pool as those drills. Like, it really does balance your stroke, and you can see where you do have an imbalance. But with you, practice breathing every stroke on the left, every stroke on the right, so you can be comfortable. Obviously, we're all going to have a preference, but you can be comfortable and change if you need to. And also, these sort of conditions is also where you go into that hypoxic work of like holding your breath underwater or holding your breath for breathing every 5, breathing every 7, because if you get a mouthful of water or like going around that turn buoy, it's just a washing machine. If you don't panic, you can hold your breath a bit longer, take a breath and carry on your swimming, and it doesn't disrupt it too much.
Yeah, for sure. And as we can see on screen now, it's starting to separate a little bit. We have 2 athletes a little behind that front of the group, but taking that shorter line in left. And then we can see athletes heading into that turn buoy now, but we're going to take a quick break and get right back at it.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Western Australia Asia Pacific Championship. It is brought to you by Roka, Find Faster with Roka, and by VinFast, Boundless Together.
And here we are back at our swim down in, a one-lap swim down in Geography Bay, or Geograph Bay, I should say. Men are 10 minutes in, women started 5 minutes behind as they have gone around that first turn buoy and now going parallel to the shore. I think this is the women, and I believe that would be Lottie Wilms in the pink cap in the lead. And I would imagine that's Teresa Adam in the green cap on her feet. So 2 of the fastest, our best swimmers in the sport leading out this race so far.
Yeah, and definitely spreading things out, and that experience of swimming maybe in these conditions. I know Lottie spent a lot of time practicing this craft. It really is a craft. And we're back to that men's front of the race. And again, it looks like that swim leader at this point is Caleb Noble, who has been so far today, and it looked like Mark Dubrick from the United States behind him, and again, really pushing this. And
I'm going to say it's Jamie Riddle.
Is it Jamie Riddle?
But I'm not sure. I think he's more likely to be the... It could be. I mean, Caleb's a good swimmer. They're both in purple caps.
Yep.
I think it would be Jamie Riddle with Mark Dubrick on his feet.
Almost on his feet.
Yeah, almost on his feet. He needs to, a couple of strong strokes to get back there.
No, but you're right. That is not Riddle there. So yeah, those athletes spreading out. And again, this race and this course, we thought it would be pretty tight as far as the swim goes, and it still will be. But this will be a significant gap for these two athletes, at least for the main contenders in this race. There's certainly going to be more athletes, ones and twos on there. But if it ends up not being a huge gap, there will be a lot of energy spent to have had that effort to get there. So when they get in transition and the bike starts and those athletes on the front put the effort in, it will then it'll stretch out and the elastic will snap. So regardless of whether or not these gaps are huge right at the swim exit, this will impact the early sections of the bike, no doubt.
Yeah, that's right. And Riddle just taking the opportunity, I should say, to look behind him to see who's there on his feet. We said he's got a couple of athletes. There's one just coming up now alongside Mark Dubrick, and looking back, trying to spot those other swim caps. Now, the other thing about when the water's this choppy is that often you go to do a stroke and then the water kind of disappears underneath you as you come off the top of a wave and stuff. So it really can be disruptive to your stroke and to your rhythm. You can see the athletes sort of getting bounced around all over the place.
Yeah, we can see the athletes there.
There's Gregory Barnaby just sitting in 4th position.
That silver-capped athlete saw Mark Dubrick letting the gap open to Riddle, so he put a significant effort. If you're going around Mark Dubrick at that pace, you are swimming fast. So that athlete in that silver cap wants to make sure he doesn't lose the feet of Riddle, or gets back on the feet rather of Riddle. And then, as you said, Barnaby in a great position. Not surprising to see him at the front, but to be 4th in these conditions right now with the caliber of swimmers in this field, I am impressed by.
Yeah, that's right. And Mark will be quite happy if that athlete's come round and hopefully can bridge back up, can pull him back up to being in touch with Riddle at the front. Jamie Riddle from South Africa, he's got a short course background. He raced at the Olympics in Paris this year, and then he's been moving up, doing a few of the longer distances. He raced at 70.3 Melbourne a couple of weeks ago, and I think led out the swim and led for a lot of the bike. Unfortunately had a DNF in that race, so I'm sure we'll be wanting to sort of get a finish on his first 70.3 distance.
Again, and I just want to continue to nail this down for people that haven't necessarily maybe watched many of these races live, and we can see Riddle still looking over his shoulder to see what he's doing to the group. Not much reason to be doing that, but back on my point, and maybe it is actually that we have a turn buoy. He's going to see if he needs to put another effort in to break things up. But what I was going to say is this swim course is as rough as it gets for a 70.3. Yep. This is as hard as it gets. So not only do these athletes have to try to race the best athletes in the world, they have to deal with these conditions, and there's so many athletes that have specific ability by practicing in these conditions that will compensate maybe for athletes that just maybe are stronger swimmers. Like Mark Dubrick is actually struggling a little bit here because he's not someone that's spent his whole life swimming ocean.
I would say it definitely favors the Australian athletes.
Yep.
I'm saying that stereotypically in sweeping statement. The Australian athletes tend to grow up swimming in the surf. The European athletes, not so much.
Yeah, and it's a culture in Australia.
Yeah.
I went down there and trained for a few months years ago, and the kids I was swimming with, I was a professional athlete. I was swimming with like 12-year-olds that were swimming under the table because they were doing surf lifesaving, and they'd spend 4 days a week in the pool swimming long course, and then 2 days a week out in the ocean in as rough conditions as possible.
I mean, yeah, I started my triathlon as a complete beginner in Sydney, Australia, and we obviously had the swim sessions at the pool, but 2-3 times a week, we'd be down at Bondi Beach. It was a hard life, swimming in the ocean. And I certainly miss, I'm not the best swimmer, but I certainly miss having that opportunity now of having that just regular chance of 2 or 3 times a week swimming in the surf, swimming in the conditions, whatever they are. I must say, if it got really big, we would swim with some open water swimmers who loved the bigger waves, and they would wave surf down. I would at that point go and have coffee
Yeah,
and
totally.
have an early breakfast. But yeah.
A great overhead shot of the group being spread out, single file, and not surprisingly so, again, in these conditions. And for athletes that were out here and did the right thing, came out a week in advance, wanted to make sure they had the experience of the conditions. Maybe a little surprised this morning because it's been very, very calm all week, and to wake up and see these conditions, again, just shows that you have to be ready for anything that comes at you.
Although obviously we're covering the 70.3 with the pros today, and we've got an age group race over this distance. There's also an age group race over the full distance. So I've got a little bit of a heart going out to those age group athletes who are having to go twice the swim distance in these conditions, as we had, again, that overhead shot of the women's race. So our women's leader is Lottie Wilms, Teresa Adams from New Zealand on her feet, and they've got a little bit of a gap over the rest of the women's field. No huge surprise there. They are 2 incredibly strong swimmers as we come back to one of the chase groups of the men. So it looks like Jamie Riddle has now been caught.
Yeah, it's the front of the race.
So that the guy in the silver cap, apologies, we can't quite get a name on him at the moment. He's pulled up the Mark Dubrick, Gregory Barnaby, and another swimmer, so they are back together.
Yeah, and you can see how quickly it changes in these conditions, because that silver-capped athlete was in the lead.
And now Jamie Riddle just sort of
And Riddle
changed
is,
gear.
I think he's kind
he's
of
playing with them.
Yeah, he's kind of a cat amongst the mice a little bit here. Like, we saw how many times he was looking over his shoulder, swimming backstroke. He certainly looks like he doesn't want to get away on his own on the bike, but he wants to, maybe have a certain size group that he's with. So he's okay maybe slowing the pace a little bit, or letting these athletes catch, but then getting right back to it when he wants to.
You're right. It would certainly seem from that change of pace and he dropped back and was very much in that front of the group, to now sort of accelerated, that he's obviously, doesn't want to necessarily get away on the bike, because he would have been able to gap these guys, I think, pretty easily from the way it looks like he's swimming. As we see now, again, Mark Dubrick going back into second place as the men are coming back along the shoreline. They've towards the exit and T1, as we get the women going out in the opposite direction.
Yeah, no, it's an awesome shot that we've got there. And it's, that type of effort, a lot of times people will call the swim, the warm-up for an Ironman or a 70.3, especially in the pro ranks. But when it's that off and on pace like they're seeing here, it's going to take a lot more energy out of these athletes than maybe we're used to. Usually you get out at a pace, you're swimming really hard for 300-400 meters, then you're hanging on, you're still swimming quite hard, but you're at one pace, you find kind of that threshold that you can maintain, where here it's like, no, Riddle's playing with them, and you're getting every other breath your mouth is full of water. Again, like you said, you're going up over one of the rollers, and your stroke comes right down on you, and your head goes underwater because you have no purchase on the water. So it's like, it's much harder on the system, as we see now Dubrick going by Riddle again. I don't know that I've seen this many lead changes in a 70.3 in a long time.
And just to update people, and I've just been well informed, so thank you very much. The silver cap, who we should have known, is Kenji Nina. He snuck away from us on the start list, being right at the bottom, but of course he will be up there at the front of the swim, coming from that short course background. So thank you for sending us that little bit of information from the ground, that it's Kenji Nina in that silver cap, mixing it up at the pace at the front.
Yeah, as you called it early in the race, that it would be a factor for sure. We can definitely still see it pretty clumped up in that main group, though. So, like, all this effort and, all this mix of pace in the front and lead changes, in the end, it doesn't look like they're actually getting much gap on the rest of the field. And I guess not too surprising that they're not getting that much of a gap, because they're playing around a little bit. Like, if Riddle was just up front, going as fast as he could swim this distance, it would be much more broken up.
Yeah, and the other thing I think we see when the conditions are like this, it's a lot harder to swim in a straight line necessarily, because you're getting that battering from the surf and you're getting pushed all over the place. And I think we saw then there's that sort of slight offset of the different groups as they're heading back parallel to the shore, back towards the jetty. You can obviously see there's a lead group of that 4 or 5 out in front, a couple of athletes on their own, and then a bigger chase pack a little bit further back. So yeah, we've got Mark Dubrick in the green cap, Jamie Riddle from South Africa in the purple cap. We had Kenji Nina and Gregory Barnaby were just sitting behind them as these two sort of, definitely play cat and mouse.
I want to know.
Each other.
I want to know what Mark Dubrick thought bubble is. Right? I don't think we could probably put it on the screen if we had the information behind it. But I imagine
I think
it's
we
like,
might have to put a few beeps or like
what is going
funny,
on over there? But yeah, we can see that group behind. We got one silver-capped athlete kind of in no man's land. They're in between these 5 athletes, I believe it still is, and then that main group, but very, very large group, which on this flat, fast course with all these out and backs really could have a large male front group for a period of time. I know there's a lot of gun cyclists in this race that won't be afraid to go to the front and go as hard as possible to maybe sacrifice to break it up. So we'll have some action, but there's going to be a lot of movement early on.
Yeah, and like the bike course that it is, you know, as the athletes, we see them take the final turn and they head back in towards the shoreline. With it being so flat, there are about 5 180-degree turns, but it is out and back. The athletes are going to get good sighting on where everyone else is. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of hard riding. Flat and fast does not necessarily make it easy for the riders because it's sort of full gas from the start, and they're on the aero bars.
Yeah, full gas on the full gas bike course.
Yeah.
And you know what's going to be interesting is this group of 5, I believe 5 or 6, it looks like at the front is going to have. Looks like maybe 40 seconds on a couple chasers, and then I'd say around a minute on that chase group, maybe 75 seconds, is whether or not they get on the pace and there's somebody in this group of 5 that wants to make a name and really put an effort in, because that is a big group, and it might be closer to 90 seconds looking at it right now. But if they stay on that pace, they might be able to stay away long enough that the group and kind of the dynamic will be established from that large group ahead, and you might, or behind, and might see 1s and 2s come across, and then it could change the dynamics of this race, and at least they can settle into their pace before that group catches and be less likely to get dropped early, as we see these athletes, Riddle and Dubrick, dolphin dive in high step. Dubrick wants that first out of the water bonus, so he's going to run across that timing mat, and then so it's going to be Mark Dubrick first out of the water after Jamie Riddle led for most of the day, kind of messing around a little bit with some of the pace setting early.
I think Jamie would be a bit gutted. I don't know, maybe he doesn't have a bonus for first out of the water. A lot of athletes have, a lot of those good swimmers have a bonus from their sponsors for being first out of the water. So yeah, Mark Dubrick certainly took advantage of that. I think also this front pack of 5, with there being a smaller group of them, it's easier for them to get their spacing on the road, on the flat course, whereas we saw that chase group was pretty much the whole field. It's going to be really difficult for them to kind of get their 12 meters, make sure they're all sat at the right distance. We have got Race Ranger on course today, which obviously will help the athletes with the lights, as we see Gregory Barnaby. That blue cap running into transition, as then the rest of that's a Jake Birtwhistle in the pink cap coming out there, moving up from the short course distance as well, but from Australia, so he'll feel very much at home, I'd have thought, being in that open water swim. Matthias Peterson, another pink cap coming out just then, as we see this is just the rest of the field, a long line of these male athletes all coming up into T1.
Yeah, no, big line, and you know, a lot of the masses of that group that we saw having come under that banner already. You did a great job calling those names as we saw those caps coming through. But certainly, most of the big players are coming out and rolling out through transition. Again, kind of a long run. We can see the leaders, at least 4 of the top 5 at the very top of that transition. This great overhead shot. They're going to take a left-hand corner here and go on this special pro transition area with the carpet. And we can see these athletes doing the best they can to be as quick and efficient. They'll take the swim skin on, step out of that swim skin, put that helmet on at the same time. It's kind of a pat the head, rub the belly situation here, and who can be the most efficient. We see
Kinjanina
Kinjanina, one of the first ones out. We had
it's that
Dubrick.
short course transition times.
Yep, we had Dubrick already in front. There's Dubrick going in line here. Great follow shot from one of our cameramen there. So here's the top 3, now 4 athletes. That is Barnaby in 4th place getting onto the bike. So seamless, this group of 5. Nobody, usually you'll see 1 or 2 of a front group like this get lost or left behind in transition, and not this time.
Yeah, that's right. So that's our lead group of 5 away, I should say, and they're hoping to be keeping a gap. That swim time coming through from Mark Dubrick was 25:55 minutes, so a little bit slower than predicted. That's no real surprise with the conditions. Kenji Nina was actually coming out in second, 25:57. Jamie Riddle, 25:58.
And that's
59.
actually inclusive of T1 as
T1,
well.
sorry, yes, that is.
So
My
we'll
apologies.
probably have back time on the swim also. But I do think that it was a slower swim than probably expected. Janina with the no hands early.
On a TT.
On a TT bike. Do not try this at home. I certainly wouldn't try that anywhere. Yeah, impressed by that as we see the athletes line up and starting to establish where that 12-meter distance is. So we're going to see probably more lights early from that race ranger as the race gets started, as these athletes, are clipping into their, putting their shoes on that are already clipped into their pedals, going around roundabouts, that sort of thing. Sometimes we'll get a concertina type effect, but we'll see them straighten out here pretty shortly. But, we had Jake Birtwhistle was 47 seconds back in that chase group, again, through transition. Then we had Reese Harris, Nick Thompson under a minute back. So I think that's one to look out for, is if Nick Thompson is going to be one of the athletes that has the ability to bridge up. I guarantee you he will not wait around to see who else is coming along, as well as Matthias Peterson right behind him. So and that's at 75 seconds for Matthias Peterson. So kind of around what we thought. And here, Laura, we see the lead of the women's race with Lottie Wilms still in that washing machine.
Yeah, and she's just tucked in now in second behind Theresa Adams, so that lead change. And then we've got an athlete, again, one of our silver-capped athletes, which could be doing a little bit of analysis, but they've got a fairly significant gap off the rest on the rest of the women there.
It's huge, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a very, very big gap. I mean, a gap bigger from this front group to any chasers than the lead men were to that main group. So it's going to be probably 90 seconds at minimum to the next group of chasers.
Yeah, that's right. So again, 2 of our best swimmers in the sport, Theresa Adam, is so, in previous races, we're so used to seeing her at the front. She's had a struggle the last couple of years, so it's great to see her back racing and really leading the way. Lottie Wilms, one of the best swimmers in the sport, has swum with the likes of Lucy Charles at 70.3 world champs before as well. So no surprise really to see these women out in front. But yeah, huge gap to the rest of the field if we're going to get keep thinking we're going to get a panned back view.
Yeah, they're just not there.
They're just, nothing there. But there's 4 women there, and
you ask and you shall receive.
That's right. Yeah.
Still couldn't see it, but yeah, great pace being set by Theresa Adams with Lottie Wilms right there. We can see going around this final turn buoy as well.
Yeah, you can still just see how choppy it is. Like, just trying to sight the women in the water, like where there's a splash from the actual athletes swimming and what's just a wave breaking, especially as they get close to the shore. And again, much like the swim start, we're saying, like, practicing that running in, it's a good idea to practice the swim exit as well, so that you know how far you're gonna, or how much you've got a dolphin dive, or when you're gonna be able to get up and do that high knee run as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you can see the water kind of slips a little bit. You can see the athlete's stroke almost slip because they've got that current or the swell behind them, so they lose a little bit of purchase with the water. And I think we might have had a shot of some late male swimmers, and this is now what we're seeing is the front of the women's race, so not that big of a gap to those athletes behind, probably 45 seconds to a minute of a group of, that looks like 8 to 10 But here's our front two women, and some bike power with these two women. So unlike with the men's race, we'll expect to see a lot of the action come together. Marked okay in Geograph Bay, our cameraman. But those two women do have the ability to separate themselves from the rest of this race and maybe make the race you know, more bike intensive by being separate off the start.
As our two leaders hit the water, and you can see where they've come into the beach, they've actually got to run back across through the waters to come out at the right exit. So that is the turnaround, I think, for the full distance, where athletes are going to do an Aussie exit, and our two leaders just sighted off the wrong part, so you had to see them running along the beach. And that's why I was going to point back before you had that view of that you could see the different lines as people were heading to the right or the left. Also, like with an ocean swim, you've got all the current, so you have to be able to read the surf. It might have been quicker for those athletes to come in on the left and then run across the beach because of my mind's gone black, the rip and the tide coming in.
Watching the way the waves were coming through, I think that's it. It's just quicker to run across than to try to swim.
That was Marta Sanchez. Sorry, coming out in that silver cap.
Yeah. Coming through some of our men's field still here. But we could see Lottie Wilms came through in a swim time of 26:17 with Teresa Adams same time as well. And here we go. We got the first out of the water split from Wahoo Element Rival is 26:17 while we were on that woman, Lottie Wilms, running through transition. Again, it was Teresa Adams right behind her, Marta Sanchez at 26:39, so not too far off. Rochelle Hill at 26:47, Valerie Bartholomew at 26:54, and Louisa Pratt at 26:57. So much tighter than we originally had thought from that separation. So the top 6 women within 40 seconds.
Yeah, and you see some of those women, it just shows how fast the women is with a 5-minute gap. They'd caught some of the back of the age group men. That's Valerie Bartholomew going under the arch there as well. I think. And
Hannah Berry just came out as well in 27:33. So
that's a great swim for Hannah.
Just 36 seconds behind 6th place, and within a minute, minute and 15 of the front of the race with Grace Alexander, 27:54.
The female I'm interested to see in that group was Rochelle Hill. Again, fairly new to the middle distance. She finished 2nd at Noosa Triathlon just a couple of weeks ago behind Ashley Gentle. And she's mainly from that Olympic short distance racing. So I'm really intrigued to see how she goes over the long distance, but kind of no surprise to see her up there at the start in the swim, but will be interesting to see how she goes on this fast bike course over the 90 kilometers.
There we go. As we see Lotta Wilms putting that helmet on and getting her bike out of the rack and doing the best that she can to make sure nothing falls off that bike in the meantime. This is the challenge of going through transition sometimes.
And having everybody watching you. That was quite close spectators there over the other side of the fence.
Yeah, a little pressure there, but she looks calm and smooth, and looks like she's gotten a bit of a gap in transition 1. We're still looking for Teresa Adams.
That was Teresa Adams. Confusingly, they both raced for the same team, so have the same race kit.
Yeah, so Teresa Adams is second, 10 seconds back.
But that was Teresa on screen coming out then.
There we go.
But so Teresa and Lottie will have a similar green race suit on, just to confuse us at the front. Both racing for the same team, as we see Marta Sanchez now coming out onto the course. As these guys head out onto the full gas 1-lap bike course. So flat and fast here at Bustleton, but they have got 5 180-degree turns to navigate, but lots of opportunity to see where your competitors are, as we see our lead female, which I'm going to say it's Teresa, but it could be Lottie until we get the numbers up on the side.
Yeah, it's hard to say. First out of transition was Lotta Wilms. So unless there was an early move there, Teresa would be one to make that early move. Wouldn't be surprised. Very, very, very strong cyclist. Grace Tech was able to come out of the water in 10th place at 28:43. So top 10 in the women's field, separated by about 2.5 minutes. As we look at some of our chasers and some of our male chasers coming out of transition and getting ready to hit the bike course here in Bustleton. A lot more action to go here as we're just about 5 kilometers into the race for the men and just the start for the women.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
This is where I wanna be.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3, Western Australia, the Asia Pacific Championships here in Bustleton. Great overhead shot of our transition area that's going to house their 70.3 athletes and the Ironman athletes out here racing in Bustleton as we're back. Looks like on the front of the men's field with this group of 5 right now trying to spread themselves out or stay away from this main chasing group as long as possible. As well as Barnaby really in the driver's seat right now as far as the Pro Series go. You know, if you look at him versus Hogenhog, they're in a tight race. So Barnaby's going to be one of these athletes that is really going to be pushing from the very beginning. And as we saw, that was Mark Dubrick that we just went by. We can see their Morton transition times. Top 3 fastest males through T1 as Matt Burton, 138. Scott Farrington, 139. And Osoro in 140.
Yeah, all pretty quick, all pretty fast times for those men as we are with our leader, that is Jamie Riddle at the front of the men's race, leading that group of 5, who we've got one of the chasers trying to get back or trying to break away and bridge up to that group of 5 at the front. We'll get the number on the side. That's Jake Birtwhistle.
Yeah.
Of course it is. Yeah.
There you go. Always they're keeping us on our toes all day long here. Yeah, no surprise. Again, as you said, you know, pretty new on the 70.3 distance side of things, but every athlete that was lining up in this male field was expecting something impressive out of this athlete, or at least an athlete they certainly had to keep an eye on. He's probably one they're thinking could win this race, or, you know, realize 70.3 is harder than he thinks.
Yeah, and he's not used to being a time trial bike. He's raced the Noosa Triathlon a fair amount, and that's a Olympic distance, but it's non-drafting and has had great success there. Exactly. So he'll be used to being in a time trial position, whether he's used to it being in it for the 90 kilometers or not, we'll see. But he was doing his best effort to try and bridge up to this leading group of 5 that we are seeing here. Jamie Riddle, Mark Dubrick, Kinjanina, Gregory Barnaby, and our 5th athlete as well.
There we go, and it's a little chaser. It looks like he was actually chasing to get back onto this group here. So that is, looks like that group of 5 with the chaser coming back to them.
Yeah, Cameron Main. Apologies, Cameron. He was our 5th athlete through in that group as the men are through the 10K. So yeah, Jamie Riddle, threw in just under 40 minutes for the total with the swim and through 10K. So Jamie Riddle, Mark Dubrick, Kenji Nina, Gregory Barnaby, and Cameron Main with Jake Birtwhistle just trying to jump on to the back of that pack.
Yeah, and again, it's that athlete I was expecting to see be one that could possibly bridge up. That, again, second best mustache on the program today. Nick Thompson was 60 seconds behind.
I think we should throw that out to the audience. I'm sorry we don't have the comments anymore on the screen.
We all know that.
I think we should have a vote. Can we put a vote up for that? Who's voting on the best mustache?
I actually met Nick Thompson in Cairns, and his mustache actually shed a tear when it met mine. So there's that. But anyways, he has moved himself up 20 seconds to this group. We can see great aerodynamic setup from our leader there, getting all his hydration and closing off some of that quote-unquote dirty air. And we could see where they're racing by the gear ratio that these athletes have on their bikes. Western Australia, very flat, so huge front chainring from this athlete and a very, very tiny rear cassette. We call that a corn cob cassette in the U.S., and that means they don't need a lot of variety in what kind of gear range they need. Yeah.
So would they just have one chain ring at the front then? They'll just have that big chain ring. They won't have a second one?
I couldn't really tell, but it looked like he was on a one-by setup because you don't need two in that setup. And, you know, the one-by is very efficient these days. We saw a lot of athletes even in Kona on a one-by. But on this course specifically with that one-by, you would have that rear cassette does not have much of a
so
change.
explain the difference.
Yeah, and we can see just real quick, that's Mark Dubrick on the left side of the screen in that aerodynamic position, and it looks like still a lot of Wilms on the right-hand side of our screen in the lead of the race. And yeah, the difference there is that the more gear changes or the bigger that rear cassette is, the more range they will have for different conditions of climbing. So you'll be able to have higher RPM at a similar output. But on this course, you might have the biggest or the smallest cog in the back is probably a 10, and they might be as small as a 23 or a 25 in the rear as we see Kenji going around Mark Dubrick to try to tighten that gap up. And things are tightening up at the front of the women's race. Big mover in between the PWAG racers.
That's right.
And real quick, Laura, we see on screen our top three fastest female times from Martin, and that's Hill, Els Visser, and Marta Sanchez. And we see who that big mover is.
And I think that's Marta Sanchez that's gone straight to the front of the race ahead of Lottie Wilms and Teresa Adams. We will get a confirmation on that, but I think that's who it is. It is Marta Sanchez. So she's had some fantastic results over the full distance this year, winning Ironman South Africa. She was top 10 in Nice as well, and she is not hanging about at the front of this race, and we will catch up with more of the racing after this break.
Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3, Western Australia. The Asia Pacific Championship is brought to you by Full Gas. Real roads, real results. And by VinFast, Boundless Together. And they are bounding all over that course here early in Australia, just like the wallabies.
The kangaroos.
And the kangaroos. I had to get
Sorry,
a
it's a-
wallaby transition in here. But they're not messing around in the men's and women's field. We see, I'm very impressed and a little bit surprised by, as you said, Marta Sanchez having some great results over the Ironman distance. To see her in a shorter race go past the cycling powerhouses, really, at this point, of Lotta Wilms and Teresa Adam. That's a lot of effort it's going to take for Marta Sanchez to make that gap and to go straight to the front. And really, really great stuff from her. We were able to sit down and chat and catch up with Marta Sanchez leading up to the race. Let's see what Marta's up to.
Marta Sanchez Hernandez from Spain. Yes, it's my first time and I'm really enjoying it. I have to say, I expected to be more warm and hot, though, so actually it's been a really good welcoming. Yeah, I have to say I prefer more challenging bike courses, but for this time of the season, a flat course, it's gonna be much better. So it's been a completely unexpected year, so I have to say that what's coming from now, it's really like a bonus or like a gift. So for me, it's like the season is already done. I'm just trying to enjoy myself at the time here with my family and friends, and try to put not to put too much pressure on the last races of the season.
Are you here
Yeah, of course, I'm not here for holidays. It's a perfect spot for holidays, but I'm here to try to win, at least get the podium. Or the main goal is to get the spot for Marbella World Champs next year, that it's gonna be at my home. So definitely, I'm here for that. I think it's gonna be really special. So it's gonna be just after Kona that I'm already qualified. So first, I want to focus on this season, but I already have plan the next year, so I'm really, and it's end of 1st of November, so I think it's gonna be the perfect ending. Yes. Yeah, for next year definitely I wanted to go for the Ironman Pro Series, because this year I already did 3 Ironmans, but neither South Africa or Barcelona was on the Pro Series, so I feel that Ironman distance suits me, so for sure next year I'm gonna go for it.
And welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Western Australia Asia Pacific Championships. That was just catching up with Marta Sanchez, who leads our women's race. As she was saying, she's raced 3 full distances this year. Ironman South Africa, she won that. Ironman Barcelona just recently, actually only a couple of weeks after her 6th place at the Ironman World Championships in Nice. But she's not really featuring in the Pro Series this year because a couple of those Ironmans aren't in the Pro Series, but her goal for this race is definitely to get that World Championship slot for 2025, which is in Marbella in Spain, back in her home country. So yeah, that's what she said. She's not here for the holiday.
No, she certainly isn't, and she's proven it here early on the bike course. And again, if I had to pick 2 of the strongest cyclists in this field, it would be the 2 women that she's bridged up to and gone straight past, and Lotta Wilms and Teresa Adam. So very, very impressed by her riding. You know, saw great riding and running from her in Nice, but again, I'm pretty impressed by the early pace that she's set. And in 4th place through 10K is Rochelle Hill, as you spoke about earlier, 49 seconds back. Valerie Bartholomew in 5th place, 1 minute and 4 back. Louisa Pratt at 1:05 in 6th place. And haven't seen Hannah Berry yet, but she'll probably be up there before I stop talking or maybe not. But still, this group of 3 at the front now with about 45 seconds on the nearest chasers, as we can see kind of settling into this group dynamic. You see Teresa Adam sitting up to make sure she doesn't go inside of that draft zone, as we have an eye on those lights on the Race Ranger, as does Teresa Adam.
Yeah, so the Race Ranger on the bikes, so it's different colored lights indicate how far the rider is from the rider in front. So no light, that means you're further than 17 meters. That's a good place to be. But a solid orange light is that you're sitting between 14 and 17 meters. And a solid blue light is between 12 and 14 meters. If it goes from blue to red, that means you are within the draft zone and you have to make a pass. A little bit tricky to see whether it's orange or red. I think these women are sitting pretty well. As you can see, the men coming back on the other side as they go on and out and back. Checking in with our Roka weather, 62 degrees Fahrenheit, 16 degrees Celsius. It's overcast, clouds, a little bit, the wind is picking up a little bit, 15 kilometers an hour coming from the west, 83% humidity. So pretty nice day though out there for the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we could see a lot of opportunities for these athletes to see each other on these out and backs. We did see Hannah Berry go through at a minute 53 back at 10K. So she lost 20 seconds from transition. As we can see some more of that men's chase group on the right side. We did have unfortunate word from the course that Jonathan Samet is out with a crash on the bike course. And he is being transported to the hospital to be checked out. So we're gonna be thinking of him on early mishaps, and generally that's often when that happens, is when you're kind of chasing as hard as you can through usually city center, and you take your eyes off the prize for a second, and bad things will happen. It's happened to the best of us. So thoughts on course for Jonathan Samet.
That's right. And I'm just wondering with that, when we saw that weather with the wind picking up coming from the west, with this bike course, it is flat, but it does go through the forest and it is quite protected by trees. So I'm wondering if they will get that effect of that wind coming in from the west. Back with the men, it looks like Kinjanina is just being popped off the back of that lead group, or has been caught by some of the other gaps. He's also looks like he didn't do his tri-suit up.
Looks like he probably
might have a malfunction, I think, probably.
Yeah, probably a zipper malfunction that he, that was, now that we see that was most certainly why he was doing the no hands trick earlier in the bike race, trying to get himself all snugged up and aerodynamic. But also when it looks like these groups merged, so there's a few more athletes riding together than there were at first, and the athlete that is pushing that pace, no surprise here, Robert Callan, the big mover in the bike race in Kona, and a bunch of sub 4-hour bike rides for this athlete. We see Hogan Hogg in the back. That's Nick Thompson in front of him. So right now is Robert Callan through in first place through 20K. And then we had Jamie Riddle in second, Gregory Barnaby, then Mark Dubrick, then Cameron Main, and Jake Birtwhistle, and Nick Thompson, as we see last on screen, was him making a pass, and then Christian Hogenhag in 8th, and Kenji kind of being spit out of the back when those two groups were coming together. Another athlete that is getting distanced from that group as well, kind of surprisingly, is Matthias Peterson, and this is the frame of of Robert Callan, excuse me. Great human, had some great times catching up with him in Kona. Athlete that is doing his best to make his name in the sport, and he's doing a great job of it. As we said earlier, high up in the Pro Series, good result for him in Kona. Fell off a little bit after the bike ride, but you got to kind of get race experience in Kona. But this is an athlete that will be I'd be shocked if he doesn't ride under 2 hours, and so would he. And talking about these big chainring and small rear cassette, our cameraman heard me talking, and this is a one-by setup that Robert has with a very, very small rear cassette, and he's not going to use much of that rear cassette.
No, they're not going to be changing gears much on this course, maybe just in and out of the turns a little bit, so that's probably why they've gone that single one cassette chainring at the front and the cassette at the back. But yeah, going Robert Callan, he's not racing at the 70.3 World Champs, so this is his last opportunity to get some good points on the board for the Pro Series. He's currently in 8th place. He has got 2 70.3s already counting, but one of them is a relatively low score, 1,288 points. So he'll definitely be hoping to switch that out today and get some more points on the board to hopefully secure himself in that top 10 in the Pro Series, given that he's not got that opportunity to race come Topor in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, and worth saying that, it might be kind of obvious, but it is new. The Pro Series is new, so tactics were, the athletes are kind of realizing it as they go to a certain extent. But one reason to come here to Western Australia, if you're not an athlete that's, won or gotten on podiums in 70.3s, you might ask, hey, why are these athletes making this large trip down to Australia? But the faster the finish time, the less risk there is, even in a big field, right? So, like, these athletes, it doesn't really matter if Robert Callan gets 12th place. Sure, he'd want some prize money for getting all the way down here. But 12th place might only be 4 minutes off of first place. And when you're going to the Pro Series, you want to pick those races that, even if you think you might not have the ability to podium or have a very, very high result in the race, you have the ability to not lose as many points and, kind of tally that list up. And it looks like Robert Callan is separating this main group or that front group as he's pulled kind of the chase group up. You see Mark Dubrick looked like trying to hang on to the back of this group here. 4th position, we see him still well in contact. Nick Thompson, as I said, knew he'd make his way up there. He discards his water bottle and is in 5th place currently. And again, very, very gutsy athlete. And he puts himself out here. Every race I've seen him participate in, he goes all out. And I think this is just going to be another one of those races.
Yeah, as we see, if you look on the bottom of the screen as well, that's our profile of the course. So you can see the athletes are now entered into Tuart Forest. TA1 would be turnaround 1, so turnaround 2, 3, so that's 5 180 degrees turnaround on the course. You've got some distance mark as well, but it also gives the profile as well. Now, I would say another reason to come that the athletes travel down to the Southern Hemisphere to do this race is because I'm completely biased, having lived down in Australia and New Zealand. And I just think it's a beautiful part of the world. It's stunning courses. It's a completely different vibe of triathlon. You get those beaches. It's particularly at the end of the year for a lot of the Northern Hemisphere, it's a great opportunity to get back into the warmth and maybe have a bit of a holiday after the last couple of races. Yeah. So I would definitely say if you're looking for destination races, get yourself down to any of the races down in Australia or New Zealand. They're fantastic. They're just, stunning courses. So yeah, a bit biased on that one.
Yeah, no, absolutely beautiful courses and very well supported by the spectators and, just the communities down here as well. And, I've heard my whole career that I needed to get myself down there and race and was lucky to a time or two. And we see Hogan Hogg bridging a few gaps as athletes are getting spit out of the rear. As, no surprise, he said he hasn't had great legs after Kona hasn't gone how he necessarily wanted it to. And you would think of an athlete of his strengths that if anything, it might take him a little bit of time to warm up into the early section of this bike course, and he's kind of letting his legs come to him, or he's bleeding out of his ears and he's trying as hard as he can. He's just not able to keep up. But it does look, with this great shot from our cameraman, that he is well in control. You can see the soft lips and the gentle gaze. That's not an athlete that is really struggling to stay on the back of the group. But Christian Hogenhag,
into his eyes
Christian Hogenhag doing what he can to keep that gap tight. And Gregory Barnaby up in the front of this group, another athlete that was alongside Hogenhag in a battle late in the at the VinFast Ironman World Championships in Kona. Barnaby is here with his girlfriend Priorino, and we were able to catch up with them earlier in the week. And let's see what they had to say. I know they've been enjoying their time here in Western Australia.
It's an amazing place to train and to live. Yeah, very beautiful.
Yeah, we've been enjoying it. Yeah, it's been amazing. Yes, we checked out the course this morning and a really, really
pretty fast
course. Yeah. Yeah, pancake flat, so really fast course. I think it'll be really tough and incredibly fast race. Actually, yeah, I'm really well positioned in the Pro Series. Like, I think at the start of the season, I wasn't really thinking like in the general Pro Series. I was more like going into the race and performing my best. But yeah, now I'm 5th in the Pro Series classification, and I still need to get one score in. So yeah, a lot of potential to get even higher than that. So yeah, I'm here in Basselton to get that last score and hopefully secure my podium position.
Yeah, for me it's a bit different. I'm not battling for the points, so I'm just here, I'm really looking forward to do a 70.3 because I did a long season of full distance, so I'm so happy to do a short one, like at the end of the year. Maybe me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gregory is always so relaxed. Yeah, I'm jealous, but anyway, he relaxed me, too. So it's very, it's nice to be together, I think.
Yeah, it's a great part of managing to race, train, and travel together. I mean, it would be really difficult to do what we do if we were doing like different lives. So yeah, in May we're getting married next year. So
yeah, as they said, we are doing our honeymoon before. It's not true because it's work, work travel. So we are. In a beautiful place, but we are not in honeymoon yet.
Well, Gregory Barnaby doing his best David Hasselhoff.
It's definitely Baywatch.
I think he's doing a pretty good job of it. And note to self, if you're going to do the sport with your partner, make sure you have matching swimsuits.
It has to be a must.
His and hers.
Yeah.
It is. But those two are amazing. I've been able to spend a bit of time with them throughout the year at a few races, and they're just, as you can tell, they love what they're doing. Clearly love each other and are having a great time traveling the world together. Right now on screen is Lotta Wilms doing her best to stay at the front of this race course, and she's doing a pretty good job of it too.
Yeah, it looked like they had either a couple of other women had caught up with that group or they're catching up to the back of the men. I certainly saw the other green suit of Teresa Adam in that shot we just got quickly, and another couple of athletes as we go back to the men's race and the men's leader, Robert Callan from Sweden. No surprise to see that he's bridged up as the men have gone through that 20-kilometer mark on this course into the forest. So yeah, I'm not sure they'll be affected by too much wind in the forest at the moment. As we see, looks like it's coming up to one of the other.
Yeah, one of
the corner.
Yeah,
not out and back. Yeah, one of the
turns there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's great to be able to see that little side shot of Robert Callan as we see Marta Sanchez now riding in 3rd place behind Teresa Adam and Lotta Wilms. But he's when we go back to him, you'll see how incredibly smooth he is on the bike. He does not move around at all, and that's a lot of the reason why he's so efficient here. But really, really dynamic front of the women's race here as they're riding through some of the early male pros, or possibly some other athletes out there, but it is just our top 3 pro women here on the screen at the moment. We're going to get back after this quick commercial break.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Western Australia Asia Pacific Championships in Bustleton. We are with our women's leaders. That is Marta Sanchez in third place, Teresa Adam in second, and Lotta Wilms happy to be back in the lead, pushing the pace. And they are on a fast section, which most of this course is, but one of the straighter sections of the course. And yeah, riding well. And I'd imagine putting gap into the chasers still.
Yeah, the women are through the 20-kilometer marks now, so those three have a gap of about 1 minute 20 to Rochelle Hill, and then back to Valerie Bartholomew is 1:43 back, and Hannah Berry, there we see her for the first time at 1:47 back. So there's a smaller group from 6th through to 9th, 5th through to 9th, about 20 seconds back. Rochelle Hill in sort of no man's land in the middle, as these three women are sort of navigating some of the back of the pro men's field as well.
And there's Teresa Adam on screen.
Look at that helmet.
Yeah, looking good.
That's very cool.
She's still rocking the, as you said, she's won the New Zealand Time Trial Championship before as well, and representing her country there. Pretty cool paint job. Certainly in these international competitions, do so as much as possible. We see Marta Sanchez navigating her way through this course, as we have one of our male pros currently riding through the group. But Teresa Adams and Lotta Wilms doing a great job of making sure they're still pushing that pace. You did mention Hannah Berry in that chase group at 1:47 back, so she's actually pulled a little bit of time. Sometimes when you see these groups settle, like this front three had like a burst of energy when Marta Sanchez came and caught, but then once it settles, there's a little bit more looking over the shoulder type of thing. So you can see that Hannah Berry is able to push the pace and pull back a little bit, and you would expect her as a very, very good Ironman distance athlete take a little bit longer to warm up into the 70.3 distance, certainly on a course this flat and fast. So we'll see whether or not these times continue to come down as far as the gap to Hannah Berry goes.
Yeah, that's right. And if we could have a speech bubble into Teresa Adams' head, then I would probably think it was saying something like, "Please, could this male pro move out of our race?"
I don't
politely.
Yeah. I don't know if that's what she'd be saying. I think right now she's pretty content to sit on whoever's wheel is in front of her.
I don't know. It's pretty annoying as a female when you get look as this. You've got a male pro slotting in to the females race and one at the front. It's fairly frustrating as a female race.
And there we go. Marta Sanchez riding in third position at the front of the course, and yeah, doing a great job of it. And again, she's kind of in prime position, as you said. She's not, it's not surprising that at the front of these three is Lotta Wilms pushing the pace, because she has more to gain from getting time on the chasing athletes like a Hannah Berry and others that are in that pro series. So, if you think about tactics, these two athletes could be happy or content to quote unquote let Lotta Wilms set the pace.
Yeah, that's right.
She has more to lose.
Yeah, Teresa and Marta aren't highly featuring in the pro series, just not having sufficient races that count. So yeah, it's very much on Lotte Wilms, currently sitting in 6th place. She's also only got 3 races down in the pro series, so 3 Ironman races. So with Bustleton and then the World Championships in Topor, she's going to probably have a fairly significant jump up the rankings if all goes well for her in these next 2 races, as we see Sanchez trying to regain into the top 3 with those women going through the Tuart Forest here in Bustleton, Western Australia. Also keeping your eyes out for some wildlife. It's very well known for kangaroos to be on course or in the surrounding area as well. So yeah, a great place to race, as the women just trying to sort themselves out with that race ranger and the lights and keep the 3 of them together in the women's race.
Yeah, absolutely. Marta Sanchez doing a great job of that. And it's not easy to move around through a field, when you want to make sure you're keeping an advantage and moving as far forward into the field as possible and keeping your race tactics at the forefront of your mind and do so without putting yourself at risk for penalties. And she's doing so a great job of that, is Marta Sanchez. And I have a feeling she's going to be a name we're talking about a lot in the next few years. It seems like she's certainly moving her way up to the very, very front of the sport. And the more she does so, the more confident she's going to get, and the more ability ability to have top results, the more confident she gets. So excited to see what Marta Sanchez brings today and through the rest of her career.
Yeah, I think pretty unknown this year as an athlete, sort of not probably one of the big names in the women's side of the sport, but if you look at the results, I mean, 6th in Nice at the World Championships, it's an incredible result to have on your resume, plus then following that or backing that up with a win at Ironman Barcelona, and she started the year with Ironman South Africa win. She's definitely raced a couple of like the tougher, longer distance races, not as familiar, or we don't see her as often over the short course. But as we heard in that Fighting Chance video, she's here to obviously go for the win, but also get her slot for the 70.3 World Championships next year in Marbella in Spain. And test her legs at the back of the season off the back of those 2 Ironman races as well. So yeah, I agree with you. I think she's definitely a name we're going to see in the future, particularly over the long distance side of the sport.
Yeah, and through 20 kilometers in, we saw Grace Deck in 10th place. She's down to 3 minutes back, so she's losing. She's kind of one of our top names or top players that's losing a fair bit of time. I'm honestly kind of surprised to see her lose that kind of time this early in the course, especially being a minute separated from 9th place ahead of her. So she might not be quite on her best day at this point. But right now, the women's top 10 is Teresa Adam, Lotta Wilms, Marta Sanchez, Rochelle Hill, Louisa Pratt, Valerie Bartholomew, Hannah Berry, Grace Alexander, Chloe Hartnett, and Grace Tech.
And we have Lottie Wilms leading our race at the moment. We've got our 3 race leaders, the 2 PWAG team members, Wilms and Adams, with Marta Sanchez in that trio at the front of the race. They're sort of making good headway, working together. We'll find out how the rest of the women and the men are doing when we come back after this break.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Western Australia, the Asian Pacific Champs in Busselton. We are with on screen at the front of our women's race, but making moves on the men's side is Jake Birtwhistle, who's stepped up from the short distance racing into the middle distance, and we caught up with Jake Birtwhistle on a Fighting Chance pre-race.
I'm Jake Birtwhistle from Tasmania, Australia. Yeah, so I've been racing short course basically since I finished school. Over 10 years now of kind of doing that full time, the Olympic Games and a couple of Commonwealth Games medals. Yeah, finally it's kind of time to make the switch over to the longer distance racing. So yeah, really excited to be here for my third 70.3 now. Yeah, it's definitely different. So far things haven't been too dissimilar with the training at least. I spent a lot of time the last few months kind of self-coached as well, so that probably doesn't help. I only know what I know, I guess. But yeah, I've been really enjoying the training and kind of getting to get out on the race field and kind of do your own race. It's a really different dynamic than the short course, what I'm used to. So it's been a really nice change. Yeah, definitely going for the win here. Yeah, I always lining up trying to win the race, and I think I'm definitely capable of doing that again. So yeah, we'll see what happens come race day, but yeah, I think things have been going well, and I'm really excited to get out there. Obviously this weekend it's a step up from what I have done in the 70.3 world. It's a stronger field, and just the whole environment here, it's a much bigger vibe and an event and atmosphere. So yeah, I'm really excited to get out there on Sunday. So I just got in yesterday, so yeah, just kind of getting out a little bit this morning out on the bike course and having a bit of a look around. But yeah, it's a really great spot. Yeah, hopefully we have another great morning for it on Sunday, but yeah, I'm really excited to get out there and racing. Yeah, I think the course is going to be a really fast race. I looked at my Strava profile this morning from the ride, and the elevation was almost non-existent. So yeah, it's going to be definitely fast. I think I'll probably be chasing a little bit out of the water. I think there'll be a few guys that'll be doing all they can to get a bit of a gap on the rest of the field. So yeah, I'll be trying to just make sure I'm as close to that front of the race as possible, and then yeah, hopefully it comes down to a bit of a run race and I'm in the mix over the end. I think I'd always back myself in the back end of the run. Obviously in Melbourne it didn't quite go my way. I kind of came apart a little bit over the last 5 to 10K, but I think that was just some rookie errors on my part. Just didn't get the fueling right on the bike and kind of paid the price for that at the end. So yeah, I'm obviously looking to kind of change things up a little bit this week, and hopefully I can get things right. And yeah, if all goes to plan, I think I should be yeah, pretty hard to beat on the run. So obviously this will be the last race of the year for me. I didn't get a qualification in time for Taupo for the 70.3 Worlds, but yeah, so this will kind of finish me off, and then I'll yeah, get ready to start the season up in Geelong, I think, next year, and then yeah, kind of penciled in a few of the earlier season Ironman Pro Series races, or the 70.3s at least. I think I'll stick to that middle distance for at least the next 12 months, kind of try and get everything I can out of that, and get all the learnings I can from the half distance, and then yeah, maybe look at stepping up the following year. Going back a few years, Kona probably wasn't on my radar so much. It just, it's a long day. Even now I can hardly imagine racing for that long, but yeah, as I kind of I've spent a bit of time now dabbling in the half distance, I have to say I'm definitely a bit more motivated for the full, and yeah, with Kona on 2026, it gives me 12 months of kind of yeah, testing the water, I guess, a little bit over the 70.3 distance and kind of familiarising myself there before yeah, potentially stepping up to the full distance in 26.
Well, there we go with Jake Birtwhistle. Certainly gave us a lot to digest there. He's calling it kind of career 2.0 as he moves up from the short course racing to middle distance. This is only his third 70.3. He did win in 70.3 Tasmania back in last year and was second at 70.3 Melbourne just a couple of weeks ago. He does have a running background, which I think is why he's so excited if he's in the mix coming off the bike. He was an 11-time junior Aussie champion over the middle and long distance on the track. And then moving to triathlon, 16th at Tokyo Olympics. He didn't make the team in Paris, which I think is why you see him having a go to focus at the 70.3 for the next couple of years. He's second in the Commonwealth Games, and it looks like he is just being given maybe a warning just on yeah, just making sure he's got that spacing right. So that will be something that's pretty new to him in the longer distance of racing.
Yeah, we see Jake Birtwhistle riding well, riding smooth, and doing his best to maintain contact with that front group without getting too close. He's doing a pretty great job of it. The 2025 Ironman Europe, Middle East, and Africa race calendar is out. Whether you're taking the first step or building on what you've started, a transformative journey lies ahead. There's a destination, course, and a date that lines up perfectly with your goals. We guarantee you'll find it here.
Can't you see I've got the eyes of a champion, brighter than the rising sun. I'm the king of this mountain, standing on the top, looking down on you. This is my legacy. You can't hold me, gravity, 'cause I'm the king of this mountain. Look in the eyes of a champion. Can't you see I've got the eyes of a champion, brighter than the rising sun. I'm the king of this mountain, standing on the top, looking down on you. This is my legacy. You can't hold me, gravity, 'cause I'm the king of this mountain. Look in the eyes of a champion.
I'm the king.
And look at that schedule. Lots of great races to participate in, and to a lot of them to be able to watch and see the action. But yeah, awesome schedule. Looking forward to it next year.
Any of those races that if you were coming out of retirement or still racing, you'd have on your list?
You got me at coming out of retirement.
You said you'd race some of these races down in Australia, Oceania, and New Zealand. What did you do when you were?
Theoretically, yeah, I raced some local races. I don't want to get into, some bad things happen in careers, so I wasn't able to do what I was dreaming for and hoping for. But amazing community around triathlon here in the southern hemisphere, and Australia loves their triathlon, and it's great to be a part of it here today.
Yeah, as we get some shots of the age group athletes coming out of the water, having navigated that choppy swim. Feel for some of those athletes, particularly those who are tackling the full distance today. 2 laps of the course that our 70.3 athletes have done. As our pro men are probably about halfway through the bike course. Pro women started 5 minutes behind this morning. It was a beautiful morning, a little bit of wind, but an early start for our athletes. Started at 5:30 this morning as we see our age groupers coming out of the swim and about to start their bike.
There you go. And we have some splits through 28 kilometers now with our women's race. And we have those top 3 obviously separated just by a few seconds. Then Hannah Berry at 2 minutes, pushing the front of that chase group. At 2:06 behind her is Grace Alexander. Then it's Chloe Hartnett just behind, Valerie Bartholomew just behind her, and then Louisa Pratt and Rochelle Hill also in that group. Penny Slater now moving in to the top 10 at 3:37.
I'd say she's the big mover there as well as Hannah Berry pushing the pace. I think Penny Slater, knowing she's a fantastic rider, will be relishing this course. So I think she's probably going to be looking to bridge up to the back of that group as well, as we get these fantastic overhead aerial views. I think Bustleton is one of those courses. It's just got that iconic jetty and the buildings on the jetty, as we're back on course now with our women's lead, Marta Sanchez, F11, the lead 3 women. As Matt was saying, they're through 28.5 kilometers on the bike. Marta now looks like she's back in at the lead. These 3 are taking it in turns pretty well, moving, making sure they're keeping the distance as well.
And Teresa Adam playing the patience game. Again, we talked about tactics in races like this, and certainly if you're going to let other people set the pace, the first half of the bike ride is when you would want to do so. And often we'll see the cream rise to the top, kind of the last third of a 70.3 bike split. We'll see if Teresa Adam is saving some energy up for the end, or if this is her kind of pacing strategy throughout. But we've had a vision of her face and her, kind of demeanor. It does look like she's relaxed and not on the rivet, as they say. So look for good things for Teresa Adam, as they, again, have pretty good gap on chasing athletes from behind.
Yeah, and I'd say out of the 3 of these athletes, Teresa is probably, and I guess, again, I say relatively, the weaker of the 3 on the run. She's a very good runner, but often just has struggled, I think, to get back to her run after injury, as we see Teresa Adams, the supplemental stats on the bike at 28.5 kilometers brought to us by AG1. So that's a 1:31:36 estimated clock at the next split. She's traveling at approximately 42.34 kilometers an hour average speed. So that's the same for those front three women.
Again, we have our men have gone through 44 kilometers. That front group with Riddle, Dubrick, Callan, Thompson, Hogenhog, and Barnaby and Birtwhistle are all together within 8 seconds. And then 8th place, Matthias Peterson is 1:12 back with Ben Hamilton, 1:15, and Mike Phillips, 1:47.
And again, I think like we saw with Penny Slater bridging into that top 10 on the women, I think the move from Mike Phillips, he seems to be moving pretty fast, or the fastest on course at the moment, and moving into up 5 slots into that 10th position as well. As we're back with our male leaders on screen, the long line of those front athletes all spaced out using the Race Ranger.
Yeah, we can see that Callan in 4th position there. That's Dubrick in 3rd. We saw Hogenhog, I think, was in 6th or 5th there, and I believe that's Birtwhistle
in 2nd.
In 2nd. And our leader right now, I believe that is Riddle.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Which I often am, but I'm not right now.
No, I think you're right on that one. So they seem to be working together pretty well, rotating through, taking turn at the front. Obviously, you can still share the workload when you're in a pack like this, even with keeping it the drafting distance, having someone else lead, doing the work, and you can just sit at that correct distance behind. So if they are moving through and rotating through, it's quite good tactics by these front guys to try and get a bigger gap on the chasers behind, as long as you can back your run legs coming
absolutely.
off a group like this.
Yeah, and you can see within 12 kilometers, you know, they've made up 45 seconds on the group that was behind them. So it's impressive work from this group, and I think we're going to continue to see it extend, that gap extend and extend. Not a lot of huge bike powerhouses kind of in that group from behind, as we see one of our athletes making his way up the right-hand side. And, you know, when we were talking about kind of the drafting rules, you make a move, this is Hogenhog, couldn't see the red in front of him. You get closer within that 12 meters, you got to go by every single one of them because they're all riding at that legal distance. And I'm impressed. He still looks very, very calm and controlled. Even this effort, that's probably the hardest effort he's had to do so far today, outside of when he originally had to bridge up to that group. And he still looks very, very calm. You can see in his face, he's not stressing too much. He's not rocking side to side too much. See a little bit of movement, but in that very, very aerodynamic position, Christian Hogenhog is moving quite well.
Yeah, and we've seen him like break away off the front in races before. I know in some of the hillier races, Mallorca, he broke away off the front. So it always takes him a little bit longer out the water to catch up with that front pack. So I think he'll be pretty happy to catch up and then move to the front. And as you said, just looks so smooth, so aero, just very relaxed in that position as well. So yeah, I think he'll be pretty happy to now be back at the front of the race.
And he's actually looks like, he stretched it out a little bit with the momentum that he had going around all those athletes. You know, he's not going to put the brakes on when he comes back. So you can see now this elastic starting to stretch, whether or not that was him just going by the group and having that momentum go through, or if he's sitting in 7th being like, man, we're not going fast enough right now. I'm going too easy. I want to push that pace. Whatever that was, he has certainly change the dynamics in that front group. We see Nick Thompson really struggling as that Constantina effect. You know, the last person in that group is going to feel it more than anyone else. So right now he's just driving to get himself back close to that legal distance.
That's it, and you've really got to pay attention when something like that happens, when someone puts in that surge or moves to the front. If you're not completely switched on and kind of with half an eye up the road, then there is that opportunity that you do get sprung off the back, or that elastic does snap. So yeah, really is important. You've got to really be aware of what's happening up front, even if you're that one at the back. And like you said, that effect is so much amplified as it comes back to the back, and that sort of Constantina effect.
And then, as that said, we can see, out of that corner, Nick Thompson had enough momentum to be able to get a quick breath, but really starting to stretch out now. And again, Robert Callan being in 5th position behind Jake Birtwhistle. There's a gap that he needs to be able to bring back to be able to be in this group, and being probably, no doubt, the strongest cyclist in this field. That's saying a lot. So he might end up being what drops Birtwhistle from this group if he comes around. Right now, Mark Dubrick finding a little bit of challenge to stay as close as possible to Christian Hogenhaug and Jake Riddle. And we can see the VinFast performance analysis at 44 kilometers. Mark Dubrick on screen, 1:38.01 at 47 and 36 kilometers an hour. He is cruising, and right now going that fast and hanging on by the skin of his teeth.
So here's the thing, when you have a situation like this, now I could probably never do this tactically, but when you've got a group and you've got someone at the front and they've put a surge in, as a strong rider, so maybe like a Robert Callan who's sitting a bit further back in that group, would you consider letting that gap go, letting those front riders go away, knowing that you could then put a surge to get across and drop the riders behind you?
A tactic as old as time.
Yeah.
Done
exactly.
it. If I had a nickel for every time. So yeah, if you're in a group like that and you feel like there's maybe someone who's a very strong cyclist, or someone that maybe is a hanger-on or pack fodder that's not pulling their weight, if you can quote unquote pull them off of the momentum of that group, and Robert Callan knows generally he's going to be able to bridge that gap up if he needs to. You let that person sit in the wind as long as possible while they're struggling and not being able to bridge up, and then you hit them, that person's gone. They're never coming back. It is a risk, and it's a tactic, and often people think of triathlon and 70.3 racing as a time trial, and most people train as if it's a time trial. But if you've trained different aspects of your cycling to be able to have those moments where you can hit that VO2, you can use that as a card. Whether or not Robert Callan has that ability to go on and off, I'm not quite sure. With his ability to ride under 2 hours whenever he wants and to ride under 4 hours in Ironman distance, I assume he does. But the faster a race is, the harder it is to make those kind of moves. But looking at the big white clothed figure in the distance behind it is most likely Callan that is trying to come across now.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting just how big that gap's got just then. And it isn't like, I mean, you do say you'd imagine like with that sub 2 hour, sub 4 hour Ironman power, but sometimes I'm not saying this is the case with Robert Callan, because I agree with you. I think he probably has that ability to do it, but some of those, some athletes can just sit at those Ironman watts or 70.3 watts, but can't manage the surges. And that's where it does sort of sting the legs. But I think Robert Callan, the cyclist he is, it can do that. As we see though, that move by Christian Hogenhaug has taken Jamie Riddle with him, and they do seem to have got a bit of a gap. As we see back in our women's field, our two leaders, Teresa Adam and Lottie Wilms at the head. We did have Marta Sanchez with them. I'm assuming she's still there, although the cameraman, as he moves up, as these women make their way probably about halfway on the bike course now. Teresa Adam from New Zealand leading our women's race at the moment. There's Marta Sanchez in third. We will find out how the rest of the race unfolds after this break.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo. a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Pick a run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Western Australia Asia Pacific Championship, and it's brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. We've got Teresa Adam on screen, continuing to be consistent at the front of this race, as these three women are really starting to establish a gap that is clearly going to have an effect on the overall race. And let's not forget, this all came from a really fantastic swim in rough conditions by these three women, specifically the two in green, Teresa Adam and Lade Wilms, but Marta Sanchez having great ability to bridge up to those two.
Yeah, that's right. She really closed that gap in the first few kilometers of the ride, and these three have been together since then. They're slowly kind of creeping away from the rest of the field, which is being chased by, or they're being led by Hannah Berry. 2 minutes back, that was at the 28.5 kilometer mark. You can see along the bottom of the screen as well some of the splits that go further back throughout the field to see where the rest of the women are. Most of the women now through that 28.5 kilometer. I'd say the biggest mover that we had was Penny Slater. She's now up into the top 10, but she sits 3 minutes 37 seconds behind.
Yeah, but if you look at Majestage Nielsen, she's riding the same pace as Penny Slater and just a few seconds behind. And actually the fastest movers on course seems like Anna Bergsten, Els Visser, and Daniela Blemhel. They're at 3:52 for Daniela, and of course my tracker just went all over the place. And Anna Bergsten at 5:15 and then 5:17.
Yeah, as the women navigate that turn. But yeah, I think it's the first we've heard of those athletes. Daniela Blemhel, El Visser, very strong riders. We weren't going to see them near the front at the start coming out the water, but as the bike goes on, that's where we're going to see them coming through. And particularly, like you mentioned, Maya Stage Nelson, she's sitting third in the Pro Series, so this is kind of a big race for her to try and replace one of her other scores and get some more points to secure that top 10 or try and get that podium come the 70.3 World Champs in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, and considering it's a very, very flat and fast course and just over a third through by that split, that's not a lot of time. 3 minutes, certainly when it comes to 70.3 distance on the run is not a lot, as we see, again, things coming together a little bit in through that aid station, as we saw Lada Wilms make sure she got some hydration on board, and Teresa Adams slipping in right behind. And Lada Wilms had a great season so far. I know she had a few races, at least one specifically, Lake Placid, that wasn't all that she desired, but we can see as the results on screen, third place at Ironman Texas, third place in Geelong, and second place in Topah. As well in 2023, Topah result. She's doing well. And man, she, again, looks very, very contained in her effort. She's not overextending herself.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, also Lottie, she was 8th at the Ironman World Championships in Nice. And she's just been slowly, and she's 3rd at Texas, 2nd in Cairns this year. She's kind of, I don't know, she's got so many fantastic results, but she's sort of always goes under the radar. She's just one of those quiet athletes. She's just solid across the board. She gets on with the business, but she's always like, because of her strong swim, she's up near the front and she's just very strong on the bike and she's got a solid run. And she's coming away with some fantastic results over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and we didn't see that Cairns result on that list, but that's, again, one of the bigger results she's had this year. And it was a very, very impressive and well-fought result, and one that, you know, she wanted more. She thought she was capable of the win there, just was bettered by Hannah Berry. But yeah, I think well said. Sometimes consistency and being steady across 3 disciplines is just boring, and we don't pay attention to it. But the jack of all trades is the one that, or the Jill of all trades is the one that usually rises to the top. And you can see there, I'm going to assume a few things, but looking at them going through that aid station and after that turnaround, and then Teresa Adam going to the front, she saw that those bigger names that we were talking about that we're expecting to come through later were closer than she wanted them to be, or she could tell visually that they're making up time, and her then playing the game of tactics of whether or not, I'll let Lotta Wilms push the pace and I'll just kind of hang on. It's like, no, wait, now there's like 3 or 4 women that can run up to me and pass me. I need to do a little bit of this work. And we can see, with this expression on her face and just the effort that she made as she went past Lotta Wilms, she is now pushing the pace. And we've seen some more women go through the 44-kilometer mark. So Hannah Berry is 2 minutes behind this group of 3. Grace Alexander, 2:10 behind. Valerie Bartholomew at 2:54. Louisa Pratt, 2:56. Rochelle Hill, 2:58, and Chloe Hartnett at 2:59. So, and pretty soon we'll see those bigger names that we saw with Blemhill and some of the other athletes probably very quickly crossing that mat as well.
Yeah, it's interesting, like we were saying, that there's so many races within races, because earlier we were saying that actually out of these leading 3, it could be up to Lottie Wilms to do the driving work. She's the one in the Pro Series. She's got kind of the 2 races that she can add to her list. But at the same time, like, Marta wants to get that slot for 70.3 Worlds next year, but also Teresa Adam this is only the 2nd race she's been back in, not with her run not being where it used to be or not as strong. She's now wanting to get that distance, as you were saying, away from the rest of the competitors. And so actually, yeah, we'll want to push that pace when she saw they were a bit closer, as we see Lottie Wilms comes around now and moves to the front. So they do seem to be working pretty well. I would say Marta Sanchez is now sort of tucked in the back of the 3 and has stayed in that 3rd position and is letting Lottie Wilms and Teresa Adams exchange places and do the work at the front.
Yeah, and through that last 15 kilometers, actually, they didn't lose any times really to those chasers behind Maya Stage-Nielsen's at just under 4 minutes. 3:58, Penny Slater at 4 minutes, Danielle Blemhill just over 4 minutes, as is Grace Tech. So pretty close racing. There's still not a lot of time gap there. To me, Elsa Visser looks like she lost a little bit more time, so she's 4:43 behind, down in the 16th place. So that's just the one that kind of stands out to me. But as you said, Lotta Wilms has been consistent all year and is very consistent over the 3 disciplines. So if she's riding contained here, we have no doubt she's going to have a very, very strong run over the 70.3 distance as well. And we will see as they get closer to the end of the bike ride here in Bustleton after this commercial break.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
And welcome back to Busselton in Western Australia for the Ironman 70.3 Asia Pacific Championship, 70.3 Western Australia. We are with our leading women, and it's been these three for pretty much all of the bike, Lottie Wilms, Teresa Adam, and Marta Sanchez. We were talking just before the break about consistency, and you were talking about Els Visser, who might have lost a bit of time, but she is one of those athletes, women this year. She's raced so consistently. She's raced like 14, 15 races. I don't think she's beat, apart from unfortunately had a DNF in Nice, which has kind of put her out of contention in the pro series, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't think she's ever been like out of the top 5 in her races over the year. It's been pretty impressive racing.
Yeah, she was dealing with an injury going into Nice, so I'm hoping that's not something she's dealing with now. But we look now, her on Lotte Wilms, on the left side of the screen. And then on the right-hand side of the screen, we're going to have our men's lead group going around one of our turnarounds. And they've gone through 61.5 kilometers, and that's Robert Callan in the lead. And he's got Jamie Riddle, who is not really letting himself get out of that kind of top 3 in that group. In second place, Christian Hogenhag in third place, Nick Thompson in fourth, Mark Dubrick in fifth, Gregory Barnaby in 6th. And you know what? For once, we called it right. And Robert Callan 100% made a move to specifically drop Jake Birtwhistle because he didn't want to have to run against him. And then he's now, obviously, the question was he fast enough to bridge up to the front? He's like, yeah, then I'll go to the front and like actually be the one that makes that gap as big as possible. So Jake Birtwhistle now 42 seconds back. Not huge, but considering that all happened in the last 10 kilometers, he's most likely going to slide a fair bit back, but he's isolated and has to do so on his own. And we can tell that this group is working quite hard. It's hard for these athletes to stay in this group, as we see Gregory Barnaby rocking and rolling just a little bit. One of the big movers on course, and I love to see it. Had bad luck in Kona. Actually had a pretty severe allergic reaction to a jellyfish sting early in the swim or before the swim started. Matt Burton is moving through the field as actually looks like the front of this group, Laura, is getting blown apart. They went through kind of same time in 55 kilometers, and now through 61. Gaps are starting to appear. So we have 3 athletes, or right now it's just 2 athletes. It's only Jamie Riddle that's able to hang totally on Robert Callan's wheel. Then Christian Hogenhag is kind of just hanging there in third place. And then the big gaps were starting to get exposed there with Nick Thompson losing time, as well as Mark Dubrick, Gregory Barnaby, and as we said, Jake Birtwhistle now 1.5 minutes behind those athletes.
Yeah, and as we talk about Nick Thompson, who's up to 4th place and on screen now, the second best moustache, is it, in the broadcast? But we caught up with Nick Thompson before for a fighting chance, and we will catch up with what he had to say.
You can come on. Oh, yeah. Do you want to end up on the Ironman? Yeah. I suppose I am now a professional, or at least an elite amateur triathlete. Still do it for the enjoyment, but yeah, now there's a little path, tiny little path to somewhere bigger, and hopefully we can widen that path on the weekend down here, down the finishing chute again. Yeah, I mean, if like a home course advantage exists, I feel like this would be the place for me and all the other West Australian athletes. I've been out on the bike course so many times over the years, and I know, like, people say it's fast, but like once you get out there and you know where you get the speed, it's super enjoyable just to ride fast out there. And then once you get back into town and as a local athlete, everyone who gets around you, so, like, I guess out of all the races I've done in the last year and a half, don't really think anything compares to the run course we have along the beach here, past the Busselton jetty. So it's not just a half Ironman for me. It's everything, the race here, and yeah, exciting that it's a 70.3, because think it's my distance, and yeah, that home crowd is going to make us go even faster on Sunday, I think. I would have watched just my my old man race the first time I came down here in 2012. Yeah, still feels pretty epic coming down, and it's just so beautiful. Like, so easy to go out and ride or swim and run. It's just like super chill. Definitely worth coming and racing here. If you're thinking about it for the big Ironman next year, the Asia Pac Champs, it's a great course. So yeah, special one as well.
Welcome back to we've got Nick Thompson on screen. We just heard him off screen about his progression. He's certainly hoping that the race in Bustleton is a hometown or home advantage for all those athletes that are in WA, as he's just we've watched him switching his water bottles over. Smoothly done there.
Yeah, it's not easy. You got to, and you know, we do have the possibility for penalty if you litter inadvertently, certainly if you litter on purpose. So there is a little bit of pressure when you're moving those bottles from the front and back, and he does a great job of it. And he's doing a great job of trying to stay in contact with that group, because it is not an easy feat, especially if Robert Callan is the one pushing the pace at the front. We can see this great shot of him just towing away Christian Hogenhag and Riddle. But right now, it looks like actually there's 4 athletes still in that group. But Callan is going to break it up, and that's actually like going to be pretty impactful, possibly in the Pro Series, because he's pulling Christian Hogenhag away from Gregory Barnaby. I would say Barnaby maybe has the run legs to bridge a little bit of a gap to Hogenhag, but definitely a race within a race there.
Yeah, that's right. And I think it looked like Nick was, just clinging on the back of that. And definitely interesting to see, like you said, with Jake Birtwhistle having been shelved off the back, and excited to see, like, Jake is known, or was known in the short distance, for like being one of the best runners, one of the fastest runners. So kind of excited to see what he can do over the long distance. Obviously, he's pretty confident. He backs his run. I think he'll be pretty confident still with sort of a 90-second gap. But as you said, he is on his own, and so it depends how much he's going to take out of his legs being on his own, whereas the rest of these guys are all kind of tucked in and working together.
Yeah, and again, I did speak of kind of his grit and his fighting ability. Nick Thompson, he was 10 seconds behind that group of 3.
Yeah.
And then to bring himself back, he's riding toe-to-toe against Robert Callan. And you look at the size of those 2 athletes and, the type of cyclists they are, that is going to be a big match. But I wonder if Robert Callan is this dogfight out on course. Everybody's okay. Everybody's okay. Marta's safe. But if you're going against Robert Callan, that is quite a challenge. But it did look like maybe he's slowing off the pace a little bit inadvertently, or he's fatiguing, maybe going into a windy section, whatever it is. Yeah. But it does know it's, there is a group that is bridging up. If we look behind Nick Thompson, it looked like they were getting a fair bit closer to the front of this group.
Yeah, and I mean, they could easily be kind of backing up. You talk about flat, fast bike courses, and people think they are easier, and I say in quotation marks, but like, you're not getting up out of aero position, and if you're not trained to hold that position, it's super, super tough, as we see Mark Dubrick here on screen. And the only opportunity these athletes are getting up is at those turnaround points, those 5 180-degree turns.
Yeah, that's the benefit of those turns, is those turnarounds, those 180s, as you can see, as we saw on the right-hand side of the screen. It's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. At times it gives you hope, and then at times it's kind of the nail in the coffin of your hope as well. So we don't know what side of the coin Dubrick's on right now, but he's still fighting. And again, I do think these 2 athletes are bridging back to the front. So that is pretty huge, and a little surprising to me that Robert Callan is being kind of that off and on with his pace. Sometimes when you're at kind of that limit, there's these little ebbs and flows to your energy. It might be be riding one pace for 30 seconds and then you're off for 10 and then you're on for another 30. There's kind of these like little micro fatigue hits or bursts of energy. So maybe Robert Callan's going through that, or maybe there's some turns at the front that we're not seeing behind between him and Riddle and some of those other athletes. But right now, these two athletes on screen, which I believe is Barnaby,
I think it's Barnaby
in
and
the
Dubrick,
in the
isn't
front
it? Yeah.
of Dubrick, doing his best to bridge that gap for that fight again. And this is what's been so cool about the Pro Series is, you know, these two athletes in Barnaby and Hogenhag could end up being first and second or first and, you know, the podium in this race. Robert Callan is also fighting for time and points too. So normally in a race like this, you might not see someone like Barnaby be like, I need to get up there because that's my race. Right now, he's like, in some ways, it's a mano-a-mano race between him and Hogenhag. That's who he, like right now, the amount of money that's up for grabs in those podium positions is huge. So he needs to do a huge effort to be like, okay, now I know exactly where Hogenhag is. And huge effort from Barnaby, and I love to see it.
Yeah, it's super exciting because if you like, we've got Barnaby, Hogenhauer, and Callan all in this sort of front of the race, and they're all in the top 10 in the Ironman Pro Series. And like you said, Hogenhauer and Barnaby have a real opportunity to jump up into that podium place because they can add a 70.3 to their results. And it's really fun as well because Hogenhaug and Barnaby, I think they've had quite a few battles over the series and head-to-head. So they're very used to racing each other, and they've consistently raced each other over the year, but Barnaby's always come out of top. So I think, yeah, there might be another Hogenhaug trying to get the one over as well for the first time.
Yeah, and from what I've seen and heard from Hogenhag, you know, again, it hasn't been that smooth, and, you know, Barnaby, you know, was able to come down here, you know, kind of right after Kona and get some training in, so he might have had a little bit better preparation leading in, but Hogenhag is not messing around, and he's, you know, he was, if we're looking at it and being honest, he was kind of the first instigator of a change of pace where these athletes really had to respond to get out of their comfort zone. So I think, and him to be able to put himself in that position and then respond when Robert Callan or some of these other athletes have come through is quite impressive from Hogenhag. But again, it is an absolute dogfight out here on course here in Busselton. Amazing stuff from these athletes.
Yeah, as we see a lot of the age group athletes going the other way, the men through coming through to the last section of the bike course here in Busselton at the Asia Pacific Championships with our bib number 1 male there. Gregory Barnaby, obviously sitting 5th in the Pro Series at the moment, having a great season. He had a great race in Kona as well. Kind of another one of those athletes that's just, I feel, stepped up this year. And again, sort of kind of goes under the radar, though. You don't see him, or people don't talk about him a lot in the races as sort of the big name, the big favorite. But if you look at what he's achieved this year and his results in the big races, albeit over the longer distance, you know, 6th in Kona, 3rd Frankfurt, 8th in Cairns. He's he's kind of a real contender, and now, you know, is here to race, looking at that podium for the overall Ironman Pro Series.
Yeah, and let's not forget he was 8th at the World Championships in Nice last year. So if people aren't paying attention to Gregory Barnaby, it's probably our, being the media's fault to a certain extent, of not always paying attention to the new names. But you know, he was one at a few races last year and the year before that. You know, he made it so we couldn't ignore him, and he's making it so that his competitors can't ignore him. And that's what's so cool about the Pro Series, I think, is that any athlete that starts an Ironman race and wants to go to these Pro Series races is a part of it. And to me, kind of the beauty of sport is the cream rises to the top, and there's an opportunity for new athletes to make a name and to have a breakthrough. And Barnaby is one of those. Hogenhag is another one of those. And for me, these athletes are definitely top tier. We're talking about, and 2 athletes that have been top 10 at World Championships, Barnaby and 2, but still probably at a time of their career where they're probably making pretty good money and like having success, and they're traveling around and you know, getting bonuses where they're having good results and obviously having prize money at good results. But the amount of money that Barnaby could win or Hogenhag could win if they win the Pro Series is, not to be exaggerating, is a career changer.
Yes.
If you're getting an extra 6 figures, that doesn't come from sponsors and doesn't come, like, it's literally just extra.
Yeah.
Because you would have probably done that amount of races anyways. That is career changing. And you have that title of the Ironman Pro Series champion on the men or women's side. Next year, when you go and have negotiations for sponsors, your sponsorships are better. You're maybe getting taken care of better at races. Like it will be a career changer if it's an athlete like a Callan or a Hogan Hogg or a Barnaby that deserve to get that championship. It will be a career changer.
Yeah, you're right. And I mean, not even just like obviously the win, you get that title of the Pro Series, but just the money that's come into the sport through this Ironman Pro Series and what those top 10 athletes are going to get. And I think, this is the first year we're doing it as we see Barnaby sort of making a move to go past Dubrick there. But again, like this series is going to evolve next year. And at the moment, sort of those top 10, if you're in the top 10 of the Pro Series, it's very financially rewarding. It's still financially rewarding if you're in the top 50, but there's not as much, there isn't the segregation between 11th to 50th. But we're going to see more of that next year. The prize money is going to get distributed, ranked or prioritized further down, which I think you're going to see a lot more of these battles going further down. But any of these athletes in that top 10, and particularly though the winner and the podium of the Pro Series, for a lot of them, it is career changing.
Yeah, for sure. And as far as fights and battles go, that was do not underestimate the effort that Mark Dubrick and Gregory Barnaby just put in to bridge that gap.
Yeah.
That will probably affect them a little bit on the run, as we see Mark Dubrick now going around. And man, looking at the way the race ranger is right now, he's going to have to go around at least Nick Thompson and maybe through the front of the group. And again, these refs are using the lights as a guidance. So, it's not necessarily like we don't know exactly how far Mark Dubrick has. If I had to eyeball it, he could probably pull in to this gap right here and be safe. And it looks like that is the case. But man, after that big move for those two athletes to get back to then continue to have to move up is a challenge. But the further up, the further back you can fall and not get dropped from the group. So like, even though it's kind of counterintuitive, you might want to just hang on the back when you get back to the group. You want to move your way as far up that group as possible so that if there's an effort, you have a further distance to be able to fall back without getting dropped, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'd say that was a bit of a moment from Nick Thompson where he just wasn't quite on the ball and had just dropped further back, allowing Jake Birtwhistle to slip in. I think if Nick had been sort of fully focused holding that gap to the guys in front, then Mark Dubrick, would have had to go all the way past all the athletes to the front. So yeah, I think sort of Nick Thompson gave Mark a little bit of not easy pass, but a little bit of a breather there, being able to slot into that fourth position as we've got these riders back together at the front, coming up to their final turn on this 90-kilometer bike course before they are in the last section heading back to transition. The sixth leaders, we've got, if you're keeping an eye on the screen, you've got the profile along the bottom of the screen, which shows where our male leaders are and also some of the time splits that the male pros are going through at 61.5 kilometers. It goes further down the rest of the screen. You've got Sam Osborne down in 15th, and to keep on track of where your athletes are.
Yeah, but again, as you said, there's movement that you got to bridge those gaps and put the effort in to do so. And Nick Thompson was able to slide back a little bit. We see Barnaby again getting stretched with that elastic as you have that constant pace from Robert Callan on the front of this group, getting a little bit gapped. But these athletes are going to have to be careful early on the run, because if they go out at a very, very hard pace, they might get kind of caught up with the effort that they've put in to stay in this front group of 7. But we'll see who can stay after we get back from this break.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
Roll says, now speeding now. Hey, crash, come and watch me now. Fly, fly. Oh, watch me, I'm so high. I ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Western Australia Asia Pacific Championships here in Busselton. And Mark Dubrick on screen, and he's got some water bottles on the back of his bike, and he's been using those to hydrate through the day. It's always ends up getting warm out on course, especially if you're from the northern hemisphere. It always feels a little bit muggy down in Australia, but he's still holding himself in that front group. Again, really impressed by the fighting that it's taken. Often, if you were to look at the splits and the start of the bike and the end of the bike, you'd be like, oh man, those guys rode in a group and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, it was for a very flat course. It was, this has been an incredibly dynamic bike ride, and a lot of athletes probably setting some 5-minute power records on a flat course. And Barnaby's still up out of that saddle trying to bridge up. And again, Nick Thompson sees Dubrick open a gap that he had done to Mark just a few minutes ago, and taking turns to make sure these athletes are staying at the front. And yeah, really impressed by Riddle and Hogenhog being able to hang on Callan. Obviously impressed by Callan being kind of the powerhouse of this front group, but all these athletes, it's so much harder, Laura, when you are the difference between setting your pace at what you can set it at and responding to others at what they're setting. It's night and day. And if you're 1% higher, and right now it looks like Robert Callan is putting in a surge on this little roller, or it's just power late in the course that others are having more trouble to deal with than Robert.
Yeah, especially
starting to stretch things out.
Yeah,
again.
especially out of that corner as well. And if you're sitting like Barnaby is in that sort of 6th position, and you get that concertina effect or that elastic, you just, every time you go around that corner, you've just got a little bit more effort to get back out and to get back on. If he's sort of yo-yoing off the back, that's going to have a huge impact on his legs when it comes to the run. Whereas like you've got Callan just being able to sit at the front, drive his own power, use those corners to his own advantage. As we see on the split screen now, Lottie Wilms on the left as our women's leader. A little bit more movement in her riding. I'm not saying she's working any harder or Robert Callan's working any less. It's just slightly different styles, and she's moving that upper or using that upper body to generate her power. As we see our VinFast performance analysis on the bottom of the screen with Lottie Wilms bike through at 61.5 kilometers. So she's going an average speed for the last split of 42.68 kilometers an hour, and she's still in that, assuming that leading trio with Teresa Adam and Marta Sanchez as well.
Yeah, we see Robert Callan on the right-hand side of the screen. We've seen in his ability to have incredibly fast bike splits. I mean, you're talking about someone who rode a 4:01:44 in Kona. He's ridden 157s, 154s, 151s, out of control over this distance. And right now, the estimation, and it does seem like he's put in an effort after that last 75-kilometer split. The estimator is showing a sub 154 bike split. So very impressive riding from him. And then Lotta Wilms, who we see obviously on screen right now, had some incredible bike splits as well. We've seen her, I think the World Championships in Nice at 5:22 doesn't sound impressive until you've went out and ridden that course. That's a challenging course there, but Cairns at 4:43, 4:40 at Texas, and you know, she's had some fast 70.3 distance splits as well, 2:16s. But I think today is probably going to be her PR over the 70.3 distance. But she is cruising along quite well.
Did you ride the whole course in Nice?
Yeah.
So yeah, what time did you do it in? 5 hours 20?
Let's pay attention to the athletes on screen.
just going back to Robert Callan. So the previous course record for the men on this this course was by Matt Burton, who is in the race today, but it was 2 hours and 34 seconds. So it looks like Robert Callan is going to take a significant chunk off that. The women's is 2:18.29. Back set in 2019, and I would imagine that the women are going to break that course record as well, but we'll see what the prediction is as we look down through 61.5 kilometers. We've got the leading three, and then it was said Hannah Berry in fourth, just lost a little bit of time again, at now over 2 minutes. She just crept under the 2 minute mark, but now over 2 minutes back from this leading three.
Yeah, and I think though that you know, she's setting her own pace, and it's a consistent pace. So I at that point, not to nitpick, but it probably isn't a big deal that she's losing 10 or 20 seconds because she's doing so at the pace that she wants to ride. She's not kind of responding once that she's kind of realized that she's riding it on her own. And to your point, you know, a lot of Wilms right now, it's showing, the predictor is showing that she's on pace for a 2:10. Bike split, which is incredibly fast. Matt Burton is actually out on course racing today. You mentioned him with his bike split. Right now he's on course and moving through, and now up into 9th place. So best of the rest, not in that front group as far as pace goes, but right now sitting in 9th and expected at around a 1:56 bike split. And he's a very strong runner, and often I think people think that, and I think why Hannah Berry will end up doing quite well on this course, people think that a tough course suits a strong cyclist on the run, and that is true, but sometimes, like, I love a tough bike course, and the harder it is, the better I did.
Yeah,
but
me too.
Flat bike courses are so hard to stay on that pace the whole time, especially if you're riding by yourself. So, like, the actual fatigue that's in the legs, you don't have, yes, you can go harder up a hill, but then you can coast down a hill, and, you know, the stronger cyclists tend to like that. But a flat course might actually suit the strong legs of someone like a Barnaby and a Burton. But we'll see when we get back from this commercial break.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Western Australia, the Asia Pacific Championships, and we have on screen bib number 4, but also riding in 4th position on her own, Hannah Berry, currently sitting in 8th in the Pro Series, but got a real opportunity here because she's she's got 3 Ironman scores on the board, but hasn't got a 70.3. We caught up with Hannah Berry before the race, so let's find out what she had to say.
time. Thank you. Yeah, cool to be here. Haven't seen too much yet. We only really arrived yesterday, but went across to the beach. It's beautiful. The water is so blue. Not sure about the flies, but yeah, otherwise seems pretty cool. Yeah, mostly for the Pro Series. Currently sitting in 8th, but that's with just the 3 full distance races counting. So I still have 2 70.3s to log in my points, and so it's this one and obviously the World Champs in Taupo. So yeah, here for some points hopefully, and just yeah, here to race well as well. Obviously we always want to come to a race and try and go for the win. That's what we all are here for really, so yeah.
Fast, flat, nice road surface. Had a headwind out here, so I'm going to enjoy a bit of a tailwind home now, I think. So yeah, can't complain. It's also not too hot. I was expecting warmer, but it's quite like a nice temp out here. Into the headwind and then sections with tailwind, and that switches quite a lot throughout the bike course because of all the out and back. So like maybe some tactics could come into play using the wind. Also when I'm out on course, just take note of the direction of the wind, and yeah, just sort of use that as much as possible. Yeah, so obviously after this it's back home to the World Champs in Taupo, New Zealand. Home World Champs, which is a pretty amazing opportunity to have as an athlete. So I'm really excited for that one. We'll be going straight home and then straight down to Taupo, so pretty much just stopping in at home on the way. And yeah, can't wait to have everyone come out to New Zealand. I've always wanted heaps of athletes to come out and race in New Zealand, so now it's finally happening thanks to the World Champs being there. Yeah, I think it'll be epic. Taupo is such a cool race. The community gets behind it always. It'll be an honest race too. Yeah, so it'll be good.
Great stuff from Hannah Berry, and expect to see her move up a fair bit today, obviously, in the points, and put herself. And she's also an athlete that clearly is looking for the Pro Series, but also backing herself to have a win here today.
Yeah, she's an athlete. I think she's like taken a huge step in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Like before that, she was very dominant in New Zealand in a lot of her racing, didn't really race that much overseas, started racing overseas, was getting some results, but really like the last couple of years, she's really stepped up. I mean, we've seen, if you look at the full distance, 11th in Kona last year, and then a 10th in Nice this year, first at Ironman Cairns, 4th in Texas. Like she's really establishing herself as, again, another one of those athletes that doesn't have a standout element to their race. She's just good across the board. Her swim, her bike, her run is all strong. It's all consistent. And I think, yeah, she'll definitely be backing herself. She's in kind of no man's land at the moment in the race, but I think she'll be pretty confident in that as backing her run to catch those leading 3 as well, and to stay away from the women behind.
Yeah, no, she's doing so in a great manner. And again, she's setting, and this is exactly what you need to do and you want to do, and that she has done perfectly as an athlete that you would clearly say she has her strengths suit more towards iron distance at this point. She's very, very strong athlete, and she has a great opportunity to win the 70.3 today, but setting herself up to ride her own pace. And she's done that, and at the end of the day, she might end up outriding the group of 3 in front of her because she's done so. And the effort that it would take, even though they were in quote unquote a group, would be higher, I think, the way that front group is riding, as we see Marta Sanchez come through, versus someone who's just settled in. Even if maybe your average power is a slightly lower in this group, the fact that you have to go above and below and above and below takes a little bit more out of those legs, especially, again, there's something about a flat in the TT bars for the entire 2+ hours onto a flat run that is hard on the legs. And someone with like that strong setup, that suits an Ironman athlete in the legs and the quads specifically can really have an advantage.
Yeah, and the other thing with this leading group of 3, as well as like the changing positions, is also that mental piece of, one, okay, yeah, maybe it's good riding in a group, but 2, you're just constantly having to be checking that light in front to make sure you're not getting in within the 12 meters.
Yeah, it's stressful.
Yeah, whereas Hannah has just been able to like ride her own race, lock into that position, lock into what she's so familiar with Ironman racing and the full distance, and just stick to her own race plan. As I think we've got Grace Alexander, I think, on the screen. We will just get confirmation on that. But I think Grace has actually bridged up. She's sitting in 5th position, so not too far actually behind Hannah as well.
Yeah, and she as well has been able to kind of set a steady pace early. Like she was, getting gapped earlier on in the race, but then able to push herself back kind of into the thick of things. And then after Grace Alexander in 5th is a very, very large group with Anna Bergstrom. Bergsten, Els Visser coming back into that main group. Daniela Blemhel, Chloe Hartnett, Valerie Bartholomew, Maja Sage Nielsen, and Louisa Pratt, Rochelle Hill, Penny Slater, Grace Tech, and
Reagan
Hollyoak. That is a large group. And that really has only given up just under 4 minutes, which is a lot of time when you think about the bike split. But then you think about a run. When you look at the women's field, you have runners in here that are favorites in here that some run 120, some run 128. So like there's a lot of gap in there. This race still is totally up for grabs.
Yeah, that's a huge group of like 10 athletes that are all sitting at that, just under 4 minutes back in that chase from 6th to 16th, which is going to make it really exciting on the run, because as you said, there's such a spread, and some of those athletes are going to be able to run through. And also, if you've got that many athletes coming off the bike together, it's a lot of the women won't be used to sort of running with 9, 8 other people. And so there's going to be all the mind games of not going out too fast, sticking to your own pace, as well as we're back in with our men's leaders, who are shortly going to be coming into T2. They're not that far away now. We've got Robert Callan, Christian Hogenhoud, Jamie Riddle have been leading at the front of the race for a long time, but Mark Dubrick, Nick Thompson, and Gregory Barnaby all hanging in the top group of 6 now. I think it's Gregory Barnaby driving the pace at the front as they finish off the final few kilometers into T2.
Yeah, that's Robert Callan
still.
Yeah, that's Robert Callan in the front, and he is definitely still pushing the effort and stretching out this field. If it was anything less than that, Hogenhaug would be comfortably closer than he is to Callan, especially with that large frame of Callan. You'd want to be as close to that legal distance as possible. So Callan's not making it easy on any of those chasers, as we see the cameraman go through here and give us a little bit of a wider shot, and you don't see anybody behind. I think important to note, after that 75-kilometer split, it's 3 minutes and 15 seconds to Birtwhistle. So the man on screen, Robert Callan, single-handedly created the gap that forced Birtwhistle out the back. Whether or not he would have lost much more time than that or not is a different question, but Robert Callan used tactics in an incredibly smart way and was able to pull Birtwhistle off the group. As we see these athletes go around this corner and get set up to go into transition, Nick Thompson moves himself into 3rd position to be in a great spot coming off of the bike. Riddle in 4th place, and Gregory Barnaby sitting in 5th place. So it looks like Dubrick, just gapped there at the very, very final kilometers, last few kilometers of this bike ride, as we see those athletes go around the left-hand side of these bollards here. Robert Callan sitting up. See these athletes starting to mess with their bike shoes and kind of shaking things out, getting prepped to go into transition. Robert Callan around this sweeping roundabout corner is going to have a slight left-hander out of this roundabout and then come into transition, swings his leg over his bicycle. Very large bicycle. I've held it in my hands, and it was an impressive machine, but he is first out of transition. And so Robert Callan in control of this race, but will be probably the last time we see him at the front for a bit. I think we're going to have a battle on our hands here, and that's a 1:55:38 bike split from Robert Callan, with a 1:55:33 with Hogenhaug, 56:10 for Thompson, 57.08 with Riddle, and Barnaby 57.10. So those athletes, faster swimmers, so a little bit slower bike splitters. We see athletes putting socks on. That's Hogan Hogg putting a sock on, then putting a running shoe on, and then vice versa on the other side of his feet with Barnaby right next to him, and it's going to be a battle for those two athletes.
Yeah, so all of those top five, actually the top six, Mark Dubik just coming through in a 1:57.35, all broke the bike course record as he's looks like he's a little bit confused, looking for where his bike is.
Where his stuff is, yeah. And we saw Hogan Hogg actually in the middle of transition kind of stand up, like his back maybe was about to spasm. You wouldn't see somebody stand up and stretch their back out while putting shoes on unless something weird was going on there. So we'll see if Barnaby saw that. He goes straight to the front. Right now it is Barnaby at the front with Hogan Hogg getting gapped already. And I believe that's Nick Thompson in fourth place. Great forward lean and running really, really well as far as we could see from this distance. In third place, Nick Thompson. And then fourth place is going to be Riddle. And then again, that was Mark Dubrick looked a little bit confused there and lost some space. We could see the top left-hand side of the screen. Robert Callan, I believe, at the end of this group at this point.
Yeah, so really exciting run race to have like all those 6 athletes or 5 athletes coming off together, and like going head to head or toe to toe, so to speak, with those athletes. And now, like, I don't know, who would you say out of that lot is the better runner? We've got Barnaby going to the front. Who would you say is the pick of the runners out of that lot?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's depends on the dynamics of the race, right? So I think the way that the dynamics of this race kind of occurred, I would say it could be Barnaby, although he had to fight pretty hard. So I was wrong. It was Callan in fourth, and Riddle was chasing in that 5th position. But I would say on paper it's probably between Barnaby and Riddle, but it really depends who had to push that pace the most. And I would say Barnaby was exposed the most out of that group of 7, but he's right to the front. I did speak to him in Kona about race tactics and talked to him about patience on the run, and he's like, I'm pretty bad at patience on the run, not my strength. So he's showing that right now, whether or not he has the ability. But as I said, probably on paper it's Riddle, and Riddle's already past 2 athletes just in the first few 100 meters. He's going to be over Thompson.
Are you saying that from his sort of short distance background and running ability for Riddle? Because he's not done that many half distance races. Yeah.
And you just look at the way that he's running, and honestly, probably that his short course speed, but the fact that he looked very controlled, and you could look at it 2 ways. He was either stressing by always trying to be at the front 3, or is very confident and confident in his position in the top 3 of the bike ride. But Barnaby looks great, and he's not like, you wouldn't look at him and be like, that's a real super fast runner compared to the other great professionals in this field. He almost looks a little heavy on his feet, but he's a very quad dominant athlete in general and a long torsoed athlete. And I think he just looks, he's running faster than it looks like he's running. And he is an incredibly, incredibly fast runner.
I was going to say, I think he's got a slightly shorter legs than, I guess, in comparison to the length of his torso, whereas you look like behind someone like Jamie Riddle, who looks like his legs are up to his armpit sort of thing, and makes it look like he's running much more efficiently and faster. And yet Gregory Barnaby is one of the fastest runners on paper at this course. And is an incredibly fast runner over the half and full distance, and has been in some run battles this year. He's been in battles running shoulder to shoulder with competitors right until the line. So he's very well placed. He's very experienced. He knows what he's got to do. So he's putting himself in a good position.
And he's a fast runner. We've seen him run, 112s, 114s. That's, he's had the ability to run. We've seen him run a 1:10, I believe, in 70.3 Bahrain in 2023. So he's quite fast. And it's insane that the sport has gone where it is, where I'm about to say what I'm about to say. That is not a top tier running time athlete. So Riddle could be that athlete. We don't have enough results from him to know that. But right now, if Riddle's smart, all he has to do is get on Barnaby's shoulder and stay here and exchange some words, even a little smile. Maybe that's Barnaby knowing the battle he's in for. But like, if you're Riddle right now, you're just hanging here.
Yeah.
Unless, and even more so because on the out and backs, these guys know that they're going to have a significant amount of time on Birtwhistle. I was going to say it was at least 4 minutes. It was 5 minutes. So knowing that the strongest runner in the field, most likely Birtwhistle, is over 5 minutes behind, you don't have to worry about him unless you really mess it up. So right now, all that Riddle has to do is stay with Barnaby comfortably till, at least halfway or later stages, till he knows he's comfortable not to expose himself. And the same thing with Barnaby as we see the Morton transition times below with Barnaby at a 1:58, Mark Dubrick with a 2:06. With that confusion, that's actually pretty impressive that he was able to maintain that fast of a transition, and Nick Thompson 2:07. So patience right now, it's these two athletes have separated themselves from these chasers. And again, they don't have to worry about anybody. They don't have to worry about anybody that they didn't come off the bike with.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah, they're in control. And because of the nature of the course, with it being like that out and back, there's going to be plenty of opportunity or 4 opportunities to see the competitors. And so if they run controlled over this first fight, they can, in theory, if they needed to, pick it up if they saw Jake Birtwhistle closing down pretty quickly. I'd say the other way, Jamie Riddle, youngster, has gone to the front. Gregory just needs to pace off him almost and let him do the work. As we see, as you said, these two have got a bit of a gap. They're pulling away from Nick Thompson, but Nick Thompson's doing really well at holding that third position. And if he carries on, he'll probably have one of his best results to date.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see right behind Birtwhistle at 5 minutes behind. Birtwhistle was 7th off the bike. Matt Burton rode a 1:58.16 to come off at 5 minutes behind. Matthias Peterson at 5:05 as well at a 2 hours flat. And then Ben Hamilton to finish out the top 10. Sam Osborne, someone we expect to have a fast run, was 6:44 behind. But again, these athletes might be able to put themselves into contention for top 5, 6, possibly, if some of these athletes from the top 5 or 6 really kind of overrode. But really, they're fighting for the minor places. And right now, it's these men on screen. And right now, separating again from the chasers behind. So you see Hogenhog in the background with Callan, but Nick Thompson separating himself from those two, and with sight on Gregory Barnaby.
Yeah, they've really stretched out in this first couple of kilometers, having come off the bike altogether. And just give you an update, if we go back to the women's race, the women have gone through 75 kilometers on the bike. We still have the leading trio, Marta Sanchez, Lottie Wilms, and Teresa Adam. But they've actually, in 4th and 5th, actually, Hannah Berry and Grace Alexander have lost a little bit of time. They're now sitting at 2.5 minutes back. But that huge chase back, so 6th through to 16th, I think, or through to 14th, is still sitting at 3:45 back. So they've not lost a bit of time, but Hannah Berry and Grace Alexander in the middle have just lost some time now. Another 30 seconds to this leading trio of Lottie Wilms, currently on screen, driving the pace as she has been for much of the race.
Yeah, and still showing her on pace to be right around 2:11. So very, very fast split for her. And now it looks like on screen we got Grace Alexander and Hannah Berry, as you said, 2:35, 2:39 behind. Again, losing time, but I think in the grand scheme of things, not super, super important. I'd say almost more important that group behind is now only just 1 minute and 10 seconds behind them. I think they probably need to worry a little bit more about them than they need to worry about 10, 15 seconds to the women in front of them. I think if they're going to catch those women in front, they're gonna.
Yeah.
And it's whether or not that huge pack is able to get closer to those behind. But we'll see how tight the women's race is after the bike ride, after we get back of this quick commercial break.
elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
And we're back with Lotta Wilms at the front of the race here at Ironman 70.3 Western Australia. And she's cruising, and she has had control of this race for the most part all day. I mean, it's, if we had a tracker at who was at the front the most, I'd say it was probably 85%. Lotta Wilms certainly saw some pulls from Teresa Adam and from Marta Sanchez, but certainly this is the woman that realized that she wants to have a gap on Hannah Berry. She wants to have the best result she can on the day, but also very concerned, and rightly so, about point series for the Ironman Pro Series at the end of the year.
Yeah, and I think in that that big chase pack that we've got at that sort of 4 minutes back, there's some really good runners. Rochelle Hill, Grace Tech, Maya Stage Nilsson are all very good runners, and so she'll be hoping to get a gap on those, particularly someone like Maya Sage Nilsson, who sits ahead of Lottie Wilms in the Pro Series. Maya has got her full quota of races, but can swap some points out. But Lottie Wilms can add 2 70.3s to her score. So we'll be wanting to hopefully, get those maximum points and make the deficit to the riders behind as big as possible. And it looks. Oh, yeah, I was going to say it looked like they dropped Teresa Adam, but
she's right there.
She's right there again.
Yeah, and I mean, and again, because of this bike course and I think maybe tactics on the day, Teresa Adam not really showing how incredible of a cyclist she is. She's at the very front of the race. You don't need to be any further forward than she is right now. But I would be shocked if she was distance on this race with these athletes. But again, it's gonna be the run that's really defining, and it shows a mature athlete that knows that she probably has the ability to push this pace a little bit more, but knows in the end she's going to be giving up a fair amount of time to the best runners. So her getting to the start of that run with the freshest legs possible while being in essentially the lead is the smarter move.
Yeah, that's right. And if there was any confusion there, it is just 3 women at the front of this race. Currently, that's a male pro in with those 3 leading women. So it is still, no one has bridged up to these 3. They've been out in front all along and have a 2.5 minute gap over the chasers. And as you said, Lottie Wilms doing a lot of the work. Marta Sanchez just tucked in, and Teresa Adam making sure she's got the best legs. She's struggled a little bit on the run, like I think I've said, over the last couple of years. She was incredibly good across the board. Sort of pre-COVID, when she was winning a lot of races, and has sort of struggled since then to find that form, but is definitely coming back. She racing herself probably back into form, racing 70.3 Melbourne a couple of weeks ago. As we go back on screen to Grace Alexander, who's sitting behind Hannah Berry, and these guys have lost a little bit of time to that front group. And I think the difference will be as if the chase pack behind these 2, which is sort of a minute behind them, will catch them before T2 and make a even bigger group coming on, starting the run with some really strong runners in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think the dynamics of this race are not what we thought they would be at 40 kilometers in. To kind of having that late large group kind of come together. The extent that it had with a lot of these favorites that are very, very good runners. And if they kind of lock horns early, it's certainly possible for them to bridge a gap to take the lead of this race and the win here in Bustleton. So Lottie Wilms doing the best that she can to stay within herself while keeping that gap as large as possible.
Yeah, and like kudos to Lottie, because like you said, okay, there's been 3 of them, but she has done a lot of the work. But if you think about the firepower in that chase pack of like, there's 10 riders. There's some fantastic riders. You got Penny Slater, Maestro Nelson, Daniela Blymel, Els Visser, some really, really strong riders in that group, and they've not been able to make, or the time stayed a little bit about the same to this front group. The women in the middle have sort of lost a bit of time, but that's really impressive riding by Lottie at the front, that she's been able to sort of ride the same pace as that group of 10 women behind that you'd maybe expect to close that gap down. Yeah,
and I think it might come down to her having a little bit more gumption and taking the destiny of her race in her own hands, where kind of when you always think that a group is faster, but sometimes when there's 10, it's just people looking at each other being like, I don't want to be the one that's on the front pushing the pace. You come, right? Where Lottie's gonna make up time every time somebody's looking at each other. They're gonna make, she's gonna make up time on them as she gets near the last few kilometers of the bike course. We see the men go through our first split on the run course, and it's Jamie Riddle in the lead with Gregory Barnaby just 16 seconds behind. And just through that split as well, moved up into 3rd place, Mark Dubrick at 48 seconds behind, actually running the same pace as Gregory Barnaby through that point, just a little gapped out of transition as we see Riddle on screen, looking comfortable. You can see a little bit of that effort coming in on his face. Nick Thompson, 50 seconds back, just 2 seconds back from Mark Dubrick in 4th. Christian Hogenhag, 105, so he's losing a fair amount of time to Gregory Barnaby at this point, so 50 points lost already in the first 4 kilometers, and then Robert Callan at 107 just behind Christian Hogenhag.
Yeah, you can see the difference now, like with the run course compared to the bike course. The bike course kind of, whilst it was one big lap, it did go through the forest and was quite kind of maybe protected from the trees, maybe a bit of shade, whereas this run course is 2 laps on the shorefront at Bustleton, Geograph Bay. It's very exposed, there's very little shade, probably effects of that wind coming in. And I'm thinking at this time, like the temperature's probably pretty warm out there. So after that bike, it's going to be really interesting to see which of these athletes took care of themselves on the bike to be able to then maintain the pace on the run. But Jamie Riddle's looking pretty controlled at the moment. So hopefully, running pretty well.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he should be confident. He's got the lead. He's not an athlete that's been in this position a lot, so it's a heavier weight than you might think until you get there. And it certainly would feel pretty heavy if it's Gregory Barnaby behind you, and in 4K, you've put 15 seconds onto him, or you have 15 seconds on him, but 2-time VinFast Ironman World Championship top 10 athlete that can run low 240s any day of the week. He's not going too slow.
Yeah.
You don't know at this point. He doesn't have enough of these races under his legs or under his belt to know he's not going to slow, but Barnaby's not going to slow.
Yeah.
So it's he's going to have to keep kind of looking over his shoulder. Luckily, he doesn't literally have to look over his shoulder because of the amount of out and backs that we have on this course. But certainly in a great position, but a lot of work left to do for the man on screen.
I do feel, though, he's got maybe I'm making a presumption and showing my age, that he's got like that youthful confidence because he's pretty young and he's coming up from the
I think they call that youthful ignorance.
Or ignorance, maybe that way. But that sort of like, back himself on the run, and I don't think he will necessarily be worried or looking over his shoulder to, with the caliber of Gregory behind him. I think Jamie will be pretty confident that, he's checking his watch. So I'm assuming he's sort of running. He looks like he's running pretty controlled, at least for now, although early stages of the run course, so who knows. But I'm gonna go with that. All right then, youthful ignorance then.
I mean, I've seen him literally look over his shoulder already, so there is that. But I think you're right, it goes one of both ways, one of either way, and we'll be able to see it on his face before too long if he's overdone it. You know, the last 70.3 he did not finish. So that's always going to be in your head, no matter what your confidence is in the moment. And he should be confident. Again, he showed he was in a great position on the bike. He had the ability in that group of 6 that came off the bike together. He honestly was the only one that never let a gap open.
Yeah.
So that either means he's very well there all the time, or he burnt a ton of matches that we didn't see. So we don't know. It's, you know, 10 or probably more like 15K into this run, we're going to know whether or not he did it perfectly or he has been aggressive all day. But right now on screen, he looks amazing, and I certainly would not bet against this athlete.
Yeah, and he did take some time at the front early on in the bike, but then for the rest of the time, he was kind of tucked in behind Robert Callan. And as you said, he was the only one that didn't let a gap go. He was in that great position of being sort of second wheel, maybe third wheel, but mainly second wheel. So didn't have that concertina effect at all. As we see the women coming into the final stages, they're going to be coming into T2 in not too long a time. Our front 3 still driving the pace.
Yep, and it looks a lot like it did a couple hours ago.
Yeah.
And again, that's Lotte Wilms just being at the front of this course and kind of taking it on her shoulders, literally. And we're going to see her go around this roundabout. She's got a couple more roundabouts to go. We're going to see her have take a left-hand turn and not too much time. But amazing work from this athlete. And as you said, we've seen her get more consistent over the last few years. And, you know, she made a point at the very beginning of the season or before the season started that she wanted to put her name on the list for the Pro Series and have it be near the top at the end. And she's doing a great job of ensuring that here today.
And I think you're right, like that she's had that consistency because she's just so solid, so good across the board. But I also think she's gaining in confidence each time she races and just having more and more of these fantastic results under her belt, on her resume, the way she rides, you know, the way she races in terms of she's at the front in the swim, she's strong on the bike, and but that confidence grows of being used to being in that position of being at the front, leading the race. I think, you know, if you look back a couple of years in the races she was doing, yes, she'd be at the front, but maybe didn't quite have the confidence in her ability on the bike and the run. Whereas I think now, you know, 8th in Nice and the podium she's had this year at Cairns and Texas, and really establishing herself as one of the best long distance athletes. That confidence is, we're just seeing it grow and grow as we see those front women were getting ready to head into T2. They were undoing their shoes as they come around the roundabout. Hannah Berry, that we just got a glimpse of sitting in 4th. We'll see what the gap is, what further time they've put into the chasers.
Yeah, she's going to stay on it there. A little bit of congestion there getting off the bike. We see Lotte Wilms actually ended up not, I don't believe, getting off of the bike first in that group. Little congestion as it came through there, but no, she was able to get off of that bike first and goes around the right-hand side there. We see Marta Sanchez in 2nd place.
Yeah, so splits coming through. So Lotte Wilms was a 2:12.33. Sanchez 2:12.14. So at the moment she's probably on the screen we have the first off the bike Wahoo, presented by Wahoo Element Bolt, of a 2:12.33 by Lotte Wilms. So that's the first off the bike time. So it was Lotte Wilms, but at the moment on the fastest bike split we'll find out how the rest of the pro women goes. But Marta Sanchez at 2:12.14 at the moment as those 3 women go out and head out on the run.
Okay, it's possible. Some people would say right now this is a 3-woman race for the win. I don't know that I would agree with that, but some people would say that. Who is your money on as we stand right here?
Out of those 3, or out of generally
the
rest? Out of those 3, oh gosh.
It's Marta Sanchez.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Marta Sanchez, and then probably Lotte with Teresa as 3rd. Just in the way I think Marta's potentially...
Yeah, and look at her stride at the top of the screen.
But she did race, she's got 2 Ironmans in her legs of late. And I also think, I don't think, Lotte's another one, a bit like Gregory Barnary. She's got a very efficient running style that doesn't actually... She doesn't look like she's running super fast, but she is very strong and very solid and very steady. But I do think, whereas that Marta's looking at that, her running style, it does make her look like she's got that faster turnover, that longer leg stride.
For sure. And I mean,
yeah.
I think you're totally right. And I think she's probably already caught and is up on a lot of Wilms already. She just has that quick turnover. And I think the tactics of this woman are going to be to get out quickly. And there is something also like a little bit psychological in the athlete. If you're the athlete that is at the front of the race and somebody comes by you quick at a faster speed, you feel defeated a little bit. So like there is a tactical game there a little bit that Marta Sanchez just going straight to the front and putting a little bit of effort in and kind of breaking a lot of Wilms early. And already, yeah, she's got a substantial gap that she's going to be able to continue to extend. But just like we said with Riddle and Barnaby, you know, a lot of Wilms is not one that's going to crack. She's not going to have a big explosion. She's going to be that diesel engine that keeps going. And her stride looks fantastic. Right?
Yeah, and I think I've seen this in races before this year where Lottie Wilms has come out onto the run with other athletes and they have set off at a much faster pace. And she's just stuck at her pace and she just keeps going. And by the end of the race, and that might have been a full distance, she's reeled them back in and she's actually moved ahead because she's just been solid and consistent all the way through, whereas other athletes have set off a lot faster. Now, like looking at results on paper, Marta's not actually that much faster on paper than Lottie Wilms. A couple of minutes maybe over that half distance, but obviously has set off a lot faster and they've gapped obviously Teresa Adam. And yeah, it'd just be interesting to see when we come to like the later stages if Marta's still going at that pace or if Lottie has just managed to pace it a lot better and consistently comes through.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you never know. I mean, I think Sanchez has a little bit.
She's a little bit quicker.
A little more consistent, but I think it's more. I speak more to the dynamics of the fact that it was always Lotte pushing the pace, and that's an expenditure. And again, she does not have to worry. You always want to win the race that you're in, and Lotte's trying to win that race, but again, with that money that's up for grabs with the Pro Series and the prestige that comes with it, she's more concerned with moving up in that series than necessarily trying to get across the line in front of Marta Sanchez. She wants to have a gap on Hannah Berry, and she wants to have a gap on those other athletes in that large group behind to be able to have those points. And she's playing it quite well, and that just plays into the hands of an athlete like Marta Sanchez. Be like, yeah, I'll sit in this group and let you push the pace all day long and then try to go past you as soon as I can early in the run. But that group has come through, off the bike. So Hannah Berry's 2:53 behind in fourth place starting the run. Grace Alexander 3:05 behind in fifth place. Els Visser 3:43 at the front of that group. Then in seventh place, Anna Bergström in 3:44. Then Danielle Blemhell, then Penny Slater, then Maya Stage Nielsen at 4:02, and Chloe Hartnett 4:10, and that's the large chase group.
Yeah, so they didn't really gain or lose any time from the leaders, but again, that sort of Hannah Berry and Grace Alexander in the middle did lose a bit of time. So it'll be interesting to see now. But the thing that you go back to the Pro Series, though, yes, Lottie Wilms is about getting as many points, but now with Sanchez up the road, if she starts pulling away, then that's going to decrease the number of points that everyone else behind gets. So Lottie wants to be as close as she can.
Yeah, but if she's racing, if she's looking at the race against who she's racing today, she's putting herself to get more points on a Hannah Berry. But yeah, you're absolutely right. She's going to keep it as close as possible as we start the run here in Bustleton. We'll be right back.
Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Western Australia. An Asia Pacific Championship is brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. Marta Sanchez on screen, looking to have a better finish than the athletes behind her, and really getting after it, having a great job. We see right now on the bottom of our screen the Morton top 3 fastest transition times. That is Hill with a 1:48, Hartnett 2:02, and Grace Deck with a 2:07. But those athletes all chasing the woman on screen, as is everyone else in this race. Marta Sanchez, and she's really extended that gap now. You can't really even see a lot of Wilms. So Marta Sanchez grabbing the race by the horns and right at the front.
Yeah, we've got that big big chase pack about 3 or 4 minutes back, which has got a lot of our big names in. So Maya Stage Nelson, is it Grace Tech, who had one of those transition times, Reagan Hollyoak, Rochelle Hill, Daniela Blymel, Els Visser, Penny Slater, Anna Bergston. So yeah, some great runners in that pack. I'm going to be really interesting to see how that 6 to 16th plays out, and if they can make any inroads on these leading to Marta Sanchez in the lead, and you can just about see Lottie Wilms, but yeah, she's certainly pulling away and increasing that gap.
Yeah, she must have been a little obscured by that chase cyclist. I didn't see her there, but yeah, she's not too far back, probably about, I'm guessing 15 seconds or so, but still right there. But Marta Sanchez looks like she's running downhill. She might actually be right now, but that's kind of been the form that she's had since the start of the run, and someone who wants to focus on, being better over the 70.3 distance. She's certainly showing she has the capabilities right now.
I think the start elevation is 2 meters and maximum elevation is 7 meters.
Something.
So there might be a very slight downhill on that one.
And this is Robert Callan on screen, and we see the Wahoo Element first off the bike split for him, 1:55.38. He's got Christian Hogenhag running behind him, so Hogenhag giving up a bit of time in the series, obviously, and then in the race with Robert Callan, not known for his running ability, looking quite comfortable and smooth. And right now he's running 1 minute and 53 seconds behind through 7.7 kilometers behind Jamie Riddle. Gregory Barnaby in second place, 31 seconds back. Dubrick at 60 seconds back in third. Again, Callan in fourth, Hogenhag in fifth. And then Nick Thompson has went out a little bit hot, running in third there briefly, and now running in sixth place at 2:15 back.
Yeah, and Jake Birtwhistle through the previous split was 4.5 minutes back, so has gained some time back. Not a huge amount compared to those front runners, but is slowly potentially going to pull in, but he's still sort of 2 minutes 15 back from the next group of runners ahead.
Yeah, and currently Jamie Riddle actually running faster than Jake Birtwhistle still. So again, yeah, Jake putting his name in the hat to break through that top 5, possibly top 3 if we see some real explosions. But I think right now with the way those top 3 athletes are running, I think that Podium is running away from him. But really impressed with, especially coming off of Kona build, a Kona race, and what that takes out of you. Robert Callan looks as good as we've seen him look early in the run, and right now he's on pace. It's showing to run a 1:16, and doing so after a 1:55 bike ride is diabolical as of a couple of years ago, and now just seems to be standard. And now through 9.2 kilometers, we have Gregory Barnaby at 38 seconds back and Mark Dubrick at 1:01. So starting to stabilize. Doesn't look like it. Looks like Jamie Riddle is maybe slowing just a little bit, not gaining as much time on those 2 athletes behind, and Mark Dubrick pulling a little bit of time back on Gregory Barnaby in second place. So great race for the American right now.
Yeah, it's crazy when you think like a couple of years ago we'd be talking about like a 1:10, a 1:12 as the leading the way in the men's run time, and now that's a sort of fairly, I'm not saying an average time, and you're looking at like that 1:06 or 1:05 for the fastest run time that the men's game now.
Yeah, we don't see that too often, but yeah, right now it looks like even Riddle is 1:11 on pace right now to run pretty fast. But yeah, the times of to have an quote unquote Uber cyclist run a 1:55 and then run a 1:16 and be like hoping he gets a top 5 is kind of crazy compared to what it used to be. But right now, Marta Sanchez doing the work on the early sections of this run course. Not quite through 4 kilometers yet, so don't have a split on her, but we can tell she's still definitely opening up gap on our second place athlete, Lotta Wilms. And with the way these gaps are starting to shake out, I think we are going to see a very, very different, the top 10 is not going to look like the top 10 look like off the bike. I think we're going to start to see some really big shifts in the women's race.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that in the men's race. So we had a group of 6 of them come off the bike, and they've all spread out over sort of 3 minutes already over the first 10K. And I think that's gonna be the same with the women's race. I think it'll be interesting if we can get to see that chase pack that we did have, sort of that 9-10 women off the bike together, if they've all spread out or if they're running together, and who's moving through from that pack. But yeah, the front of the race is very much exploded out and stretched out, as the men's as well.
Yeah, but Marta continues to look great, and again, putting that effort in. I wonder if she'll settle a little bit. You definitely, as an athlete like this, is going to be aggressive early. And then once there's maybe 1 or 2 of these out and backs where they can see the gap, then you can start to dose your energy a little bit. Be like, okay, I'm kind of running a little too close to the surface of the sun right now. The gap is 3 minutes. I can give up a minute and respond if I need to at the next out and back. She can start playing that game a little bit and, put herself in a situation where she knows she's not going to come apart. But yeah, you can see she's a little stressed. She's been kind of moving across the road a little bit. You can see a little unstable when she goes over some rough surfaces. So she's definitely kind of on the edge right now. I mean, certainly in control, but like she's pushing it. This isn't a pace she can sustain for 13.1. This is a pace that she's running to get sustained as she stops at the aid station. So yeah, there's some panic going on. Maybe she's got, looks like her strap is probably cutting that lower shin. Sometimes if you tighten that plastic strap a little bit too tight, or not tight enough, actually, it'll go down on the ankle and start to get some abrasion. So you can see she was uncomfortable there. So stopping to fix that, which is important. That means that she's in a good mental space, take care of those problems so that she can get back to running quickly. But Lotte Wilms is certainly going to see that as encouragement that not everything is going Marta Sanchez's way, but Marta doing the great things by just taking care of what she needs to.
Yeah, that's right. And she's run around those 3:05 for the marathon. So she's certainly got strength and speed, but she has got a few marathons in her legs, but has certainly set off well so far over this half distance in Bustleton, and we'll see how the race unfolds after this break.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo. A revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Western Australia Asia Pacific Championships here in Bustleton. We got the VinFast performance analysis through 10.7 kilometers. Jamie Riddle, 3:14.06 to that point of the course, 3:23 average pace per kilometer. And looking like he's starting to fatigue a little bit, which you would expect through 10 kilometers after riding at 90 kilometers and having a pretty rough swim. But whether or not that's going to expose him to possibly getting brought back, but you can see a lot more expression on his face. He's leaning back maybe a little bit. You can see he didn't have expression 20 minutes ago, and now it's every expression possible. And that's, something that you will go through over this distance. It's just something he has not personally gone through a lot. So whether sometimes if you haven't gone through that, it feels more dramatic in the moment. I wonder if this is Birtwhistle, who's running well, but still fair bit behind, not really coming up on anybody. He's running in 7th place, 4.5 minutes back. He's going to run his way probably up to Nick Thompson, but still has a 1.5 minutes of gap to gain through there. But Riddle still 40 seconds in front of Barnaby. Dubrick 104 behind. Callan 227. But running well. But yeah, again, distracted easily. You see him looking around a little bit more, looking up, looking down, chewing on his
I feel he's definitely in that phase of contemplating life and his decisions at this moment.
A little bit.
Of like wondering.
Yeah, it is part. Yeah, there's just he's pulling a lot of faces, and
it's not just 10K.
There you go. And here's some of our chasers a little bit further behind.
That's a Mike Phillips, just in 2nd place there, I think, running through. No, it's not actually. I lied on that one. Ignore me on that one.
We've been ignoring you all day.
We've been ignoring me all day. Yeah, no, fair point.
No, just kidding. Oh, it's a little bit. It's hard in the second to be able to identify these athletes visually, but we do know this is Riddle, who again, I think he's in a rough spot right now, and he's still running quite well, but he has 10 kilometers to go, and if he wants to win this race, he needs to run those 10 kilometers about as fast as he's run the 10 kilometers that have put him into the physical space that he's in right now. And I think that's going to be challenging. Gregory Barnaby, we haven't seen what he looks like, but I saw him and was on a moto next to him and Hogan Hogg for the last 10 miles in Kona. And, they started the run in Kona pulling a face far worse than Riddle was, right? So, he can go through it here. We're a nice overhead shot of one of our athletes out on course.
2nd place athlete, I think. Can you not see the flag? Can you not read that one?
I can't.
You need your glasses on that one?
Yeah, that doesn't. To me, it looks different than Barnaby, but that could be Barnaby from above. But looks more like Dubrick to me.
It does, yeah.
So I think that might be our 3rd place athlete, unless we had a pass from Dubrick over Barnaby. But cool overhead shot here, and we'll get more ability to see where these athletes are in space. Here we have Barnaby here in 2nd place, visually running behind our 1st place athlete, Riddle. So that's Riddle in 1st place, and behind him, that is Barnaby in 2nd. And then that shot we had earlier was Mark Dubrick in 3rd place.
And just checking in on the women's race, they are through 4.1 kilometers. So yeah, Marta Sanchez leading the way. She's got 44 seconds over Lottie Wilms and 2 minutes already back to Teresa Adam. I do feel slightly embarrassed to not recognize Mike Phillips because I did live with him one summer with a group of us training in Girona. So I feel I should probably be able to spot him.
You should be embarrassed a little bit, but I will say I've commentated a few races with him and in person, and I've seen him go right by me, and I'm like, I didn't he just kind of blends in a little bit. Sorry, Mike, you blend in.
I do find as well a lot of the guys are now wearing these tri-suits with the white tops and the dark shorts, which is very similar for all of them to wear. I'm not sure what I never couldn't do white, but anyway.
But yeah, so we'll get back to our analysis of apparel in a second, but Barnaby is, as we thought he might, is staying very, very consistent. And he is the athlete, I think, right now in the driver's seat. Mark Dubrick in a fantastic position as well.
I thought you were the one in the driver's seat.
It depends on what seat we're looking at the moment. But Dubrick having a great run. You had to put a lot of effort in early. As we said, he was, had a little bit of confusion at a T2, put some big efforts in late in the bike ride to get back up to the group. He's really opened up his running legs now. Mark Dubrick looking fantastic for this athlete here running in 3rd place. But Barnaby, again, is that athlete that we know isn't going to slow. Dubrick, man, looking at his facial expression, he looks really, really good. I think Barnaby also, in his facial expression, looks really good. Both of these athletes look more comfortable now than they did at the start of the run, and that is 100% not the case with Riddle.
Yeah.
Riddle looks much more fatigued and pained than he was before, and I think the target, again, I said that there's a weight. The weight of leading a race like this is much heavier than you think it's going to be when you haven't been in that position. And right now, Riddle's like, oh, yeah, that feels pretty heavy. and it's more so on these out and backs because you always see it. There's no time for you to be out of sight, out of mind. These athletes are always like, oh, Riddle was 15 cones ahead of me. Now he's 12. Oh, it looks like he's fading a little bit on his right. Like you always have all the information on your competitor when you're chasing.
You have to play the poker face as well when you do those,
Yeah.
when you cross over on the out and back. But I wonder if that, again, like I said, a bit of experience, like Mark and Dubrick and Gregory Barnaby are so experienced now over this distance of knowing what pace they can go out of and build into, or knowing what pace they can hold. Jamie Riddle is so kind of new to this distance. He's coming from that short course background. So going at that same pace of that, you know, that 10K pace, the 33 minutes or whatever he'd run for 10K, thinking it felt easy, as it often can do in the first few kilometers, and then it gets halfway through and doesn't quite feel the same free speed or ease of running coming through.
No, absolutely not. But man, yeah, I'm really impressed by how smooth Dubrick looks. And this athlete, you know, we talk about him as a great swimmer, and we've seen that, you know, time and time again, joking around the nickname being the Shark. But he was, my memory serves me correctly, he was just a few seconds out of having the fastest run split at 70.3 World Championships last year, only to get outrun by someone that was deeper in like the, you know, late teens or top 20, and Mark was further up in the field. So Mark had a great run there. He's had, you know, he's shown that he can be a fantastic runner over the distance, and he's in a great spot for the win, right? Like I said, just as Barnaby has the ability to look at Riddle, Dubrick is only 20-25 seconds behind Barnaby, so he's looking at everything Barnaby's looking at, and he's looking at Barnaby. And so in some ways, he has the most control over those three because he can see and he can dose it. Be like, okay, I got 8K to go, 20 seconds. If it was 2K to go, could I put in an effort to catch this guy in 20 seconds? Yes, I could do that, right? So like he can manage things a little bit different. As we get back on screen with Marta Sanchez, who has now gone through the 4-kilometer mark and put 45 seconds on Lotta Wilms, and is 1:56 up on Teresa Adam, with Hannah Berry at 3:10 back in 4th place. So she's moving up a little bit, but not all that much. And then Anna Bergstrom at 3:15, Rochelle Hill at 3:37, Grace Alexander at 3:55, Els Visser at 4:10, and a lot more after this commercial break.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Now speeding now. Hey, crash, come on, kiss me now. Fly, fly. Oh, watch me, I'm so high. I ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
And we are back in Bustleton on screen. That's Jake Birtwhistle who's, he was one of our pre-race favorites, and, he got gapped early on that run. He's trying to do his best to make the best out of this race result for him. But I think it's going to be a little too late, and I think we'll probably end up seeing this athlete fade. Maybe not back, but he's not going to catch as many athletes as we thought. But we can see on screen with the pure performance stats at 10.7 kilometers, Jake Birtwhistle threw at 3:18.36 at 3:19 minute per kilometer pace. And the big mover on course is Jared Osborne, who at this point has run 1 minute and 30 seconds faster than the man on screen at this point. So I think we're going to see him probably get passed by Osborne and maybe not move up any spots in the next few kilometers.
Yeah, and Osborne actually beat Birtwhistle at Melbourne 70.3 a couple of weekends ago. And Osborne, it was kind of a breakout race for him. Certainly his best result of his career so far, but beating Birtwhistle at that race was a pretty significant result. I'm going to come back because I know that you never doubted yourself anyway, but you are true with Mark Dubrick having the second fastest split at the 70.3 Worlds.
Did it seem like I was doubting myself?
No, I know, I didn't. I just thought I'd like to feed the ego.
Important thing that we don't have on screen right now because we're following Jake Birtwhistle is Gregory Barnaby has gone through 14.5 kilometers, 1 second
Correct. Yes.
behind Riddle. So we'll get those pictures as soon as we can have them. We can see in the background that is Osborne chasing. And we could see Birtwhistle passing one of the age group athletes on the previous lap. But again, the battle for the front of the race and the win here, up front, Gregory Barnaby most likely overtaking Jamie Riddle at this point. So big battle going on up front of the race.
Yeah, and the men have got probably, about 5K to go. They're about 3/4 of the way through. So 1.5 laps completed as we get those great aerial shots over the shorefront or the seafront, oceanfront in Bustleton. Lots of cafes, restaurants, lots of opportunities for spectators to watch as the athletes go out and back along the seafront, and we can see also that right-hand turn that the athletes are gonna do into the finish line, which might be Gregory Barnaby now, who's possibly or running shoulder to shoulder or possibly overtaken Jamie Riddle, who set off out of T2 pretty fast to start with, but might have just have timed it not quite right.
No, not quite right, but great overhead shot here of the fantastic course that we have that's so well put on by the crew down here in Bustleton, and we could see that that awesome graphic that we have of kind of the elevation. We can still call it elevation, even though it kind of doesn't exist on this course. But through these different lap sections, it looks like big efforts and big changes going on at the front of this race. Again, Barnaby up on the shoulder of Riddle and past Riddle. We see Riddle chasing Barnaby, and it looks like Dubrick has lost at this point on the tracker that we have 1 minute and 48 seconds to Barnaby. So Barnaby put in a huge effort to bridge up to Riddle. He felt that he had the opportunity and the gas in the tank to do so, and basically put the same gap on Mark Dubrick that he brought back on Jamie Riddle. So those that doubt Gregory Barnaby will do so at their own peril. And this gentleman is putting himself at the front of this race. And again, we're going to use this again for no reason whatsoever, but in the driver's seat of the Ironman Pro Series too. He's going to move up a lot and pretty importantly, have himself a cushion so that he doesn't have too much pressure on the Ironman 70.3 Worlds in Topah. Yes, he's going to want to try to get more than 2,500 points just in case somebody else has a fantastic performance down there. But he's going to have a perfect score here today if he holds this pace, which I can't see this coming away from Gregory Barnaby at this point. So he's going to have two of the best 70.3 scores in the Pro Series as far as contenders in the top 10, and that's going to put him in a great position.
Yeah, that's right, because if he gets maximum points here, he was only, I think, 23 seconds or something in second place, or lost 23 seconds in his last 70.3, so has scored pretty highly there. Obviously, Ironman 70.3 World Champs is 3,000 points for the win, so he needs to be, within quick maths of 8 minutes or so of the leader to score more than like the 2,500 points that he's got for his 70.3s. But yeah, certainly giving himself a fantastic opportunity to do that. And when you've got a nickname, like Lord Barnaby, how can you ever doubt him anyway?
Again, that's what he's gonna put you to the sword. Looks like moving into third place is Anna Bergston. So great performance from her to be steady over that first half of the 70.3 run course. And man, she is absolutely moving. I'm now scrambling to find splits to see how fast she's moving through this course, because I think she's going to put herself in a position to have a fantastic result here. Actually, not seeing her come through. There we go. Bergstrom, yeah.
Yeah, looks like that's Teresa Adam behind her, so she has overtaken Teresa. I'm not sure if Hannah Berry is still ahead or not, but yeah, she's
the fastest runner. She's the fastest runner on course right now, and that was through that last split. So when we see her go through this next split, we'll know exactly how fast she is running, but might put her name in the hat for the win, or certainly obviously in the podium already. But Lotte Wilms just 45 seconds behind Marta Sanchez at this point. So women's race definitely hotting up. Gregory Barnaby, again, looking even smoother than he did early. And it was, again, you wouldn't think, looking at this course, and probably if you just looked at the results, that this was such a ding-dong battle as it has been today. But these athletes really have had to respond to efforts that Gregory Barnaby has pulled huge gap back on that bike. That you got Robert Callan and you've got 15 seconds and you got to try to bring that back. You're like, that is something of nightmares, right? And to be able to do that and then kind of get run over the top of by Riddle early and be like, oh, the youngster is gonna put it to me, and not feeling good, and then find that calmness and that confidence in your ability, and him be able to tap into that speed that he's used to and settle in. Barnaby is having a fantastic result here today, and showing the type of athlete he is to put himself in the position to be a contender to win the Ironman Pro Series.
And I think that's what one of the things we've seen in the gains we've had from this Pro Series is just seeing the level of the racing go up with the caliber of athletes increase, but we're getting more of these great battles in each of the races. And, early on in the season, it's just, people getting race results, but it's super exciting. We've seen as we get to these last few races of the series, as we've had Nice and Kona, and now this is the penultimate race and we're heading into World Champs, the stories developed and you're calculating the points of who needs what now, because you can see it a lot more on the table than when it was at the beginning of the year, and it didn't mean as much, and people are getting more invested. As we look at our VinFast performance analysis now with our female leader, Marta Sanchez, through 7.7 kilometers on the run, running 3:54 minute a pace. Again, looks not quite as fluid as she did when she came out of transition as well. Still moving pretty well, but a little bit more if you compare back to now Anna Bergstrom, who we've got on the screen, who looks very controlled and composed. Slightly different running styles though. She's just a little bit more looser with arms and things. So yeah, but still running fast.
Totally, and finding, it's not about how you look all the time, but not to compare it to the men's race, but we've seen it, is that maybe we've got a Riddle Barnaby situation going on here as well, right? We've talked about Lotte Wilms is a known factor that she is going to stay consistent, as we see Rochelle Hill running just in front of Hannah Berry and just behind Bergston and Adam. Hannah Berry's kind of locked in. You can tell she's at the pace that she can run right now. Doesn't have a lot of acceleration in her. But back to we know that Lotte Wilms isn't going to fade. What you pointed out, the difference in kind of how this form looks, we're not so confident anymore that Sanchez isn't going to fade. And that Ironman athlete has that consistency, not that Sanchez isn't, but a lot more consistent races under the belt for Lotte. If an athlete is exposed in front and you have that visual, you then can slowly tick it up a little bit and crank down and try to pull that athlete back. And we'll see, this race certainly is not over between those two. But again, we got Anna Bergstrom putting her name in the list as well for possibility of being able to win this race, having the fastest run through 7.7, and then the second fastest run, it looks like at this point, is Rochelle Hill as well in 5th place, not far behind as well, just 35 seconds behind Bergston. So the race is fully on for the top 5 here in the women's race.
Yeah, and like Marta Sanchez put 44 seconds into Lottie Wilms in that first 4 kilometers, and then it's actually stayed the same in the next split. It's still that 44 seconds, so there's definitely even out. I think, we're seeing, you know, Anna Bergson coming through. She was second at 70.3 Melbourne just a couple of weekends ago. And again, Rochelle Hill, like I said, she was second in Noosa behind Ashley Gentle, so certainly has the speed coming from a short distance background. Again, do we know if she can maintain that, as we just see the 2 leading athletes go past? So yeah, they'll get eyes on and know that 44-second gap or what it is coming through the next split shortly.
Yeah, no, there's again, these out and backs are great, but they're also your worst nightmare if you're in the lead and you're fading and you're hoping that people can't see you. And on this course, we just saw Lottie Wilms going around that slow left-hand corner. They can see everything. It's straight. It's straight when it's not an out and back, and the out and back is straight. So like literally you have sight on your competitor the entire time.
Yeah.
There's no hiding whatsoever. All these athletes that are in the front and are fading, they want a twisty section and some trees and like an out of sight, out of mind thing. And Marta Sanchez isn't getting that at all. And that shot we had of Bergson a second ago, I mean, she looks
there she is, just going past on the other side.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and going through that last split, that turnaround, is pretty much the same. Lost a couple of seconds. Lottie Wilms now 47 seconds behind Marta Sanchez. But it'll be interesting to see what that split for Anna is, because she was looking fantastic as she went in the other direction. And that's Rochelle Hill as well, running in the other direction ahead of Teresa Adam, as we see Marta Sanchez coming towards the end of the first lap for the women, as the men are a little bit further on, closing in on the finish. But yeah, she still looks pretty good, maintaining pace. I think, just a different running style.
Yeah, a little bit different, but yeah, it still seems like she's moving well. You know, she at this point has run just about 50 seconds faster than Lottie Wilms to this point. But a lot of running to go. Again, if we feel like the wheels are not coming off, but they're getting a little bit out of balance with 10K to go, and it's a flat course where you can't, a flat course is harder in some ways, right? Because you don't get that reset biomechanically of running an uphill. You fire your glutes, you lean forward, you do the thing. You get maybe a little bit of time to like open up and relax without effort on a downhill. You're just always doing the same exact thing. So sometimes when the form starts to degrade, it'll degrade much quicker and to a greater degree on a flat course, because you're just doing the same stinking thing for an hour and a half.
Yeah, and I think like pretty tough to have a flat bike course whether you're locked into that time trial position, and then coming onto a flat run course where there's just like there is no variation. And great if you're in a good place and you can just lock into that rhythm, then this is a great course for you. Not too many twists and turns, not too many changes in elevation, but if you're starting to struggle, then I think you're right, it kind of can deteriorate pretty quickly.
It's a little counterintuitive, but it's and there's less time to lose, but it happens maybe quicker to a certain extent.
Yeah, and so just to update on those splits of the women coming through 9.2 kilometers. So Marta Sanchez has got 47 seconds over Lottie Wilms. Anna Bergson has brought that down to 2 minutes 30 back, and Rochelle has moved up into 4th place at 3 minutes 12 back. Teresa Adams dropped down into 5th, and Hannah Berry in 6th at the moment.
And here we go back on screen with our leaders. Gregory Barnaby having a fantastic race here and continues to open the gap. He's through 18.1 kilometers now. Cannot see Riddle behind him. And it is going to be a question of, is Riddle going to be able to hold on or really you might start seeing the fade of him moving through or back through some of those chasers. But right now he's at 53 seconds behind.
Yeah, so just lost 53 seconds in that last 4 kilometers with just a couple of kilometers left to go. As you see the crowds going under the bridge, that the athletes, the Ironman athletes, age group athletes are coming out of the water. We're running over the run course, so lots of crowds and spectators in that section of the run course, which is fantastic for the athletes as we get Jamie Riddle grimacing in these final few kilometers, looking behind him and looking, now it looks like he's limping a little bit as well. Looks like he's cramping. So yeah, definitely
he's got a cramp there.
In a painful place.
Yeah, you can see him leaning back, and yeah, the expression, he's had a similar expression the whole run. It's just gotten like more exclamation points added to it as we get through the distance. But he's fighting, and this will be a great learning experience for him. And he's fighting hard to hold on to second. I think he will, and I think, you know, it's kind of okay that he's looking behind, but this is something you'll learn over that distance. An athlete like this that's going to find himself in the lead is like, man, just trust the out and backs. You've seen what you've seen at the out and backs. And the worst thing you can do, I learned it earlier in my career. I had a big gap on someone with like 400 meters to go. And they were like, I never thought I was going to catch you until I saw you look back. And then they got you. It's like, it's basically, I got one more place I didn't think I was going to get. So don't let him see you look back. But he's doing a great job right now. But again, Grigory, there's Dubrick, and he's not too far back.
He's got a minute at the last checkpoint on him, but it certainly looked like the way Riddle was suffering and sort of limping and looking back, that gap might have been less so.
Yeah, no, it's and you know, Dubrick, he's going to see that. It's going to be kind of a horse to the barn situation. If he's got any energy, he's going to completely empty the tank. And again, to Barnaby in the lead, you know, that athlete is on screen right now, and he's in 5th place in the Pro Series, moved up 10 spots in Kona, and he's going to get 2,500 points here today that will put him in the lead of the Pro Series. And he'll have a gap, significant gap, over Patrick Lange, who's not going to Topah, and Matt Hansen, who is maybe going to be there, hopefully, coming off of a knee injury and a surgery. And Bradley Weiss, you know, he's going to have a large gap on these athletes and still opportunity to gain more points in Topah. So, and he's going to be putting a substantial amount of points back in on Christian Hogenhag. So that gap is going to continue to open, and Hogenhag is going to move up as well. But this is absolutely to plan for Gregory Barnaby. You know, he's going to leave here this weekend almost certainly with a win, prize money for this Asia Pacific Championship, which is a fantastic amount of money, putting himself in position to earn a lot of cash for that Pro Series win as well, and bonuses on top of all those things, and renewed confidence. And will not be, as you said, somehow he's been an athlete that we don't count as a favorite. Not all of us do. I like to say I bring his name up a fair bit, but cannot be ignored after this race and this season, more importantly.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think he's had with this win, he's got a pretty perfect score over his two 70.3 distances. Now, obviously, it'll be tough to increase that in at 70.3 Worlds, but it is 3,000 points for the win there. And, you know, to get over 2,500, I think he's got to be within 8 minutes of the lead, which is certainly possible. I mean, I think 70.3 Worlds is going to be a super exciting race with a lot of different athletes coming in to mix up the tactics rather than sort of this standard 70.3 athletes racing that we've seen through the series.
Totally. And although it's Riddle is one of those athletes that you would say, as is Birtwhistle, and I think you make a great point, but he's running away from this field, which is a very good field. So he's clearly in as good a shape as he can be for 70.3. So, you know, yes, it will be hard for him to improve on 2,500 points, but he probably will. And he only lost 23 seconds on his other one. So, like,
that's what I mean.
It's crazy.
But I still think he won't be talked about in Topor as a favorite. He'll be talked about now for the series.
You're right. I will talk about him in Topor.
Because you're on the board. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
now you know, but I think the media leading up will not pick him out.
Yeah, you're probably right. And that is the fault of the media at times. And I think it's hard because these athletes don't always race where you can see them. And I was able to see him and talk to him and see how he raced, even though he didn't have a great result in Cairns and in Nice last year. And you're like, oh, okay. Like when you're in person and you see it and you talk to him, you're like, oh, okay, now I see what they're capable of. So you can do it. So it's one of these things that the more we'll see these athletes on screen and the more we see them on purpose or in person at these race sites for the Ironman Pro Series, the more guys like this won't be able to fall under the radar. And he looks great.
He looks like he's on a mission.
I will say we didn't even really know he had a mustache.
No,
so like
I think it's grown over the period of the race.
He's in like 5th or 6th place in the overall standings for the mustache, but obviously running away, and it seemed to be accelerating. And I would not be surprised if this is a negative split run from Gregory Barnaby. Certainly the way, like, perceived exertion-wise, it certainly is. But, like, look at the smoothness. Like, we wouldn't have said the things we said about his running style early if he was running like this. Like,
No,
he looks as good as he
does
looks.
He does look as good as, almost better than when he started.
Absolutely.
And,
and a high five to Hogan Hog.
And I'm pretty sure, I don't know if it was his fiance that was going the other way, but it looked like he acknowledged somebody running the other way prior to that, and they, his fiance Georgia is racing as well. They are getting married in May next year. This isn't their honeymoon, as they said, but I think there's definitely. I like that. It looks like he's when he's able to do a high five, he's able to acknowledge the other competitors on the course and give feedback. It shows that he is in a very good position.
Well, and I think the important thing to notice too in that was Hogan Hog, who we were saying before is kind of a one-on-one battle, these two for the Pro Series. And these guys went to war together in Kona. And seeing them on the Queen K within a few minutes of each other, there was this battle for, honestly, like 3rd through 8th place, 9th place. That was like tenuous, and those two locked in.
These guys have battled most of the year at the same races because they've both been chasing that series, and they've had these head-to-heads.
And what's cool about when people don't see the culture of it is they have all that, and they've been to the same after parties at every race, and like so like they
most amount of respect for athletes.
Yeah, for sure. And Barnaby knows that Hogan Hog's a better dancer than he is, so that's the respect that he gave there. Sorry,
where do you fit into that ranking with dancing on the
don't
sash?
exist. I don't exist.
Yeah.
But right now, Barnaby looking so good, and you love to see an athlete finish better than they started, and there is that kind of horse to the barn energy, from an athlete like this, especially. The day's going to be done. He's going to achieve some goals. We still see behind Riddle had 45 seconds still on Dubrick with less than a kilometer to go, so he's probably going to be able to hold that unless the cramps really come in. Robert Callan really impressing me, holding on to 4th place at this point. So really impressed by that athlete. We often see him fade, and he made this race he put the race into a spot where he could have that 4th result because he not only had a great bike ride, but he put other athletes in so much pain that's why Birtwhistle did not have the run today that he had, and some of these other athletes is that they were chasing. But here he comes in the last few meters, I believe. We've got Barnaby, but oh man, he just wants to be done. But look at Dubrick behind. Just looking over the shoulder. You've got to keep the eyes forward, Riddle. Just keep moving forward, and he is just chewing the air and looking at the watch as much as he can, chewing his lip, chewing the air, chewing his tongue, and just wanting to get to that finish line. And no doubt Mark Dubrick is on his toes as much as he can be after the brutal day here. But right-hand corner into the finish, and it's Gregory Barnaby getting the high fives, taking in as much of love as he can from the town here in Bustleton. And here he is, your Ironman 70.3 Western Australia Asia Pacific champion, Gregory Barnaby, with that smile we all love to see. One of the coolest and nicest guys out on the circuit. And, he wants to make sure they got a great wedding coming up in May, and he's putting a lot of money in the bank. And I'm not going to say I'm pretty excited to get my invitation, Gregory. It's going to be a sweet party.
And that's actually his first win in a race since 2022, and actually his first Ironman 70.3.
And an emotional
run. So lots of firsts there, as we see his run split for our male pro champion Gregory Barnaby. Run split represented or presented by Wahoo Element Rival of a 1:12.29.
Amazing stuff as we see Riddle in the final few hundred meters, just looking over his shoulder. I think he's got it. We don't see Dubrick, but man, if Dubrick has the energy, he's like, where do I go? Is it left? Is it right? I don't know. Not only is he physically cracked, he's mentally
he's still got a bit to go.
Just exhausted. And if Dubrick's there, no doubt he's on his toes, sprinting as fast as he can, but it's to get that energy is more challenging than it might seem. We see Craig Alexander, one of the true legends in the sport, congratulating Gregory Barnaby for moving up almost certainly into the lead of the Pro Series, but obviously getting the win here in Bustleton. But want to see camera on our second place finisher. Riddle is see how much he can battle and if he can hold off Mark Dubrick for that second place. And we're all hoping that he can, but he is just crawling and still looking over his shoulder. And I think he's confident, but we need a ticker on how many times Riddle looked over his shoulder today, but it's going to be like 7 in the finish shoot. 8.
And then nearly tripped, so maybe that's why. Gosh.
Oh, he's pumped. Great result from him. He's not bummed at all to lose that, right now at least, to lose that win from Gregory Barnaby, just the better athlete on the day. 2 minutes lost, but second place from Jamie Riddle. And Mark Dubrick, the Shark, doing his best, stoked with his finish here, coming across the finish line, third place here at the Ironman 70.3 Western Australia, the Asia Pac Championships. And that's a 1:14.17 to close off the day for Mark Dubrick. Big congratulations. These guys are stoked.
Did you get whether it was a negative split on the run for Barnaby or not? Have you worked that one out yet?
It's yes, it was.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, or just at.
Yeah. Even an equal split is pretty good in these races, so equal or negative.
People say you can't actually do it, and those people are just ignorant.
Yeah.
You just got to be patient, and patience is hard. And Barnaby, and something, it probably wasn't a choice for Barnaby early. He didn't have the legs to go with Riddle, but let it come. And great performance by this man on screen. And we giggle when we talk about the pain because we've all been there. But much respect to the race that athlete put out today to have a breakthrough, getting a hug and a handshake from Craig Alexander, and the champion's got to be icing on the cake too.
That's right, and obviously Barnaby's a little bit more of a long distance athlete, so maybe that's why he didn't quite have the speed at the start. But just fantastic race by Gregory Barnaby to take the win. And we will see who is the winner on the females race and the rest of the male pros when we come back after this commercial break.
So high, I ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Ironman Western Australia, 70.3 Western Australia, the Asia Pacific Championships is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by VinFast, Boundless Together.
We go see more of our top male athletes coming across the finish line. You see Christian Hogenhog ended up in 8th place, moved down a few spots there at the end. But still going to get some solid points for the Pro Series. Jared Osborne moved through the field, running a 1:10, fastest run of the day. And then Ben Hamilton in 6th, Birtwhistle in 5th, and Robert Callan was 4th place. And pretty tight there. And word on the street is we've got our podium finishers down with Pete Murray. We're going to throw it down and see what they have to say about the race.
Welcome to the High Price Recovery Zone, and wow, 4 weeks after a 6th place at the Ironman World Championships in Kona, you come here and take the Asia Pacific 70.3 title. Tell us about your race today.
Yeah, honestly, I can't really believe it. I just can't ask for more. It's my first Ironman banded win, and it means so much for me. I knew it would have been, super tough day out there. I mean, there's Robert Callen, who's one of the best cyclists, there's Christian Hogenhaug. And my goal was just to try and stay at the front of the race. And I just suffered so much on the bike. I was always on the limit. Sometimes I even got a little gap. I just kept my head down, managed to get back in the group a couple of times. I had to work really hard and go very deep. And I was kind of cramping up a bit at the end of the bike, so I was a bit worried for the run. But I got off the bike. And Jamie went off really strong. I knew I had to keep my pace, and I could have probably, more of an Ironman guy, so I could have kept that pace even for the second 10K. And just went just super well. And I couldn't really ask for anything else. It's just amazing to win here. And I would say just at the right time, because I needed a good score for my first series. I think now I probably secured my podium position in the series, so last race would be everything to decide for the win of the series.
So you talk about the Ironman Pro Series. It's the second last round, and you got maximum points today, 2,500. I think that moves you up into the podium position, and now you head to Taupo in 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. It made sense. I came here after Kona and came directly, so I could train in good weather conditions, just get in the time zone, and it takes a bit of pressure off, I think, the last race, because I still need a score in, and I got a really good score here, so I can go in the last race and just I'll try and do my best performance, obviously, and try and get the maximum points I can there. But I'm super happy with how it went today. I mean, I'm overwhelmed, really. I'm quite emotional as well.
Well, mate, you should be. That was an amazing performance. Swim, bike, and run. You're at the front of the race all day. Congratulations, and we'll see you in Taupo in 2 weeks.
Yeah, see you in Taupo. Thank you very much.
As we get second place, Jamie Riddle.
Do you want us to flip then?
Sir. Congratulations, mate. You are no stranger to big races. Of course, we saw you in Paris at the Olympics earlier this year. How have you enjoyed the step up in distance? We saw you in Melbourne. I know you were battling a little bit of an injury 2 weeks ago, but you seem to have put that behind you to some degree. Tell us about your race today.
It's super tight. We're just trying to get out.
I'm honestly super pumped. It's my first finish 70.3. I've been really excited for this jump up. I'm already have a full Ironman in plan for next year, so I'm going big. I'm going all in for the Pro Series next year. So to be able to put together an almost perfect race was made me very happy. It felt easy until it didn't, and then it was lights out with like 7-8K to go on the run.
So it looked like you and Mark, as you both do, great swimmers, and I know with your swimming background, open water swimming background, those conditions would have been perfect for you, and you guys set the race up well. I think you put the rest of the field under pressure with that great swim, but it looked quite painful, the last bit of the run. Talk us through that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm quite disappointed. I was a surf lifesaver, and I just didn't have time to warm up, so I didn't see that there was this huge benefit going against the jetty. There was like they ran 400-500 meters, and I went straight, and I actually started the swim at the back.
Yeah.
So I had to sprint to get to the front, and then, you know, my coach, my dad, my girlfriend all just said, you know what, Jamie, please, we know how you like to race, we know you like to go balls to the wall all the time, harry hard, but just keep it calm. And I don't know if you guys saw in the swim, but I was trying to be patient, throwing in surges, but going back in the group, doing my thing. And throughout the bike, like, I just tried to stay within myself, and I felt pretty good, but the race ranger was pretty complicated for me.
Yeah.
It's a great system, but I think first time it was hard. I kept on having to go to the front, and then the run, like, it really did feel easy, and I went through like 8K, and I was like, man, I'm about to do a build run here. And then at like 11-12K, the cramps started coming in, and I didn't respect the distance enough.
Well, mate, well done. There definitely was a tactical element in the swim there. A lot of the athletes went left and seemed to get an advantage, but go and have a break. I want to send a shout out to your dad, Alec. Don't worry, Alec. I'll look after your boy at the after party tonight. Well done, mate.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks, Craig. Do I get to take one of these to massage myself?
As we'll get Mark Dubrick to come in and join us now.
How you doing?
I'm doing good, mate. How are you doing? That was a great race. I was just saying to Jamie, you two, you're no strangers to the front of the swim group. I think you put the field under pressure and set your race up there, but why don't you talk us through the rest of it? It looked like that very elite little front group formed with a lot of power there. What was that like?
Yeah, I was super happy with the swim. Woke up this morning, got here and saw it was a bit choppy and wavy with the wind, and I love that. I knew it was gonna, it could have been a big group, and we didn't want that. Jamie and I didn't want that, so yeah, pushed the swim hard, and we got exactly what we wanted. And then we saw, with all the out and backs, we saw just the big guys coming, big guns, the power, the moto pace. So when Robert and Christian came by, that was the kind of the race right there, and it wasn't easy. I mean, they made it honest, and I was hanging on for dear life for a lot of it. Got dropped twice actually, and just worked my way back up. Just put the head down kind of, and yeah, it was so much fun out there. I mean, we were cruising. I don't even know what our bike split was, and then.
Mate, it was, I think you guys were 157. You guys were flying. I mean, we were watching the live pictures, and you're right, it was a front group, but it was spread out. There was big gaps, the power was on, but talk us about the run there. You look like you paced it well, and you closed on Jamie. He was having some difficulties at the end.
Yeah.
Did you think you could get him towards the end?
Yeah, I was starting to believe a little bit. I had some GI issues, so I ended up having to stop and go to the bathroom. So that's never fun. So yeah, you just got to believe the whole time. You never know. And Jamie, he's new to the sport, or new to the long course, I should say. Definitely not new to the sport. Yeah. So I just didn't want to count myself out, and really did close well. I think the last couple K were like 325, 320. Just wasn't enough, but can't complain with the podium, and I need to figure out the GI issues come Worlds.
Yeah, so we'll see you in Taupo in 2 weeks then?
Yeah, I leave tomorrow, so I'm going to enjoy Bustleton. It's a beautiful place. This is my first time in Australia. I definitely will come back. I'll be looking at maybe doing a full next year, and I know this has a pro race for the full, so maybe here.
Well, congrats, man. Awesome racing by you boys today. That was a super hot pace and just a great race to watch. And we'll see you in Taupo in 2 weeks for the IRONMAN 70.3 World Championships.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much to Craig Alexander and our men's podium. Amazing performances and great interviews by all. And right now on screen, our women's leader through 14.5 kilometers is Marta Sanchez, and she has opened up her gap on Lotta Wilms to 1 minute and 15 seconds. And Anna Bergström is 1:50 behind, so just 35 seconds out of second place. And Rochelle Hill at 3:03. So that gap has stabilized a little bit, so a little less movement from Rochelle Hill moving through, but Marta Sanchez still staying steady.
Yeah, a little bit of a grimace there, but I think she's in control of this race at the moment. Obviously, it can all change, as we saw with the men's race a little bit, but I think Marta Sanchez is running pretty well. I think she's put more time back into, or brought that back out from Lotte Wilms. I think that the mover who we need to keep an eye out for is third place at the moment, Anna Bergström. She can potentially reel in at Lotte to take second, and you know, we've got those positions from sort of second down to sixth as Anna Bergström, Rochelle Hill, Grace Tech, and Els Visser have all moved up into those positions. So all changes for those lower ranking places in the women's race.
Yeah, no, there's a lot to fight for still, and still a fair amount of distance where things certainly can change. As we saw late in the men's race, anything can happen in the last 5 kilometers of 70.3. But Marta Sanchez, again, yeah, the stride looks a little bit different than it did before, but it turns out you get tired when you're doing this for as long as these women have been doing this, but she's still extending her gap on Lotta Wilms. You know, she has to keep it together because Anna Bergström is moving quickly. Doesn't look like, I don't think Anna is negative splitting this 70.3 run, so it depends how fast she went out, whether or not she's got the energy to move through. But right now, Marta Sanchez seems pretty well in control of this race.
Yeah, I mean, if we compare it back to that men's race and we're looking at the facial expressions of Jamie Riddle when he started to sort of realize what he was doing, I would say, whilst Marta still looks to be running quite well, she's definitely got kind of that grimace or slightly pained look on her face as she comes into the last sort of 5 kilometers to go. So definitely wanting that finish line to come soon. I think, like you said, Anna Bergson is probably a little bit too far away and not running quite quick enough to reel her in. But yeah, I mean, that Marta's just got to keep going and hopefully doesn't deteriorate or suffer going into this last 5 kilometers. But I would imagine Anna might be able to claim that second place if she can catch up with Lottie.
Yeah, and we were looking at the splits from 4th place through 8th place or 9th place, really. No, 10th place, sorry. It's 5:20 back for Danielle Blemhel in 10th. And then all the way up to 5th place is just 1 minute and 18 seconds. So there's 6 women within 1 minute and 18 seconds. So a lot to fight for there. And, I mean, these are the names in that. It's Grace Tech, Els Visser, Hannah Berry, Teresa Adam, Grace Alexander, Daniela Blemhel. Like, those are some of the best women in the sport, all running the last 5 kilometers within 75 seconds of each other. So anything can happen. Daniela Blemhel in 10th could be the one who finishes 5th for all that matter, right?
Yeah, that's right. And if we look a little bit further back, in 11th place is Maya Seals-Nielsen, who's currently sitting in 3rd place on our Pro Series, and we'll have to do some number crunching to see if her result here today. She's currently 6 minutes 46 back off the lead at 14.5 kilometers. She's got 2 70.3 races on her score, so needs to have a race here today that will better one of those to replace them. Her lowest score is a 16,047 points, so try and do the maths in the next little gap to work out where she's sitting overall. But that's already she's 6 minutes 46 down at 14.5 kilometers. But yeah, Marta Sanchez looking to get her slot for Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Marbella in Spain next year. It'll be a home country race, and we've heard a lot of the athletes today from New Zealand talk about what it means to have their the World Championships in their home country, looking at Taupo in a couple of weeks' time. So I'm sure this will be a great win for Marta and to claim that slot for next year's World Championships.
Yeah, and a lot of time to prepare for that and some confidence that she can get, obviously, from this result and from her season, as you said. Fantastic season, and certainly has the results over the multiple disciplines to be able to put herself in a position to have a great result next year at the end of this year for the Ironman Pro Series if she chooses to focus on that. As you said, just some races she's done this year weren't a part of that program.
Yeah, I think sort of athletes are a lot more clued up, educated on the Pro Series now, obviously, with it having come out of a year. I think last year, for some athletes, maybe they'd already set their race plan and their race schedule and weren't really sure how it was going to work, and they've seen the success it's had and how well some athletes have done. And Marta's had a great year of racing. Unfortunately, a couple of her wins weren't in the Pro Series, but I think she's seeing what she can achieve, that result in Nice, 6th place just a couple of weeks ago, and winning in Barcelona and South Africa, and now getting a win here today, assuming she carries on, and that slot will put it in. I would imagine we'll see her a lot more throughout the Ironman Pro Series next year.
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt, as long as that's something that she decides to focus on, and it sounds like she is, and to have that motivation at the end of the year to be good at World Championship in your own country is certainly motivation that's going to help spur her along.
so hot, hot ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Western Australia Asia Pacific Championships in Bustleton. In the final few kilometers, Marta Sanchez just went through 18 kilometers, and she's got a comfortable lead at this point, as comfortable as anything can feel when you still have a few kilometers to go and you're real tired. But great performance from her today. Made some great efforts early on the bike ride, and obviously great kind of solo swim to put herself in position to have a great race in this group of 3 that she was with most of the day, with Teresa Adam and Lotte Wilms, and really put the effort in, even in transition on the run course, and got on that Hoka run course and really went to work and has continued to spread that gap all day. And she's not
working.
fading.
Yeah. And I think it must be really hard at this point of the run, because you've just gone past the finish. So you've just gone past the turn for the finish line, and you've still got to do one light final out and back. And whilst you know you're near the end, it's so heartbreaking or demoralizing to have to run past the finish, especially when you can hear, like with the male pros finishing, and you know you've still got that little bit of an out and back to go, and you're just praying you can, praying it comes as soon as it can. But yeah, I think she's looking pretty good to take the win here in Bustleton. She's through 18 kilometers and has had over a minute lead at 14.5K, but it'll be interesting to see who is going to come through in second place.
It's come through 133, a lot of Wilms, but Anna Bergstrom just 6 seconds behind. So the fight for second place between Lotte Wilms and Anna Bergstrom is on for sure right now, and it's going to be pretty challenging for Lotte Wilms to have a response when Anna gets onto her shoulder, considering athletes run 4 minutes, almost 4 minutes faster than it to this point. But anything is possible, and Lotte Wilms is certainly an athlete that would be able to bring something special to the end of a race.
Yeah, that's right. She's certainly got the strength, and Lotte Wilms, just like as we said, just keeps going at that kind of same consistent pace. It's pretty steady throughout the race, throughout the whole race and duration, especially coming off sort of a very strong Ironman athlete. But yeah, I think Anna Bergstrom is certainly got the speed to take that second place, if she hasn't already, I'm sure. And it'll just be then if Lotte Wilms we'll get the gap back to 4th place, Rochelle Hill. Here we go, we're gonna get eyes on, that's
so
Wilms.
You can see Anna right behind the cyclist behind Lotte.
So not taken yet.
Nope.
Yeah.
But she's right there, and she's in the right spot here. But you're definitely gonna see Lotte Wilms fight back a little bit. And Rochelle Hill has actually come through just 1 minute and 15 seconds behind Anna. So still some work to do for Lotte through that. I mean, just with 2K to go, probably not going to happen, but a lot of racing left. And we'll see this fight for second is certainly going to go to the finish.
Yeah, that's right. And then we need to work out like the maths of, if we look at the Ironman Pro Series, Lotte Wilms is currently in 6th, and the other athletes racing today, Daniela Bleimal, Hannah Berry, Els Visser, are certainly a little bit further back. So Lotte is the one that's going to gain the most by being able to add today's 70.3 result. She's also heading to Topor as well, so we'll be able to count both those races as we're watching. Anna just slowly reeling her in. Only a couple of seconds behind now.
Lotte is going to move into 4th place, most likely, if not 3rd, with that result, depending if Maya Stage Nielsen is able to improve a score as well. But she's looking great, and it certainly doesn't look like she's faded. And considering that Anna Bergstrom was 6 seconds behind 3 or 4 minutes ago, the pace isn't that desperately different, right? So, you know, obviously with out and back, she knew she was coming, so she's putting an effort in to make it as hard as possible. And I think there's a misconception that the caught athlete is the athlete that is not likely to win. But if you pace it correctly, you make that athlete chasing. Oh, nope, she's giving it up. Never mind. She's giving her a high five if she catches her.
Yeah.
But you know, that athlete that's chased often can have a little bit more energy in the bank. But again, she clearly has kind of given up the fact that she's going to get past, but she's going to try to sit on the shoulder as long as possible.
But I think you're right, Matt. Like we've seen, I think back to like Kona, Lucy Charles Barkley was passed and then would fight back and re-overtake. I think Kat Matthews is the same. She's had battles where someone's caught her from behind and you think that's it, and then she's fought back. So I think you were, until that high five was taken, I don't think she could have fought back. And we will see how the rest of this race unfolds, and Marta going for the win when we come back after this break.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Western Australia Asia Pacific Championship is brought to you by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. And by VinFast, boundless together. Well, Marta Sanchez definitely putting the effort in still at the end of this race. And you know, I'm always impressed when an athlete knows what the gap is and still pushes all the way to the finish. She's got 1 minute and 32 seconds on Anna Bergström, which is, you know, pretty safe with a half a kilometer to go, but she's still putting in as much effort as possible. A lot of Wilms still just 3 seconds behind Anna Bergström. And this is not a latte move, but the biggest gamer move would be to get caught, give the high five, hey, great job, way to beat me, and then like just lurk there and pass him at the end.
Yeah, just like hang on the shoulder, nice and quietly, and then go for the finish line. I'm not sure that's going to happen.
Anna looks fantastic.
She does, yeah. And it is interesting, like, because Marta, like, she's not in the Pro Series, so she wants to win, obviously, but it's not about putting points between her and anyone else or anything like that. But she, like you said, she is still pushing. She's also incredibly raced like a lot this year, like 12, 13 times. All with fantastic results, all, you know, like I said, she won 70.3 Pucon at the beginning of the year. She's won Ironman South Africa, Ironman Barcelona. She was 6th in Nice, so she was another very tough long distance race in France. She was 4th, like 2nd at the ETU middle distance champ. She's raced a lot with some great results, and yet she's still, and then she'll, actually, I'm not sure. I don't think she is racing in Topor in a couple of weeks. Actually, she might be, but yeah, another race to add on as well.
You have a great form, great result from Anna Bergström that was on screen just a second ago. Marta Sanchez, again, as we said, fighting to the very and as is Lotta Wilms. And Lotta Wilms will move into, almost certainly into 4th place. Maya Stage-Nielsen does have a 70.3 left to score, so as she crosses the finish line, which she certainly is, she's going to earn enough points, especially as fast as this race course is and as tight as the race is. She's still not going to lose that many points, and certainly Lotta Wilms is only going to lose, maybe 120 points at best at this point. So a great score for her, all kind of going playing there. Probably the big disappointment, if you could say that, or an athlete that will not be happy with what her expectations were coming into the race today, is probably Hannah Berry. Still good result, 7th place for an Ironman athlete, Ironman distance focused athlete, 4.5 minutes behind. Still a good score, but I think she was hoping to be a little bit closer to 2,500.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, you never know with athletes where they plan their season. I mean, I'm sure for Hannah, the 70.3 champs, VinFast 70.3 World Championships in Toport is a big race and a big focus, but it also is, she has made the trip over here to Australia, to Busselton, to get another 70.3 on the board. The Pro Series is obviously important for her. You don't know how much focus and where she is in her training, if this is a last training race through, or did she taper for this race with a view of, having a really great performance in Topor. But yeah, I think she'll be a little bit disappointed with how the run has turned out today.
I mean, she did, speaking to her, she did plan her season to have these 2 races as like big scores, but you are right, you can't peak really for both of them, and there's more points on the board, and maybe she feels like that course is going to suit her a little bit better. But either way, she's had a consistent race throughout the day. Did have to ride by herself. That won't likely be the case in Topaz. There'll be much larger field for her to be able to go around with. But right now, the woman that deserves our attention is the one that is going to get the win here today, and that is Marta Sanchez. She had fantastic swim by herself in 3rd, bridged up to some very powerful athletes on the bike, Teresa Adam and Lotta Wilms, to get in that group of 3, put some work in herself to make sure that pace was maintained throughout that bike ride, and then went to the front of the run as early as the Hoka run course. At kilometer 0 was Marta Sanchez, and here she is coming down the finish line, and your 2024 Ironman 70.3 Western Australia Asia Pacific champion is Marta Sanchez. In a time of 4:06:38 with a 1:23 run. That's pretty quick around that course.
Yeah, that's right. And definitely a name I think we need to, again, a little bit like Gregory Barnaby, become a bit more, talk about a little bit more, give her a little bit more coverage. She's certainly got the races to back it up, and I think, I'm assuming, making the assumption she will do the Ironman Pro Series next year, and I think will feature fairly highly in that off the back of what she's achieved this year.
Absolutely, and we see, looks like most third place.
Maybe she has re-overtaken.
It's possible. I'm going to assume that we missed the camera there, but we'll see as we get this next shot if Anna was able to hold on. It looks like she was. So we'll see this overhead shot. Who's coming through? That is Anna coming through, about to take that slight right-hand bend and then a hard right-hand turn onto the mat. And there she is, your second place finisher, fastest run to this point of the day, is Anna Bergson coming through in second place. Fantastic overall race for her, but certainly run being the highlight with a 1:20:30. Just a minute and 10 seconds in the end behind. And there's Lotta Wilms, your third place finisher, and again, the biggest mover on the day as far as the Pro Series goes. Lotta Wilms, a fantastic result from her, and she's not going to lose many points. She's going to learn about, lose about 85 points.
Yeah, so for those of you interested, we've got the countdown timer up on the top of the screen, so you can see on the men's side it's down to 346 points already, so it's 1 second for 1 point. So once the winner crosses the line, they get the 2,500, and then the clock starts counting down. So Lotta Wilms was about 2,415 points that she will add to her Pro Series score. Anna Bergstrom, I think, again, much like Marta Sanchez, I think a name that we are going to be seeing or hearing about a lot more in the years to come.
And your female pro champion, your Wahoo Element rival, split 1:23 for the run for Marta Sanchez. Obviously fantastic across the 3 disciplines, but it was that run that was able to separate her from the other 2 women that were in that front group with her off of the bike. But fantastic performance from her, and as we see Anna getting congratulations from friends and family as well as Marta. But more from the rest of the women's race and some chats with the podium finishers after this break.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Western Australia Asia Pacific Championships here in Busselton. Amazing race here today. Laura, the men and the women definitely put a performance on, and I don't think either of us necessarily picked the winner. Well, maybe I did, but I can't remember. I can't remember at this point.
You did, or you'll claim it. I think we did put Gregory Barnaby as one of the favourites. Marta Sanchez was up there, but she certainly delivered on the day.
Fantastic.
A fantastic result, yes.
Yeah, and on paper, not, again, sometimes we look at flat, fast courses, and we think we know how the race is going to go. And the way that the dynamics of this race turned out, it kind of turned out more like a more challenging course. And I think that goes to show how quality of a field that it was today.
Yeah, that's right. And I think I love that it's just like the penultimate race in the series sets us up so well heading into the 70.3 World Championships in Toport in a couple of weeks. And we are going to head down now to the finish line to catch up with our podium finishers, and it's with
our
Craig
new
Alexander.
Ironman 70.3 Asia Pacific champion, Marta Sanchez. Congratulations. It looked like watching the race, you were in control, you had a great swim, stayed in the front group on the bike, and then went to work on the run. Why don't you tell us about your race?
I don't know what really say. It was the perfect day. I mean, the water was quite choppy this morning, which actually I like. But then, yeah, I could form a group with Lotta and the other P1 girl. We seem like a team almost. And I think that we coordinated very well. And then on the run, I try to go as hard as possible and see how far I go. I was just thinking about the slot in Marbella. Yes, yes. Maybe I'm advancing things, but yeah.
Yes, so yeah. You've now qualified for the World Championships next year in Marbella. You're home.
Yes.
So that must be exciting.
Yeah, that was the main goal of the race, try to get the spot for Marbella. So I was thinking at all about the win, but of course winning it's something incredible.
Well, congratulations, enjoy the victory.
Yes, thank you.
And we'll see you in Marbella next year.
Yes, see you.
Well done.
Thank you.
We'll get Anna Bergston to come over. Congratulations, Marta. Anna, congratulations.
Thank you.
So I'm joined by Anna Bergsten now from Sweden. Amazing race. I mean, it seemed like you had a lot of work to do when you hopped off the bike, 3.5, 4 minutes behind, but you ran an incredible run.
Well, I had a lot of work to do after the swim. I think that was the issue for me. So yeah, I'm a bit of a non-choppy swimmer, so that set me back a bit today. But I had good legs on the bike, and I just figured, you know, I'll just go for it and try and catch as much as I can, and then same on the run, just, you know, go for it.
It was very choppy this morning. It's different to what we've seen the last couple of days, but you seem to get in a rhythm well on the bike. You got up to Hannaberry, and then you had some company on the bike, but yeah, I mean, a great run to finish off. I think the fastest run of the day. What's next for Anna?
I'll be heading to Taupo after this, so bit of rest now for a couple of days, and then building for Taupo with a couple of sessions probably, and then taper again.
Well, good luck with the recovery, good luck with the travel.
Thank you.
Take some time to enjoy this performance, and we'll see you in Taupo for the VinFast IRONMAN 70.3 World Championships. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Lottie, congratulations.
Thank
well
you.
done. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So I'm joined by Lotte Wilms now.
Oh, sorry, yes. Hello.
Great race today. Congratulations.
Thank
You're no
you.
stranger to the podium here in Busselton.
Yes.
It looked like deep in that run, even when Anna made the pass, you were pushing because, of course, you're in contention for the Ironman Pro Series, and I think mission accomplished. You got some points, some good points today.
Yeah, that was the main goal. So whatever happened today, I just had to push. So even when Anna passed, I tried. But yeah, my legs were pretty empty. They were like concrete. So yeah, I did what I could.
It seemed like the conditions early this morning were different to what we've seen the last couple of days. The swim, which was more difficult, which would play into your strengths, of course. But it did feel like it got hot out there in the run.
Yeah, well, I think the heat was for me not a problem. It was really the swim that was like for me a boxing fight with the waves. It was really hard to find any rhythm. It felt like we were going backwards instead of forward. So, but yeah, I have been here now for 3 years, and it's every year the same kind of a thing. So yeah, get used to it. And yeah, my third place in Busselton, so just
very consistent. And
very consistent. Yes.
Will we see you in 2 weeks in Taupo?
Yes. So that will be my last race for the Ironman series, and yeah, hopefully that get me a top 3 spot, and then yeah, really happy with this season.
Well done on your race today. Celebrate only a little, because you've got another race to do, and good luck with the race in Taupo, and also with the whole Pro Series point score.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Bye.
Our pleasure. Well done today.
Bye.
Great stuff from Craig Alexander and the podium finishers on the women's side. Awesome results from all of those women. And good to hear. I think all of those women going to be in Taupo, sounds like.
Yeah, I think so. Most of those top-ranked women are heading to a Taupo in a couple of weeks' time. I think the only one that potentially wasn't out of that Pro Series is Daniela Blymel. But yeah, I think our podium place getters will all be heading to New Zealand for the World Championships in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, so just to make sure cover the rest of that top 10, again, such a tight race. We had Rochelle Hill coming across in 4th place. Just 11 seconds behind her was Grace Tech. And then about 45 seconds behind her was Els Visser. Minute 10 back to Hannah Berry in 7th. Daniela Blemhill, another minute and 15 seconds back. Then Grace Alexander, just 15 seconds behind her. And then Teresa Adam was able to hold on to top 10, just another 15 seconds back. So tight race from that 5th through 10th, but definitely opened up a little bit more in the last few kilometers.
Yeah, that's right. I think Maja Stojan-Nielsen finished in 11th. I think will have scored enough points to replace one of her 70.3 scores that she has already. I don't think she'll make any move in the Pro Series, but we'll get an updated standing.
Yeah,
she might move up.
She will a fair bit, actually, because of that, this is such a fast course. I think she'll move up another 300 points or something. But, yeah, not in place.
Not in placing, is what, yeah.
But she'll replace that score. And here we go with the updated standings for our finish today was Gregory Barnaby in first place, Jamie Riddle in second place, Mark Dubrick in third, Callan holding on strong in fourth, Birtwhistle did get running legs there that last half of the run in fifth place, Ben Hamilton moving through in sixth, Osborne seventh, Hogan Hogg holding strong in eighth and give himself some points for the Pro Series as well.
And on the women's side, yeah, Marta Sanchez taking that win, 2,500 points. Anna Bergson in second. Lottie Wilms scoring her 2,415 points to her Pro Series. Rochelle Hill in fourth. Grace Tech fifth. Els Visser sixth, adding some points. Hannah Berry, there we go, adding again 2,218 points. Daniela Blymel in eighth. Grace Alexander ninth. And Teresa Adam rounding out the top 10.
There we go, and we're going to have a podium from our top athletes here when we're able to get down there. But amazing race across both fields here today. Tight finishes, obviously a lot of movement in the podium on both fields just in the last few kilometers. So very, very exciting racing for, again, our second to last race of the year in our Ironman Pro Series with just the VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Topah to come in a few weeks, and such a great venue, so well supported from our community down here in Bustleton. Not many better places to be at for a triathlon, and the athletes put it on the course for us today.
Yeah, and obviously still got a lot of age group athletes racing, and also the full distance, so Ironman Bustleton or Ironman Western Australia for the age group races still going on as well. Definitely can recommend this location for a race. It's a fantastic area of Australia as we head down to the podium.
We've got our women's podium coming up here. We see Marta Sanchez, Anna Bergson, and a lot of Wilms. They're going to get up those steps if their legs will still take them up there. And, well-deserved celebration for these three athletes. You can see where podium is set in the middle there is Marta Sanchez and Bergstrom in second place, that silver medal on the left-hand side of the screen, and then a lot of Wilms on the right.
So in third place today, third place finisher from the Netherlands, Lottie Wilms, a total of 4 hours, 8 minutes and 3 seconds.
Ooh, that's cool. What is that? A little, I mean, it's stuffed animal or something. I should definitely know what that is. It looks cool. I want one of those.
Work out.
But lots of prizes. They get beautiful bouquet of flowers. Rad little stuffed animal, I'm sure is of the local sort.
And in second place today from Sweden, Anna Bergsten. And her total time was 4 hours, 7 minutes and 48 seconds.
Yeah, great race from her today. Not one, when we got off the bike, we necessarily expected to run into the podium, let alone second place, but she had the legs to do it. As she said, she left a little bit of work for herself to do after the swim, but she went ahead and did it and found herself in a pretty great position.
And our female champion today, Ironman 70.3 Western Australia from Spain in a total time of 4 hours, 6 minutes and 38 seconds was Marta Sanchez. Fantastic race by Marta, booking her slot for the VinFast 70.3 World Championships in Marbella, her hometown in Spain next year.
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty confirming way to earn your 70.3 world spot is by beating some of the best in the world at 70.3s and getting a victory as they all share that top step together. Love to see it. Amazing race from those top three women, gutsy across the board, and love having the kind of story as a lot of Wilms said, nope, she had to keep going as hard as she could the whole time. She wanted as many points as possible. That was her goal coming into the series. So great stuff from her.
And we are going to head back down to the men's podium. We see the celebrations happening now. So third place on today was from the USA, Mark Dubrick, in a time of 3 hours, 39 and 51 seconds. In second place from South Africa, Jamie Riddle. And our winner today from Italy, Gregory Barnaby, in a time of 3 hours, 37 and 35 seconds.
Yeah, great racing from those three. Again, dynamic till the very, very end across the three spots. And here we go, our updated standings here for the Male Pro Series. It's Gregory Barnaby moves himself into first place. Not going to have any fight from Patrick Lange. He's done for the year. Christian Hogenhag moved up into third, and then other movers from our race today, Robert Callan up into sixth, and Matthias Peterson moved himself up into seventh place. And then on the women's side.
And on the women's side, yeah, not too many movers at the top. Maya Sage-Nilsson from today's race still in that third place. Lottie Wilms in sixth, Daniela Bleimelt in seventh, Hannah Berry still in eighth, and Els Visser in 10th.
There we go, but great racing from those women to move themselves up in the Pro Series. And it's been a great race out here today, Laura.
It has indeed, and certainly setting the scene for the 70.3 World Championships in Topor in a couple of weeks. The Ironman Group acknowledges the traditional custodians, the Wadandi people on whose land we are living, and paying our respects to elders, past, present, and emerging. Thank you for watching the Ironman 70.3 Western Australia Asia Pacific Championships. You can watch on-demand race replays in the United States and Canada on Outside Plus. And for those outside of North America, you can watch on-demand race replays by visiting theproseries.ironman.com.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.
Well, one of our teams coming on through as well. Team Scarborough. Got you, boys? That team looks like they'll be going straight to the shelter. I got a funny feeling. They just look like party animals, that's for sure. Jared Hiltz. Clock's off. Got you, Jazz. So our age groupers, this is also a World Championship qualifying event for Marbella, Spain next year, the IRONMAN 70.3 World Championships. This afternoon, our 70.3 presentation and World Championship roll down does take place over at the Hilton. This young man, Darcy Ovens, comes on through with a 4:18. As I said before, you'll see the adjusted times, depending on when they started in our rolling start this morning. It's a great feeling when you hit that red carpet as Philip Hoffman comes to the finish line. I'm pretty sure he knows that girl. I hope he does. Security, watch him. I'm just jealous, that's all. Go on you, Phil. Yeah, he obviously knows that girl. He's got a second kiss and cuddle. That's okay. The RPG team is the Reed Performance Group based on the east coast of Australia, of course, with world champion Timmy Reed, the guru coach there. Danielle Herbal, she was fourth when we were up at Ironman Malaysia in November. Great work, Daniela. This day is really unfolded. This is one of the Russell triplets, okay? So you will see three. That's Benny. We got Sam. It's still out there as well. Within the next 2 minutes, I can promise you, one of the other triplets will come through as Kieran Birch. Always smiling, the big fella. Good job, Kieran. So Benny's home. Sam and Jake, are they out there? Only one of them? Oh, no. No triplets. There's two of the triplets today. So there's only two of the triplets racing. The third one's on the sideline today with a bit of an injury. Is Andrew Flint. Says job done. It's always so cool to see the athletes celebrate with their family, their friends, their loved ones. Bit of love in the straight. From Ireland, Kieran Boyle. straight up to the bar for a couple of Guinness, I would say. Well done, Kieran. All right, here we go. Hey, smile or you do another lap. Pretty simple. Great job, Aiden, sorry. Here comes the second of the Russell boys. Great job, Jake, and also Keely Rogers. Great job, boys. Sorry, we're just getting our selfies. Well, what a day. A bit of wind, that's okay. But the sun's out. I was a bit worried this morning. I thought maybe a bit of rain. Should I say that?
It was definitely a lot cooler this morning. I'm sure there was a lot of nervous athletes, but it's heating up now. Speaking to a lot of the athletes who are crossing the line, they said it's really starting to heat up on that run course. Who doesn't like a little heat and wind though? Party's just getting started here, Pete Murray. We're
sure is. Rachel Smythe, age group female, comes on home. Wow, Rachel, great race. You did 2 laps, right? You did 2. Comes home nice and strong. James Baker, got your